I guess it's one of the trappings of remote communication or whatever telecommunications.
It's a feature called ducking. And it basically it's set up so if you and me were doing an interview, just the two of us, it works great because if you start talking, it lowers me like we had an audio person. But if we have four people trying to zip zap zop, it just sinks me into the background.
Yeah.
All right. So Dalton, behind the scenes, guys, Dalton literally just clicked in. I didn't even know he was here, and then hit live.
Oh yeah, it's time to go live. Yeah, sorry, I was.
This is my reaction to his facial hair, by the way, which we cannot ignore right now. Dude. I have not seen you clean shaven with a mustache, dude. A handlebar mustache. So, guys, get a load of this.
What mustache I can grow? Yeah, I just thought it'd be fun to leave that.
Dude, facial hair is so much fucking fun. I used to have a blast. There's the pictures of me with a Mario mustache, a Charlie Chaplin mustache, sideburns. I did the goatee. So when I had like a beard like this before, I like cut it off in sections and took pictures.
Yeah. No, I've never been able to grow like robust facial hair.
Yeah.
So like this comes in like wispy and like blonde almost. Like it's mostly like blonde hair. And then
if you told me that you were Harry Flint, is that his name? Who is the guy from Hustler?
Larry Flint.
Larry Flint. Yeah, if you were Harry Flint, his nephew, dude, I would believe you.
Yeah, Harry Flint's just in crutches.
Yeah,
Harry Flint's got shit
written.
Yeah, Harry Flint's got those Walter White Jr. crutches.
And speaking of bedridden, dude. You probably don't watch it, but I watch Bad Friends with Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
You were saying that it was funny with Dave Blunt's.
Dave Blunt was on, and so they're pretty funny. What they do is like they have their regulars that come on, and they do like the first 45 minutes is them like playing together and ad-libbing and improv, and then the last 15 minutes they've been like interviewing celebrities. So 3 weeks ago they had. Right at the end of the show for 15 minutes, Bonnie Blue on. And last week, the full episode, Dan Soder was on. And then this week, Dave Blunt's came on for the last 15 minutes. But they have a Letterman type style with them. They don't treat them like celebrities. They kind of bust their balls.
To upgrade their server space to fit that one.
Yeah. So yes. So like Dave Blunt, right? So he's like, oh, I'm on my health journey. I'm getting healthy. He's like, and he's like, from the ages of 9 to like 20, I smoked a lot of weed. And Bobby Lee immediately says, what's the calories in weed? Just freaking, cool. He just roasted him the whole time.
I don't pay attention to that many podcasts anymore.
Yeah.
I'm mostly, I'm listening to music, or I'm just like sitting in silence. I'm like not even listening to anything a lot of the time.
The sound of silence is a sound, though.
Yeah,
we sit there long enough.
We learned that in jazz band when I was in high school. We had to. My band director gave us a lesson on John Cage, not from Mortal Kombat. There was a composer, like a avant-garde composer named John Cage, and he has this piece called I don't know, it's called like 433 or something, where like a full band comes out,
gets
set up with their instruments, the sheet music and all that, and everybody's in the auditorium to watch a symphony. But then the actual music is just 4 minutes and 33 seconds of rests. So nobody is just silent. So like the idea of it was that the
audience and the noise and the people not being able to stop
flickering and a fly will buzz around, somebody will cough, somebody will scratch their nuts. And so like all that in itself is like to I guess better perceive the symphony that exists all the time around us.
Yep.
And so yeah, I know all about that. Like if I just be sitting in silence, I can still hear the ceiling fan whoosh and the buzz.
You can start hearing your own body like gurgling, your ears crackling.
Dude, my body does a lot of gurgling.
Yeah.
Dude, I be gurgling.
Yeah. It's funny you brought up Mortal Kombat. I've been listening to a lot of like house or techno music or whatever, and they but the type that takes modern day or past songs and like turns them into like a beat.
Yeah.
And I was on the highway and listening, and somebody was remixing the Mortal Kombat one to like techno house music. So it's like, oh, this is pretty cool.
But
But
that's
I was in the high.
already that's already it's
Yeah, yeah,
already
exactly. But anyways, I was rocking out to it in the high speed lane, and there's somebody from out of state going super slow. Like we go like 20 to 30 miles out over the speed limit in New Hampshire, and this guy's driving like 10. And I won't say it here because it's only 5 minutes in, but I was changing the words to move it and then saying the F slur.
move it inward. Or
No,
no.
F,
Oh
but to
well.
the Mortal Kombat music. And
Yeah.
dude, that got me through 45-minute ride like crack doing Sebastian. I was just move it
I like that
with the techno going.
yeah, I like
Yeah.
that movie, 1990 something. Paul, there's two. You know what's funny? There's two Paul Andersons that are directors, and one is a really good director. The other is Paul Thomas Anderson, and
The other guy is not so good, I'm assuming.
Paul Paul W.S. Anderson, and he he actually directed some movies in the 90s I really like.
Let's see this guy here. He looks
Mortal he directed Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon.
it looks like the guy that plays Hercules' cousin or something.
And I really like his Mortal Kombat movie.
For the time, the 1990s one was pretty cool for the time, the way that the scenery like looked really deep, but also cartoon and comic booky.
I
Like
think
video gamey.
I think it's a fun movie. Like I've watched
Yeah.
it because it was a movie that I watched a ton as a kid, and then like as an adult, I was like, I'm good. Like I went back and was like, okay, how is this now with adult eyes?
Yeah.
And even now, I was like, you know, this is pretty fun. Like it's really it's like corny, it's campy, but Christopher Lambert as a Japanese thunder god as Raiden is really fun. He's like Liu Kang was
You did.
you
So
saved
you and
the Earth realm.
yeah. So last week, Drew did. You and Drew did the Rumble show over with sibling revelry.
Yeah.
And when I did that, I ended up rewatching The Neverending Story. And I was like, oh, this
that's a
holds
good
up,
movie.
even
That's a
from when I was a
classic.
kid. Yeah, because they didn't have all the special effects. So they did their own, like, they messed with perspective a lot. I think I maybe brought this up 2 weeks ago or whatever. But yeah, there's a good idea for a show when they do one of their segments. It makes you go watch like a movie that everybody recommends, because a lot of times the movies are really good.
I think in Paul W.S. Anderson, the good Paul Anderson, in his Mortal Kombat, I think Goro, the Goro puppet that shows that Johnny Cage has to fight. I think that puppet it was done by like Frank Oz, the guy who does the master puppeteer in Hollywood who did like Yoda and all the Sesame Street
Yeah.
or the Muppets or whatever. I think like the Goro puppet in Mortal Kombat was done like by a really well respected puppeteer house or whatever. It's a cool movie.
Well, I hope nothing happens. I can't type. I can't do anything. I lost my mouse for some reason. I lost my Bluetooth.
You lost your mouse?
I switched it from I was getting a delay in the wireless, so I switched it to Bluetooth, and it's been working for like 3 days. And now it stopped working, and I just thought to myself, wait, how would I even get my mouse back now? Because I don't have access to a mouse to click the things.
Yeah.
I have a wireless one I'll have to plug in.
Bluetooth has been around forever.
When the show and it sucks.
And they've never got it to work. It's been around for like 20 years. And it's so inconsistent. It doesn't work. Anytime I get in a car that has Bluetooth, it's just it's a good half hour to an hour trying to get that thing to fucking connect to my phone.
Well, so I bought this Logitech mouse that my friend recommended. It's pretty nice. It's a MX Master 3S. I love it's ergonomically. It's really good. Like the shape, the way your thumb fits in, love it. But the wireless thing that you plug in doesn't work very well.
Right.
So it kept failing. And so I was like, oh, maybe I'll switch it to this other thing. So I bought the keyboard that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
This thing's got a separate thing, but for some reason the plugs that were supposed to work together don't work. So I put this on Bluetooth, I put this on this, and now I have no mouse, which is fine. I just won't be able to chat, look things up online.
Welcome to the future, everybody.
Yeah.
Just being frustrated.
I can't go on Twitter, can't do anything. And now I got to get the wired mouse out, plug it in, so I have a mouse to turn this mouse back on.
Dude, that's one of my favorite things that extremely rich people now will say about everyone that's fucking miserable who's broke now.
Oh, I just fixed it. I lied.
Like one of the things you'll hear, like somebody who's like really well off,
yeah,
who wants to dismiss the plight of the prole nowadays, is that, well, now I hear Rogan say this shit a lot, where he's like, well, now is like the best time ever to be alive. It's better than it's ever been. Like King Henry didn't have a TV, he didn't have a microwave, and I'm like, he lived in a fucking castle and like ruled.
Yeah,
he was the king. So like,
he got to rape and pillage and take gold from everybody. That
I guess it sucks he never got to watch fucking Hawaii 5-0. But
dude, King Henry was probably like, dude, if only I could watch a couple of Korean guys pretend to be Hawaiian right now.
Yeah, it's like, I guess that sucks. I guess that sucks. He never got to watch network procedurals, but he also had, anything.
You could murder somebody. You could murder your enemies with impunity and get gold for it.
Yeah, anything he ever wanted was just done for him, and he was the king. Like, he ruled everything. So like, I guess there's like modern creature comforts that he didn't get to have, like air fried, reheated McDonald's French fries in the air fryer, but.
Yeah.
He just would have like some lady bring him like a whole
a whole vagina.
Oh, yeah, a whole vagina. Yeah,
you could just be like, "Bring me my wenches."
Yeah, there's no part of me that's like microwaving a bowl of ramen, thinking like, King Henry didn't get to do this, so I'm.
But the serfs have definitely been pulled up from serfdom. The bottom is higher.
The bottom is higher,
but the top is much higher too.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't suck. So it's like the bottom is higher.
Yeah, there's a relativity to it. Yeah,
but it still sucks, and I don't like that attitude. I don't like it when these fucking guys will try to dismiss my suffering. They'll try and deflect.
Well, you don't know the suffering of the other thing, so it's all relative. Even the young kids that like have no attention span now, when they suffer, it wasn't as bad as us who grew up, or myself that grew up without that, because I didn't know that to be taken away from me. So when I was bored, it was a different type of boredom that people experience now, because they have other stuff.
Actually, being bored back then was kind of nice, because I got to do that a little bit.
Yeah,
like
use your imagination and be bored.
Yeah, like I remember not having phones and pads and all this shit.
Yeah.
And when I would get bored, I kind of would just like stare wistfully out of the window, and
like the Biden meme, dude.
Yeah, and I just would like just drift away for like an hour.
Yeah.
And then come back, and then my teacher would be mad that I wasn't paying attention. But
my buddy, right? In high school, they were worried that he had ADHD, and so they're like, "Hey, we're gonna test you. You got to go in, take a test." So he goes in, and they sit him down or whatever, and they got the paperwork and stuff. And she was like, "Yeah, I'll be right back." And so he got up, he walked around the room. He's like, "Where the hell is she?" He started looking out the window, waiting. And he's like, "Man, is this part of the test? What the frig is taking so long?" So he just like kind of stared at the window, moved some paperwork, started cleaning a little bit. And she comes back and she's like, "You didn't even do the test. You didn't even start the test." So I guess she told him to do the test. He thought she was coming right back. so he failed his ADTH test because he was staring out the window.
That's a big win for Big Pharma, because then she gets to say that he's like he can't pay attention, and that's another prescription.
They didn't put him on a prescription, so it, like back then they just put you like in a different class.
Oh,
Like he didn't go all the way down to the class that has the frosted windows, but he was right above that for a little bit. He had to work his way back up.
That sounds delicious, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I told this before in the story, but it's hilarious because our special education class had like a mentally, like it had like Down syndrome people in it, people with like brain damage that like got injured, and then just people with bad home lives. Like they treated somebody that was just like had a bad home life that they didn't have like therapy for yet the same as a Down syndrome person.
Yeah, they just they used to just have like a class that was undesirables.
Yeah. And then it was kind of like that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, like Misfit Island. They're like, okay, we don't know what to do with you, so you just go in this room and we frost the window up.
Yeah. School is cool though. You should stay in school, study hard, get good grades, so that you can, I don't know, work, make coffee the rest of your life.
Yeah. I'm finally sleeping well again. So I've been really low energy for like a month. I don't know if I told you this, but I poisoned myself all February, dude, and I thought I was dying.
Poison yourself?
So I had bought some new supplements for like sleeping and stuff, right? So I'm like waking up, taking my electrolytes, and then during the afternoon I take my supplements, which include magnesium. So then I was taking like a sleep aid, a cortisol blocker, and then magnesium and some other stuff before bed. And so like a couple of days went by and I was getting sick. And so I thought it was like my water and this and that. I thought I got a stomach flu. Basically, I was overdosing on magnesium all February. And I don't know if you've ever taken that citrus melanin, which is magnesium glycate. That's like it's basically a laxative.
I get all my magnesium in my dude, when I do my morning routine and dunk my face in an ice cold bowl of Saratoga mineral water.
Dude, that's thing's bullshit, dude. No guy that rich uses a manual toothbrush. Your dentist recommends you to get the Sonicare.
Really? I've no one, dude. I've never talked. I haven't been to a dentist as an adult, so I don't know what the dentist would recommend.
But anyways, I was mean girling myself all February, dude. I just given myself laxatives all day by accident. I couldn't even leave the house. I thought I had stomach cancer. I thought I was getting irritable bowel syndrome or whatever. And then I just cut everything out and I was like, oh, I'm overdosed. If you take too much magnesium, it just works as a laxative.
Oh, yeah. No, I try to.
So now I'm healthy again. I'm upbeat.
I mean, I'm not a paragon of health. So what do I know? But I try to get like what I need just from like the foods and drinks that I ingest. You know, like they say eggs are nature's multivitamins, so I eat like every day I eat like at least 7 eggs.
Yeah.
And then
pickled eggs?
I love dude, I'll house some pickled eggs.
The guy, I forget his first name, Braden, that I went on his podcast. He buys jars and jars of pickled eggs and eats 3 to 4 a day.
Dude, I could really go to town on some pickled eggs. I love them. I've bought them.
Sounds so disgusting, but it makes sense.
I've bought them at like dive bars. Like I'm the one guy in the bar who's like, "Oh, you got a jar of pickled eggs back there? Let me get a half dozen pickled eggs."
So we had that too. We had an Irish bar that had like a big jug like this, like bigger than my like whatever, just filled with pickled eggs. And for $1, you could get a pickled egg. And so most of the time they would be pickled egg and they take the top off and like a bartender would take a semi-sanitary spoon or ladle and get the eggs out. But like as the drunkenness of the night would go by, the guys would start throwing dollars up and they're like reaching in and just eating pickled eggs. And you're like, the amount of bacteria that is just cultivating on the top of that jar.
The brine kills all that. You ain't nothing to worry about there, dude.
No.
sterile.
No, dude,
It's
you used to
sterile.
gross me out, dude.
No, that is gross.
That was back in the day, dude. Yeah,
You
I'm
know what's
surprised our ancestors even made it this far.
you know what's even better? Where it's more expensive and you don't get as much what do you meat? Egg meat?
Egg meat yolks.
But pickled quail eggs are really good.
That sounds decadent. That
Yeah.
sounds very
Because a
decadent.
quail egg's a little tiny egg,
Yeah,
but it's like the consistency is it's like a little bit softer, so like
feel
melt in your mouth.
a royal giant when you eat those. When you're like
Yeah.
you're popping them in like the Easter, the
Dude,
little
I'm
Easter
popping them in
candy
like
eggs.
peanuts, dude. Like I'm at a fucking baseball game.
You got them like M&Ms. You
I
shuffle
got
them
them
around.
rattling around in my hand.
Yeah,
Yeah, pickled quail eggs are really, really good, and yeah, they have this almost like butter consistency
yeah.
where yeah, you could just tear through them, but they're more expensive and like smaller eggs. Dude, one time you talk about poisoning yourself. There's this really nice and I don't know where all you can find restaurants like this. It's like one of my favorite types of restaurants. There's this really nice restaurant in beautiful downtown Fort Worth, Sundance Square, Fort Worth,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
Like where I grew up. And it's this restaurant called Bird Cafe. And it's like these I've seen a few restaurants like this where they do like I don't know what you would call it, like real American recipes, like like frontier, like forgotten American recipes, like like when they say like white people have no culture or Americans don't have their own culture. We do. We have our own cuisine. It's just like there's like few restaurants that exist that do make like those old American like dishes like that.
Go.
Like different kinds of like rabbit and pheasants and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
So this restaurant is really nice that they do that kind of stuff. And but on one of the appetizers they had there, I was a teenager when I first went, and I had seen this on the TV, and they had on the menu a steak tartare that they said. You know what steak tartare is, where it's just like fucking
ground beef raw.
raw steak.
Yeah, I've seen the Mr. Bean. That's how I learned about it from Mr. Bean.
Yeah, so the menu just said steak tartare, and then in the description it said served with a quail egg. And I was like, I don't know what that means, but I gotta try this. So it was like $12.
I'm a sophisticated young man. I'll try.
Yeah, I'll try this. So dude,
how old are you when this happened?
I was a teenager. I was probably like 16 or 17.
That's pretty extravagant taste for a teenager.
Yeah, well, because I always watched like like travel.
Guy Fieri, dude.
Guy Fieri.
I'm going to Flavortown today, Mom. I'll be back.
Flavortown, yeah. No, like Bourdain and like all those like fancy travel cooking shows. So I like knew about steak tartare. I just it just was like an exotic thing to me because I'm like, who's gonna serve raw steak and who the fuck is gonna order that? But then when I saw it, I was like, oh, I gotta try this. And so yeah, they just said served with a quail egg,
and that was in the South, the mid.
This is a beautiful downtown Fort Worth on Sundance Square.
Wow. Which
is like Fort Worth's nightlife downtown area.
Yeah.
Near the oh my god. Hold on. I gotta come back and finish this. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Dalton, Frozen Dalton. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. All right, get ready for 30 minutes of the N-word. Starting now.
Can we let's get some super chats going so I can buy a
he's back. Forget it.
I gotta buy a new computer or something. Let's get some super chats going. So downtown for Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth has this area called Sundance Square, which is like where things are.
Yeah.
And so this was near where the the Hyenas Comedy Nightclub is. And so I ordered the steak tartare with the quail egg, and the waiter brings it out, and it was just this like a little dish with like a round where they had arranged the
he didn't try to talk you out of it or anything.
No, he was like excellent choice, sir.
What were you wearing? What kind of
It's probably
clothes were
like
you
a
wearing?
Hawaiian shirt and cargo shorts.
Oh, you were wearing whatchamacallit, tuxedo t-shirt.
Yeah, literally. I
Fine
was
choice.
I was wearing a shirt that said Federal Booby Inspector.
I'm just picturing our child being like, "Thank you for the menu, sir." He's like, "Yes, I'll try the beef tartare and the quail eggs."
Yeah.
That is not on my palate when
So
I'm
he
that
brings
age.
it. Yeah, he brings up this dish where they got this like chopped up raw steak assembled in like a round, like a
you,
like a
you're just in
mound
a
with
Hawaiian
a
shirt like Jim Belushi, dude.
yeah, it's like a mound of raw steak with a divot in it, and then inside the divot they've placed a quail egg with the top of it cut off.
Yeah,
So it's like an open quail egg.
that is fancy, dude. I don't think I've ever been to a restaurant like that. I know what you're talking about. It's got like
Yeah,
it's a egg pedestal with the quail egg, and the quail egg is raw. So you're gonna get
it's
the
all raw. So it's raw steak with a raw quail egg. So it's still like the eggshell. And they got
yeah
the top cut off. So and so like he told me he was like, yeah. So what you want to do is pour that quail egg over the top of your steak tartare and
yeah
mix it in. And I was like, this looks delicious.
yeah.
Um,
And then I would be like, "Can you bring me out like a fajita frying pan so I can
you well,
make cook it up?"
so I poured that quail egg on it and I ate it and it was really it was like really good.
You
It
still
was
have your
tasty.
appendix?
Yeah, I still have my appendix. It
Okay,
was
good.
really tasty, but then uh, I get done eating it and we're waiting on the entrees to come out,
Yeah.
and then I do remember I was like I don't know if I'm gonna survive making it to get the entree.
Were you starting to get
'Cause,
sick from it?
dude, I ran to the bathroom and
Oh.
just had diarrhea for like the next half hour.
Dude, that was my whole February. That's what I was saying. I had explosive 3 to 4 times a day, Dumb and Dumber type diarrhea in February, and I didn't go to the doctors. I was just like, "Alright, I guess this is how I go out, dude. All my
Yeah,
nutrition." And then I
dude,
got off
I
the
had that kind of
magnesium.
diarrhea where I started to feel like frail and like my body was running cold and my lips were purple. Like we're
In the
just
restaurant?
yeah, the
In the re
life is
and it hit you that
draining.
quick?
Yeah, the life is just draining out of me because I just ate all this raw steak and raw quail egg,
Yeah.
there's no end to the
You were the
diarrhea.
original liver king, dude.
Oh yeah, dude, and
Yeah,
there's just
yeah,
no end to the diarrhea in sight.
yeah.
Like with every stream of diarrhea, I'm thinking this has to be the end of it, and then there's a
Dude,
pause, and then I'm sitting there catching my breath, and then more diarrhea comes out, and I'm just like, God damn, I feel like I have all I've ever known is this commode. I've been here so long.
in
I was
public,
born here.
dude?
I'm gonna die on this toilet.
Dude, hold on a second. Let's retrace your steps that day. You sure you didn't eat Doritos and Mountain Dew Code Red for breakfast? And your body
No,
was like, these two are fighting. It was health versus chemicals. Because
I'm
that
pretty
seems like a pretty
sure
quick food poisoning.
it wasn't food poison. I don't know if it was food poisoning. It's just like I just ate a bunch of raw steak and raw
Yeah.
eggs. So it was
Well, you
like
figure that you would vomit it. I would figure that you would vomit that. Your body would be
I
like,
did
no, this
not
ain't
throw
happening.
up. I just had crazy diarrhea, and
Yeah.
I hate shitting in a restaurant.
You think?
And if I'm gonna do it, I mean,
Shitting
I
away
guess
from
I would
home
rather
base stinks.
do it in the
Literally.
bathroom. But like,
Yeah.
I don't, I don't make nothing about shitting in a public restroom. But like at a restaurant, I don't like doing it because it just feels like it feels excessive. Like it feels grotesque. Like
The guy, your waiter's at the door. Sir, excellent choice. What type of paper would you like?
yeah, it just
Your fancy restaurant. Yeah.
I don't know, something about shitting at a restaurant is like, oh, do I need to make more room for food? Like, come
Yeah.
on. But
Decadent, dude.
genuinely was like this was a dire, it was a dire situation.
Diarrhea
It was a
situation.
dire it was a diarrhea. Yeah, dude. So
Yeah.
I think I reached the end of the diarrhea. My body has no more solids or fluids left in it. And I come out of the bathroom and
I don't like where this is going.
well, no, I was with my mom and
Your
at the
mom let you
time.
get a quail egg and tartar.
Yeah, and I come out of
That's
the bath
off,
and I come
Mrs.
back to the
Bolton.
table and she like looked at me and said, "Son, what has happened to you? Just you look pale." And I said, it was the steak,
Yeah.
tartare, and
You
then
think she was like, "You think?"
yeah, and then
Yeah.
but then she was like, "I ordered something called a root mash," and then we ate that, and that was really good.
What is that? Is that rhubarb dessert or something?
It's no, it's like so you've had mashed potatoes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So potato is like a root, you know,
Yeah.
and commonly most common are mashed potatoes. There's something you can make this at home, folks. There's something you make called a root mash, which is where you take like other kinds of roots, like carrots and rutabagas and turnips and like whatever counts as a root. Get you a whole mess of them, and you can, you would prepare them similar to like mashed potatoes, like boil it or whatever, and then mash it up. So they had that at this, and I forget like what all they used to make it, but you see like different kinds of roots there, like
Yep.
mashed similar to potatoes, but it's like a whole new flavor. It's like it's so good.
I do something like that. So a couple years ago, every Christmas and Thanksgiving, I cook myself a big vegan like holiday meal. And I instead of just doing like white mashed potatoes or sweet, I would do like mashed sweet potatoes one year or mashed white potatoes. And
Yeah,
I was looking at recipes, and this woman used one sweet potato, two red potatoes, and two white potatoes, and just made a mash out of those flavors with a sweet
yeah,
potato in it. And then I used to make take you take split peas, and instead of making a soup out of them, you make a mash out of them. And so I do that now. I do white, red, and sweet potatoes with split peas softened and do a mash out of it, so you get the protein. So it's
yeah.
similar to that. It's a weird flavor, but you get the same mashed potatoey texture, but with more nutrients and more flavor.
Folks, you're listening to Cooking with
Yeah.
Bobby Gay.
I just did
Uh,
some meal prep today. I made a kale and quinoa and bean salad.
Boy, meal prep so you don't get food aids.
Yes, I don't get food aids. Yeah, I gotta take it every time I shove my food up my ass so
Yeah,
I don't get sick. But I was making it and I was like, my racist brain was kicking in because I'm putting onions and carrots and tomatoes and all this stuff, oil, some vinegar, and I'm eating. I'm like, this is so flavorful. And I'm like, not putting any spices in it. And I was like, but this is the spices. You're yelling at, like, I'm getting yelled on the internet for not using spices, but the onions are the spices. You're just taking the onions that I used to cook with, drying them, grinding them up, and then sprinkling them on something when I'm just using the actual ingredients.
you can get seasoning and spice out of like doing what you're doing.
But I was already putting like fresh thyme in it, fresh parsley, onions, kale, oil, vinegar. I did put a little bit of pink salt in it, but really good, very healthy. You got to put like a lot of oil, avocados, a lot of oil on kale to like let it soften up and cut it really small. And then it's really good. Yeah.
Let's read a Bible verse real quick. Psalm 25:22. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his troubles. Amen.
Yeah. Redeem them. Not now.
I was,
Dude,
dude, I was talking about this.
they're really ticking me. Let me tell you something. The Israelites are really ticking me off right now.
Yeah, they for some time now, I think they've been getting under a lot of people's skin.
I knew this was going to happen as soon as this is, but I don't really get angry that much, but war fucking pisses me off. Mind my language on the Christian show, but
I mean, what is it good? What is it good for?
they end the Gaza thing, and I knew as soon as they end it, they pretend they gaslight you about there's no such thing as Greater Israel. They're immediately in Syria, immediately in Lebanon, immediately trying to push us into Iraq and Iran.
But who would know more about gaslights than Jews?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You know?
But they just watching them just and no, I mean, if I said this on Twitter, but like if Netanyahu was German, what would they be saying about him? It's like they're doing what they claim to hate. It's the worst part about all these babies
Dave,
dying, Dalton, is the hypocrisy.
This is what like all these protests at like Colombia and all these things you hear about in the news is like that's what all these people have been saying for a while. Like Norman Finkelstein, he's dedicated his whole life to basically he's a Jewish guy whose parents are Holocaust survivors, and his whole academic career has been saying Israel is basically Nazis.
Yeah.
It's the same
They're
thing
called
that
Oscar Nazis. It's right in the fucking name.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Fisher, the Jewish chess guy, that was his
Bobby.
conclusion too. Bobby Fischer.
Yep.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, this is the smartest guy with the highest IU. And he really notices patterns and recognizes stuff. And then he sees like, hey, I got one other pattern I'd like you guys to talk about. Like, shut it down. Shut it down. Get him off the news. Oh, he's going crazy. He had a mental break in his old age from too much chess and being a childhood prodigy.
I was talking about this in that something I remembered today from my youth in this group chat I'm in. Because like some of us who grew up in the church were talking about I don't know who all's experienced this Jews for Jesus. Dave, have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Oh,
Messianic Jews, because I remember
my collar's getting hot. You're making my collar hot,
dude. Because I remember
when they trick Christians into sending money to Jewish people on these commercials,
dude. So, dude, I remember I haven't. It's not something I've really thought about much.
You gotta let the steam out.
Yeah, it's not something I've thought about much since I was a kid. Because it just was like this silly thing that I remember from my youth. But like looking back on it, knowing what I know now, so it's like I remember at my church that I went to when I was a kid, like growing up, like every so often, we would get there would be like these guest sermons. There would be like a touring troupe of Jews for Jesus that would come through that the church would host, and they would deliver.
Hi, everybody, get the trays out. Fill the trays, please.
And they would deliver a guest sermon, and like looking back on it, that whole Jews for Jesus thing, like those kind of like whatever that church is, wherever those people are, going around to different like Protestant denomination churches across the country to do like whatever their guest sermons are, is 100% Israeli propaganda. Mm-hmm. Because dude, I like looking back, I remember like their big message, like why they were cool with Jesus all of a sudden, was like what they would tell us is that when Christ comes back to earth, the land that he will return to, like where he's gonna geographically return to when he comes back to earth, is Israel, the country of Israel as it is, with the all the people from like Boca Raton living there. And so that's why we need to be friends with Israel and send them money and support the state of Israel, so that Jesus comes back. When he comes back, he has like a nice place to come back to.
So that whole place thing is a lie. Israel in the Bible, the way that they speak about it, it's not a place like a geographical location. It's a place that means you're connected to God wherever you are. It's a metaphorical place of a connection with God. And Israel, not in the current meaning how they've changed it, meant the people that were chosen to be connected to God. And so we could all be in this term of it was one of Noah's sons, and it's a long thing. I don't know the exact terms, but you can look it up online and get from an actual historian that studies the King James Bible and stuff. But it's not a geographical location. It's a connection between God.
Right.
Yeah.
No, they've
bastardized the doctrine.
There's this whole thing going on, like the reason like so many Christians are cool with Israel is like this. It seems to be this kind of belief, and I remember this when the Jews for Jesus would come through. This like belief that like there needs to be this alliance between Israel and Christians, because the country of Israel is going to be like the harbinger of the second coming of Christ.
Yeah.
So the red heifer, like whatever the signs and omens are.
I think God's got it figured out. He doesn't need you killing babies. He's got it figured out. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's got, if he's almighty and omnipotent, you don't need to do anything except not kill people. Thou shalt not murder is like number one on the list.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
This
I just
yeah.
remember I remember the way it was pitched to us when I was a kid at the church was that like when I think in a lot of churches, especially in the South, like the Bible Belt, like what you're taught is that like everybody's cool, everybody's chill, right?
Yeah.
But there's only one true gospel.
Yeah.
There's like only one like belief that's the right one, and so every other belief, like anyone that believes anything else, like all those people, though they might be nice, decent, cool, chill people, they're going to go to hell for not accepting Christ as their
Yep.
Lord and Savior. And so, like as a kid, that instills in you this like sort of this like guilt ridden fear, almost like it's a combination of fear and guilt that it's like, okay, cool. I mean, I guess I'm on the right path, but then what about like so many people in the world who haven't read the Gospels and gotten baptized? Like, they're all just going to go to hell because they didn't hear about this?
So it's crazy because that's a Catholicistic thing that we didn't have in the Greek Orthodox Church. So first
Well,
off, from since I was 6 years old, when you go to Greek Orthodox, at least the churches that I went to, they pounded into your head, no Jews allowed. Once they try to get, they literally are like, we don't have them in here because when you get them in here, they cause trouble and they get you away from Christianity. So you have to be Christian to come in.
I like this idea. Mormons solve this problem with baptism for the dead. That's a cool. I like the sound of that. That sounds like a cool, like a Slayer song.
Raphael, you don't know.
The song, the
If my
baptism for the
religion's so
dead.
wrong, why is everything so that it's predicted from it happening
Well,
today?
the thing is yeah, like growing up in the church and being taught this like sort of dogma that everybody who doesn't believe what you believe is going to go to hell. Even Jews is like, oh,
We didn't
fuck.
get that though. We just got let the Jews go to their temples, but don't let them in the church. They got
Oh,
their temples. They don't need to come to our church.
yeah.
So
Well,
they won't like kill the Jews. They would just like they don't get to come into our house of worship, and they have their synagogues. Let them. Why would they? Why do they need to come here? Was basically the idea. You have your synagogues. You don't need to come here.
right. Well, I'm sure you believe this for a different reason, but like I remember believing that like Jews are all going to go to hell, because they don't believe in Christ. And so then when the concept of Jews for Jesus or messianic Jews was introduced to us, it was pitched like we have a solution for the Jews, a final solution. Where that now there's a way for the Jews to be Jewish and still get into heaven.
Yeah,
And so it was like
and
this
it's only going to cost you $14.99 a month. So fill up
yeah.
those trays.
Yeah, and so like they would come through the church and do a guest sermon where basically they would pitch Israel to the congregation. Just be like, yo, Israel's awesome. That's where Jesus is gonna come back when he comes back to earth. So we want to make sure that Israel gets all the money and we support Israel unconditionally no matter what. And so that way everything's ready for when Jesus comes back. And then truly the Christian belief is like what on the Christian side of things, like what they believe is that there will be like omens that signal the coming of like revelations.
Yeah.
So like before Jesus even comes back, that there's going to be like there'll be some signal, something letting us know that the Antichrist has been born.
Yeah.
And so now the Antichrist is on Earth, which means Armageddon is coming. And then Jesus, when he comes back, is going to come back to Israel. And so all the good God fearing Christians
This
are going
sounds
to,
like some QAnon stuff.
yeah. And so
Yeah.
like all the Christians who believed in the Jews for Jesus sermon and gave their money to Israel, Jesus is just going to take straight to heaven. So like, you don't have to like suffer through the apocalypse as it's been prophesied in the book of Revelations. You sent all your money, you sent all the money we needed to Israel. Good job. I'm here. The Antichrist is here. I'm going to take you straight to heaven now. You know, no layovers, no waits.
I think I remember this from the South Park movie.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
that's like the alliance, and that's why like there's I think that's why like throughout at least America why there's so much like Christian, like why you see like a lot of people of like the Christian faith who like even beyond any political reasons, like why religiously they seem to support the state of Israel is this belief that when comes time for the apocalypse, Jesus is going to come back to Israel and then just take them straight to heaven.
Yeah, I like watching like so there's like a lot of people like you guys brought up on Crowder Boys, but I never liked Crowder. The only time I liked Crowder is I didn't like when Rogan was put him on a show to ambush him. I thought that was dirty. But I'm never been a huge Crowder fan, but I didn't think that he was treated properly. It felt like he got ambushed on Rogan. But watching
imagine
like
being such a fucking moron that Rogan gets the one up on you. That like
it was just no like so Rogan. Did you? I don't know if you remember this, but like so he goes on.
I heard it's a really like bad episode. I've heard it like he looks like a fucking idiot.
Crowder or Rogan?
Crowder.
So basically, what happens is they go on the show and they're just like getting in a debate, right? But Joe's drinking whiskey. Maybe they both are. And he just starts attacking Crowder, right? And then all of a sudden, when Crowder's like, dude, I feel kind of attacked, he's like, oh, you can't take a joke? And Crowder was basically like, well, you don't really joke usually on this show. It's kind of like a serious show. So I'm feeling attacked. And then Rogan just kept busting his balls and then being like, it's a joke. It's a joke. So
Hey,
Crowder was pretty much
gonna,
like, please don't be mean to me.
How you gonna bust a man's balls?
Yeah. So Crowder was pretty much like, don't be mean. Please don't be mean to me. And then it just ended like negatively. And then Joe talked about it for like a month about how he's like, I don't know why a stand-up comedian can't take a joke when he comes on. And then because you never joke on the show.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you fake Mark Norman made a bomb joke about your act and you fake laughed and plowed over it. That's the last joke that was ever on the Rogan show. Yeah. But anyways, the radio station, nice. We gotta
tonight. Steve $10. If the radio station is open tonight, novelists say my name. Yes, we'll get to that here in a second.
Yeah.
Was I gonna say something?
He's not. So Robbie's third cousin said something.
Oh, Stephen Crowder is the number one on Rumble. Number 2 is Tim Pool. So congrats to them. Yo, I feel bad, dude. I feel like something's gonna come out of it, Stephen Crowder. Like even more because I actually like his wife. Sexually. No, I follow Hillary Crowder on Twitter, and she seems like a really nice lady who got like manipulated by this guy and brought into his world. And I
think they're both retards, similar to Palestine and
they're both
Israel,
stupid.
But I'll listen.
I'm stupid,
but you want to fuck her, so I get it.
No,
it's
not
how
I feel
even about
that.
Who gets like AOC. I'm like, let's hear her out. Because my
no, because Hillary Crowder. I mean, I don't even know if she looks like she's pretty attractive, but she's like so damaged and just like she's like such a broken woman who just wants to take care of her kids. I genuinely like feel for her because she clearly got like indoctrinated into this like with the Crowder, the Stephen Crowder arena. She got brought into the arena, ideas. And so like she was like in this guy's world and just existed as like a further extension of Stephen Crowder. Like she didn't really have her own identity.
Yeah.
And now and then, so they've gone through this like really messy public breakup, this divorce. Yeah. And the things she posts on Twitter, I don't know if this is like her effort to like cry out to the world or I don't know what, but she posts like so much stuff that indicates to me like she's not exactly saying it, that he was like wildly much more abusive than even what we saw in that like ring cam video or whatever that came out.
When I was young and I was in relationships like 16, 17, maybe even 18, I did have outbursts like that, right? And it was always because I was also with another crazy person. And then you get older into your 20s and you're like, okay, I got to start making better choices about the emotional stability of this individual. So I don't know if they met young and they continued that childlike behavior that I was doing into their adulthood because things didn't get so volatile that it ended sooner or whatever. But it takes two to tango. Like if you're, for instance, this is how I look at it. If Crowder is speaking violence and abusiveness, right? Just like if he was speaking Japanese, he wouldn't marry somebody that speaks English because they wouldn't be able to communicate properly. So she has to be speaking some sort of violence and in abusiveness in order for them to communicate that they would even get to that point. So
Oh,
maybe
man.
hers
That
can
sounds like
be
you're victim blaming here, dude.
it's not victim blaming. It's
I
just
think
that
she's a beautiful,
have
innocent
accountability
angel.
for their actions. She's a woman. When he got down on his knee and said yes and bribed her with the ring, she said yes. So she chose him at some point and chose to open her legs for this guy and have kids. So like she shouldn't be abused or whatever, but like maybe she was abused and she was traumatized and she's not abusive in the fact that she was hitting, but she's abusive in the way that she also manipulates abusers, maybe from she's family trauma
Wait a
or
minute,
whatever.
wait a minute, wait a minute. She
But I'm just
opens
saying,
her.
really healthy, good, mentally stable people don't go date abusers. You you
Hold on,
you
Dave.
repel each other like oil
You're
and
saying
water.
she opens her leg. She opens her legs. Like so. What happens after that?
You know, that's how I look at it. When I see these women complaining, or men for that matter, it's like you were there too. And you know, if you were such a good person, you would have repelled this person. You can
Yeah,
change
Dave.
and get better, but
I do. I pretty much wholeheartedly disagree with that.
okay.
That
I,
sounds.
I've done quite a bit of
Oh shit!
research
What
on
happened?
it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm still
So
here.
so it's like I don't know. I just don't think I don't see, like I'm saying, like if I met a Japanese woman, right, we would
Yeah.
have to figure out a way to communicate. So it's like, and if you're speaking a super abusive language, it's like so he's this super intelligent, manipulative, like super smart, can hide all the abuse, all the red flags were hidden for years. She had no clue. She never. So are you saying women don't emotionally like? So now this whole theory about women like seeing emotions and understanding emotions and everything is out the window. It's like, you know, I don't know. I'm not saying she should get hit or
I think
abused or
women are
whatever.
beautiful, innocent angels who
Ugh.
can sometimes just get tricked
I
and manipulated
I
by,
think women are humans like everybody else, and
but bad
people
actors.
they're abusive just like men are, and men and vice versa. Yeah.
We have a request from Steve's Nuts. Folks,
Is
welcome
Steve's
to.
Nuts a regular? Is that a pseudonym
Yeah,
for
Steve's
somebody
Nuts are
else?
regular. I think Steve's Nuts is subscribed to the Patreon. Steve's Nuts is a real one, a ride or die, as they
Is that
say.
is that a pseudonym? Is that somebody that we know? I think I might know who that
By
is.
the way, folks, I don't know like where Sal is. I have no clue what's going on. He's obviously like he's a part of the show as much as like if he if he keeps showing up, like whenever he shows up, he's part of the show, right? Uh, the main corn fed flagship show that's like me and Sal, and then on the Patreon is supposed to be us as well. I have no clue where he is. Our communication has been like stop and start, and I can't get like I've
Yeah.
been able to, I don't know what's going on. Um, but I mentioned that because I just brought up the Patreon. There is a new episode on the Patreon. It's
With
a
you and Sal, or you and
no,
Panatron?
it's just me. It's just a
Yeah.
solo thing I did.
And
But
then you had that
I'm like really
mortician
talented.
on, right? Too, right?
Do what?
You had that mortician on as well.
She was a funeral. She
Yeah.
funeral services. Now she's an artist because
Gotcha.
it's
So
like
two weeks ago, I met a goth girl, and I went on a date with her and went horribly wrong. But she worked at a crematorium, and so it was funny that you had that woman on, and I was watching it. And I was like, oh, I just had almost the same exact conversation over a game of pool with
nice.
a lady that scared the hell out of me that I will never see ever again.
But yeah, there is a new episode. Because I try to like make sure that I keep to some kind of schedule. I know the audio feeds. Don't even get me started on the audio, but try to make sure that I'm pumping out regular content. So I try to do the Patreons every week. So there is a new episode on the Patreon. It's a solo audio only. It's just me, but I'm extremely talented. So it's very entertaining. So please subscribe to the Patreon, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. But anyway, so now we're going to dip into, we're going to set your dials to Cornfed Radio.
WKNIGG Radio.
WKNIGGG. The W and the K are silent. 148.8, the NIG. Cornfed Radio. And this is so this
Welcome
is another
radio.
Yeah, this is another. You got to be live. You got to be live for this because once this is up on YouTube as a recording, I'll have to take it out because
you have to manually go in there and take that
out.
out.
No. What happens is sometimes they just will say like we can't do ad revenue for this episode.
Yeah,
but then like a lot of the times, if it's like depending on like whatever the licensing is or however that works, they'll just block the video and say like as long as this is up, nobody can watch your YouTube video that you just uploaded. But then they'll give you an option where they're like, you could just click a button in the YouTube studio and to trim the segment. So YouTube has already got like the length, like wherever it is in the episode, and then they'll trim it for you automatically.
I've seen that. I'll be listening to like a podcast and they start putting something that gets censored, and I think my headset's out, so I'm like grabbing the phone, I'm like trying to like whatever because there's no sound.
Yeah,
and then you're like, oh, they're listening to like music or something. So
I usually just pick the one where they just cut it out, so there's none of that. Like it'll just seem jarring for people where it'll just jump to something and you'll be like, oh, what happened?
Legion of Skanks, like once a month, will have a big pause, and I like panic that I'm missing a riff, and then it's not my phone or anything; it's they're censoring it.
Yeah, I don't want to miss no riffs,
dude. I don't want to miss a single riff, dude.
I don't want to miss a single riff, dude.
Jay's been hot lately. Jay's been good back on the riff, and he's been good lately.
I'm on the fucking precipice of really doing something bad to myself. And if I miss a single riff, I'll go through with it.
I'm gonna end it all, dude.
I'm gonna fucking end it all if I miss a single riff.
I haven't been watching too much podcasts. I played over 50 hours of poker last week for my birthday and traveled around. It was a lot of fun. So I slept all day today in preparation to get my head straight for some high quality podcasting content.
Yeah, dude, this is high quality content right here. So this is my request from Steez Nuts. The band is called Novelists, and the song is "Say My Name." Oh, this was uploaded 9 days ago. So, we're gonna discover some new music. So here we go, folks. "Say My Name" by the Novelists, requested by Steez Nuts. Here we go.
I like new music, so here we go. Let's see this. Classic black and white with the red, like the one show.
Drown me in the rain again. Drown me through the masquerade. Hear your echo haunting me. I'm so worthless, 'cause you don't even say my name. I stand alone in the dark, convinced that I'm defeated. Yeah, I don't wanna fight for who I am. I stand alone in the dark, inside of you.
real quick, I just want to say, like, this visual choice, the stylistic choice is like Sin City, more like Bin City, because this song is trash.
Yeah, I was like, this video should be playing in the background of a Metallica video, like on a screen. This should be an old tube TV with static on it, and this video playing on it in the back of a Metallica video.
You don't even say my name. I stand alone in the dark, convinced that I'm defeated. Yeah, I don't wanna fight for who I am. I stand alone in the dark, in shadows. Just say you wanna go to sleep and never ever wake up. If you just wanted to be quick, covered in tears and makeup, I'll try to blind all my sky. If
I don't mind that. I like the little bit of screaming.
my side, I'm not gonna let you win.
It's very funny how upsetting this is for the chat.
I'm not a
Everybody's so
fan of this
fucking
either.
mad
I'm
right
trying
now.
to be open minded, but like, and I listen to a ton of female lead singer music during the
I do
week.
too. Yes,
And,
this
like,
is very bad.
I don't enjoy this. I was trying to find happiness in it somewhere. The costumes are good. I see what they're trying to do. If this is like an indie band coming up, then I get it.
Yeah,
I would
this
not
is-
put this on in my life.
Yeah, this is like, I don't even know how to, like a very poor approximation of music that was never that good to begin with.
So I'm on Feld, FEELD. It's like an alternative lifestyle dating app. This is the type of video that I have to sit through before I can make out with a chick.
Yeah,
She makes me watch this art project she did in college, and I'm like, this is great. I love this.
I'm trying to think, like, yeah, this is like somebody trying to do, like,
Yeah.
who's influenced by, like, I don't know, like Evanescence.
Yeah.
But and so they're trying, or I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's definitely like a bygone era of music.
Dude just
Whatever
roasting
this is,
Steve's
but
nuts. He's like, hey guys, I love you. Love the show. Here's $10. Could you play this song? I'm like, yeah, sure. Worst thing we've ever seen.
I'm playing the song. He
No,
requested
I
it.
know, I know.
I mean,
no, I'm just
there's no
laughing about the
denying
chat.
that this is fucking terrible. This
Not-
is really bad.
Not it. Well, artists.
We'll listen to the whole song. I don't think it's going to get better. This is really bad music.
It did remind me of was it My Left Shoe or something? What's the one where only the red shoe is in the movie and it's all black and white?
Schindler's List?
Is that Schindler's List?
I
don't know.
I don't know, dude.
I think it was like My Red Shoe or something, and Schindler's List copied it or whatever. But they only have like the wig or whatever, and I don't know. Even the goth girls aren't that hot. They look like they could have been hotter.
Yeah, this feels like they wouldn't even want this in a hot topic. Like, this isn't even hot topic. This doesn't even meet the standards of a hot topic.
The scenery is not bad. I mean,
this is cold subject.
If they did their own like background stuff, like they had to sew that dress with the candles on it and make these chairs right here, then I mean that's good. The artwork is good.
Well, we got to finish it.
Instruments. I don't play an instrument.
I don't play any instruments, but and I have no like musical ability beyond like I can read a treble clef and I can play like a trumpet.
And we are official haters, so.
But hold on.
Hating on this is what
I still have taste. Like, I can recognize like at least what I think is good or bad. Yeah. And there's plenty of things I like that I know like other people think are dog shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's all subjective, right? But this it seems like the consensus does seem to be between you and I, Dave, and then the people tuning in live, and then if this makes it to the actual recording, the actual YouTube video. But the consensus seems to be that this is really bad. This it hurts the ears. It's a pain it's a terror upon our auditory senses.
Dude, if they didn't make those chairs, where do they go? Goth R Us to buy those pointy chairs, dude?
Yeah, but it's like this isn't even.
It's
I don't
like
even,
somebody's like, ooh, spooky Airbnb.
It's like fuck. This is like Kmart goth. It's
Yeah.
such a like a very like I don't know, like manufactured. It doesn't feel sincere. It feels like people who I don't even. I mean, I guess like kudos to them for they're inspired by things that are no longer popular. So there's no chance for this to ever make money.
What year?
Like,
How long ago did this come out? What's the
9
time?
days ago.
This is 9 days old.
9 days ago, dude.
I take it all back, dude. This is edgy. This is a big risk you're taking here.
We got
Putting
finish.
out art like this
Hold on.
and nowadays.
We haven't even finished the song, so let's finish the song.
Bare bones trying to grind your way up.
Just say you wanna go to sleep and never ever wake up. You just want it to be quick. I'm so worthless that you don't even say my name. I stand alone in the dark. Convinced
Is that the same lady?
I don't even know what this is.
I can't tell if that's the same lady. I like this lady better than the other one, but they might be the same lady.
Oh hell yeah!
Did you see the lady air guitar in her clitoris on Twitter? $14 14-minute riff at the end.
Look at this motherfucker with his Steve Zissou beanie.
The chat's cracking me up because they're like, even she's saying she's worthless, and then the guy's ripping, and they're like face melting.
We don't need to see nothing
when he goes into the thing.
Dude, that was I mean, that the right word for it is someone in the chat here said it's just like it is generic. Like it feels it just was like uninspired. You know, like they clearly have like their influences, and they're like mimicking shit they think is cool.
Do they have
which is odd because like in a time when that kind of music is actually making money and popular, I guess that would work. But like to try and to try and make music like what influences you, but like a type of music that's that's not popular right now. I don't really know. Like maybe they think they're gonna like reinvigorate that kind of rock and roll.
It was
that kind of
9 days old, right? How many views did it have?
Let me see. 147,000.
I mean, that's not a million, but it's like a lot more than anything that I've ever done. So there's got to be an audience.
The top comment on the video says that solo is so tasty.
Enemies.
No, the top comment says that solo is so tasty they could serve it at a Michelin star restaurant. The fucking guitar solo sounded like guitar. It was like it did nothing. None of that moved me.
And
shout out to Steve Nuts for giving us money to play that. I appreciate
this is content, dude. This is over 10 minutes of content he just gave us.
I appreciate it. And if this is what you like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I did not enjoy this song. That's for sure. I did that guitar solo. All of this sounded derivative, and none of it moved me in any way. And the only I guess the only positive, like the only commendatory I could offer this song is that they can play instruments.
Yeah.
I cannot do that.
I still don't know if there's two separate women. The wig with the wig and the whatever.
Yeah. Also, I was not sure because one of them looked hotter. There was the
I
black.
like the gothy chick. Yeah.
What is this? $5 and Roses in the Poetry by Gary. Damn, I'm sorry, Steve's nuts. That song, that was a bad song.
Dalton hates all my music too, so
no, that's not true. That's not true. I don't. What have you shown on here? Oh.
What have I been listening to recently? I'm trying to think what I've been listening to recently.
Let's see. This is what Broseph asked for.
Are we doing more music?
I think so.
And now, poetry by Gary.
Yeah. Nigga.
All right.
Nigga. I'm 100% nigga. Nigga. I'm 200% nigga. Nigga. Why do police hate niggas? Nigga. The haters cause our dicks is bigger. Nigga. Why do you call yourself a nigga? Cause I'm a motherfucking nigga.
Okay, that was good.
Yeah. I mean, and Gary's skin tone looked to be cartoon brown. For the audio listeners.
Yeah, ever since Steve Hillenberg died, we're probably not going to get episodes like that again.
Did you see Brittany Vente going absolutely wild on X?
Yeah, who is this lady?
I don't know, but I was messaging Broseph about this, and it's like she hits all my DNA spots. I really like the curly hair, the body, the way she dressed. Everything. She's such an animal, though. Like she just tries to shock jock everybody,
Yeah,
and I do think she's
being attracted to women in really strange ways.
She's. I think she's in the Chrissy Mayer circle too. At one point, she was hanging out with Chrissy Mayer in
the track.
And the lady with no waist and really long legs. That's short.
The Derby.
Yeah.
The Chrissy Mayer circle, the Kentucky Derby.
Remember, like before she was like maybe like 2 years ago, where she had like a clique of online e-girls that they traveled around with, being
Chrissy Mayer.
Yeah.
I mean, friend of the show.
She had like a midget. She had like a midget, a female midget, and like I believe
that's a female midget is a midget.
Midget, yeah. But she wasn't really a real midget. She's got like just has no waist. Like her legs are normal size, and then her body is short. Nice. But she's short overall because of it. You guys know who I'm talking about, right?
Well, I know Chrissy. I think friend of the show. Mint Autistic Boobs has done some stuff with Chrissy.
Yeah,
I know that there's like a cadre, a stable of e-girls that Chrissy works with. Yeah,
she said something negative on Twitter the other day, and I replied, "Don't be such a naysayer, NEIGH," and it got no attention, no likes, no views. I was so sad.
Yeah, it's hard to get likes now with the the algorithm.
Yeah. I mean, Twitter. I just treat Twitter like a group chat.
I've been getting very good at rage baiting people because it's like so easy now. Because you just have to know like which way the pendulum is swinging currently.
Yeah,
and then with me, like a lot of times, I just need to offer like sometimes just like my sincere beliefs and opinions. And then just a bunch of people will like get very upset with me and tell me I'm a fucking idiot, I'm gay, and I'm fat, and I'm stupid.
Yeah, that's most of the internet. Did you see this lady? I'm gonna put it in the private chat. I was because we saw that air guitar there. Did you see this woman doing air guitar on Twitter?
Yeah,
so
where she's
popular?
like playing her
Here,
vagina.
I put it in the private chat so we can bring it up for the.
Yeah, I saw that. This has gone viral a couple
Do you think?
times.
Yeah, but do you think? So when I was on stage, and I was like really in the moment. I would do like weird stuff with my hands or whatever, and like jump around in your shoulders and stuff because you're just in the music. So do you think she's just deep in thought and she didn't realize that she was doing this, or
Um,
you think it's part of her stage
I
show?
think this is pretty overt. Like, this seems like a deliberate. You know,
Is she Asian? Can we pull this
she
up?
looks Asian.
Put this
Yeah.
on the screen here. It's in the private chat. Will that go full screen? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe she's just a dumb. I don't know. Maybe she is.
Yeah, no, that's she's deliberately doing that on her like pubic area.
See, it's
as like
funny.
a,
It's
it's
funny
like
how we disagree
performative.
on things because with I give her the benefit of the doubt, but I don't give Crowder's wife the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, no, I just know because like when you're on stage, you're hyper aware of everything. So like,
Oh, I'm the exact
every
opposite. Like when I sing, you kind of black out, and then you realize you're on stage
oh
when you're done singing.
no, I mean I know that sometimes you
For
can
me,
hit.
at least.
I know sometimes you can hit a flow state where you just like are in the zone in the moment, but
Yeah.
for the most part, I feel like when you're on stage performing for people, you're like hyper focused and aware, and like every move you make and like anything you do is like
Uh,
you're aware of it, like you're thinking about it.
No, so when we would practice, twice a week for years. So then when you go on stage, I would black out, like the song become me and I'd become the song. I know it sounds woo woo woo. And then when the song was over and I was like, oh, I'm in front of a crowd and people again, then I would fucking freak out and I was like, oh, I gotta be funny or bring the next song on or like talk to the crowd right now. And then I would have what you're talking about, that stage fright kind of thing, mini stage fright. But during the song, I was kind of blacked out.
I don't even mean stage fright. I just mean like being like attuned to like yourself and the audience and the whole performance of it. Where like
Yeah.
anytime I've been on stage in front of people, I have been like very alert and like aware of every little decision I'm making. You know, is like deliberate in some way.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Or I'm aware of it. So
I
I
have
mean,
a different
I feel like if
experience.
there's like a lady on stage singing and she starts like air guitaring on her pussy,
Yeah.
that's probably like performative. That is like, meant to evoke, to be provocative.
That makes sense. Yeah. I can get that. I have been in situations a lot though where during the song I have no idea what I look like or what I'm doing or whatever.
Yeah,
And then in between songs, I don't know what to say or do.
yeah,
And we're like, this next song's also about the Jews starting a war. 2, 3, 4.
yeah.
And then,
Because I've always been like aware of and kind of critical of that when I watch like comedy specifically. Because like everything that you see a comedian do, where like if they sit
Yeah.
on the stool or take a sip of water,
or when,
like it's
when
all
Andrew
performative.
Schultz is stealing Chappelle's moves, that bothers
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, it's all very performative. So I'm like, this is performative. Like a lot of things I see people do is like performative casualness.
Yeah.
Like trying to appear like very not like cool. It comes across to me a lot of times as like cool math teacher, like flipping a chair and sitting in it backwards.
That's how
Like,
Jack Black always comes off to me.
yeah,
Yeah.
because I feel like what's natural in such an unnatural situation is like being in front of people and doing like public speaking. The most natural thing you can do is like be stiff, is be like standing there with a microphone. And so like
you
all
got your
these,
hands straight down by your sides.
yeah, honestly, yeah, that's probably like the most like
Yeah.
reasonable response to such an insane situation. So
It-
a lot of things you see people do is like this like performative effort to not look stiff when really the most natural state you could be in when you're in front of people speaking is just to like stiffen up and just try and do a good job.
So I used to watch Russell Brand's stand-up comedy back when he was like
Good Lord, that shit sucked, dude.
he used to wear like leather and stuff and be all edgy and be on HBO
Man, go
or
on stage
whatever.
looking like fucking what's the guy's name? I don't know.
But he used to wear like leather pants and he used to like tease his hair up in the front like he like an 80s like rock band, whatever.
Vince Neil.
Yeah, and we didn't have a lot of access to comedy back then like we do nowadays. So that would come on, you're like, well, I guess I'm going to watch this because they're, I'm not going to say who those people are that made me watch it, but it was the Jews. They put that guy on or whatever. And then I was like, I guess I don't like this guy. And then later on, I was like, okay, I guess he kind of knows what he's doing, but I don't like the comedy. And then he switched. And I was like, oh, I actually start liking him again. And now that he's back and he's doing this new grift, I can't stand him again. It's so performative. And he's one of the people that's like, when he's talking, he's like, and with all this extra hand movements and stuff. And it's unsettling.
Yeah,
to me.
he does the same sort of techniques as like when you're trying to distract a woman. So you could
like pickup artist stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like all this fucking shit he does with his hands.
Yeah.
That's all just like
he's peacocking.
It's like manipulation techniques. It's like all I don't know. Like there's probably some fucking psychology to it. So yeah, I don't
Amy
like
Schumer's not black. She's fat, Michael Hall. But
yeah,
close,
Amy Schumer is fat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know what this means. Somebody said I dress like Russell Brand. I don't even know. I couldn't fit in the clothes.
Not even close, dude. Not even close.
Yeah, I try to more accurate is somebody
actually
who
you do have an open V-neck, but
This
you
is
don't
not a
have
V-neck,
it's not
no.
low enough. It's not
not a
low
V-neck.
enough.
This is a
You don't have enough
Henley.
jewelry on. You need
This
a
is a
bigger
Henley
hat.
shirt, so it's a button up.
You do have lots of flair on though, which is
I don't have.
yeah, the
I got-
glasses,
I
the
got
hat,
two.
lots of flair.
I got two pieces of flair. I got the glasses and the beanie. And the only reason I wear the beanie is because my hair is really long now, and I just need to keep it out of my eyes.
Yeah, the minimum. So you're trying to tell us that's the minimum amount of flair.
This is the minimum amount of flair
Okay.
for me. Like, yeah, this is usually. I dress very minimal nowadays.
Yeah,
like
same.
this is this is not a V-neck. This is a Henley. So it's got the two buttons here.
Yeah.
This is a Henley. There's actually, I think there's a third.
We
button.
need to get you some a shell necklace.
I dress
You
very
can wear
minimal.
that,
I go plain, solid color, either t-shirt or a Henley, as I'm wearing now, a Henley. And then I do a beanie if I want to like keep my hair out of the beanie is like a utility thing. So I could also do a do-rag or some kind of skull cap.
We could get you a Brett Michaels headband. That'd be cool.
I'll do
like a Gino Piscotti, whatever his name is, Piscotti bread.
Yeah,
Gino,
I probably just need to get a haircut,
headband.
but I've been enjoying just like growing it out and being gross. So I do a solid color shirt, either a t-shirt or a Henley, like this.
This is fashion tips.
I do a beanie. I do sweats, just pull-ups, and then I do New Balance shoes.
Yeah,
that's it. It's just pure function. Just comfort,
I wear
utility.
The same camo shorts just about every day, or camo pants. And then when it's summertime or spring, I wear a Hawaiian shirt. And then in the winter, I wear a white t-shirt with a black hoodie every day.
Yeah.
But I did recently buy a fluorescent orange hoodie, like the hat, a little lighter than the color of those hats, which I like. And that's it. Not very fashion savvy.
Speaking of oranges, let's talk about apples.
I just saw an apple bit. I saw Brendan and Dan Soder trying to do an apple bit.
I don't even know about that. I'm not trying to talk about other people. This is my show. Everybody give me money.
I'm just saying, don't sell Brendan Sagalow's.
I don't know what bit. I don't even
Brendan
know.
Sagalow's apple bit, dude.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Friend of the show.
I saw that they did something. They went apple tasting. I don't know. Hold on. Apples are a pretty common fruit. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I can also eat an apple.
I'm not trying to take apples away from you.
I've eaten apples before. I'll eat them again, especially now because I bought a bag of these.
What do you think of these apples?
Oh, dude. I mean, truly, what do you think of these apples? I bought a bag of these cosmic apples. You ever heard of a cosmic apple? I had to go to space
No.
to get them.
I've heard of
Go to outer
Fuji's.
space.
Let's name apples. Fuji,
Fuji, Gallo, Jazz, Pink Lady,
Pink Lady.
Honey
Yeah.
Crisp,
There's a little
Red,
soft. Honey Crisp are good.
Red Delicious, which is red but not delicious.
You like peanut butter on apples? I really like peanut butter on
So
apples.
here's the thing, dude. Let me tell you, I do. But these cosmic apples
Yeah.
are so good. I don't want to ruin them with peanut butter. I'm like,
What are they like? Are they like a Fuji? I like a Fuji.
No, dude,
I
they're
like
big
a
and
Gala.
they're real crisp when you get them at the right time.
Yeah.
And they're extremely sweet. Like they're really tasty apples and very refreshing. And so, like, I've been fat my whole life, you know. And so this has happened to me so many times. And I hope that this is finally the one. Like, there's been so many times I've like thought I found a way that's like,
Yeah,
this is
what was that
finally.
DJ Callie's like, I'm gonna lose weight. I've been eating pears. You're like, I'm gonna
I
eat
do.
apples, so I'm skinny.
I seriously, like, when I took a bite of this cosmic apple, I said, this might finally be, like, I might have finally found the answer.
I hope that is. They're probably genetically modified to have like 1,500 calories of pure sugar in
No,
it.
no,
You're
no,
like, this is so good.
Trust me, dude. Like, here's the thing. Let me tell you.
Dalton blows up the 400 pounds because of apples.
Yeah, I get, because here's the thing. My like weakness, and some people would say kryptonite, but I've never liked that usage of kryptonite because kryptonite hurts Superman, and it's not but it's also not something he desires.
Yeah.
So when people say that, or they'll say like, "Oh, chocolate is my kryptonite," or
yeah, he's
right,
not like, man,
burgers.
I really want to eat chocolate. With
Superman. There's never been a Superman comic or a TV show or movie where Superman has been like craving kryptonite.
Yeah.
And he has to stop himself from indulging in kryptonite. No, it's
was pink kryptonite real where it makes you gay?
No, there are variants.
Maybe he was.
I guess there are variants.
Maybe he was craving that.
There's variants of kryptonite that I think don't necessarily hurt him, but that can like have other qualities.
Pink kryptonite.
I think one like enhances his powers, but it makes him angry.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just saying that. Let's just say classic Gene Hackman, Lex Luthor, green kryptonite.
Gotcha.
Superman has never desired kryptonite. It really hurts him, and he wants no part of it.
Yeah. So you've desired apples, though.
So, well, I'm saying that, like, I'm trying. I just would say that my something I'm weak again. I desire, but that also hurts me. So, what would be like a more apt, like a metaphor?
From Diet Coke, Coke Zero.
No. I just mean like if kryptonite is the wrong one because that just hurts.
Yeah.
What's like something from like literature or something that like somebody desires but that hurts them?
Women, Jezebel.
I'm trying to think.
Okay, we got this.
I mean, it's just like vice. It's just like vice,
Yeah.
like something I really enjoy, but that ultimately is to my detriment.
Yeah.
Which is not what kryptonite is for Superman.
No.
Is like sweets. So like pastries and confections and sugar, like sweet, ice cream sandwiches, cookies,
Super sandwichman.
Yeah, and so like all the like candy, just like all this like processed sugar is like really holding me back. Is like hurting me because it's like really bad for you. It's like straight up poison.
Yeah,
it's one of those things that like can just keep me fat forever because like if I continue to succumb to the xylitol,
and it makes it it's tough for your organs to process.
Yeah, and so like when I discover something as sweet and delicious and refreshing as a cosmic apple, which is no processed sugar, it's from the earth. It's natural.
You don't think you'll get adjusted to it though, like in a little while?
What do you mean?
Like it won't be as sweet. Like it's new to you now, and then
maybe. But I'm saying that like if I have like something in my, because here's the other thing. Here's the thing about fruit, as opposed to like candy and pastries and stuff. Fruit is fibrous. It's like meaty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Especially apples. So it's like more filling. So I could take where I could probably eat like, half of a cheesecake sampler, or probably the whole thing, honestly.
You can eat a whole bag. Like when you go to the store now, you don't even buy like a small candy bar anymore. Like if you go to buy like Sour Patch Kids, the bag that they give you is like
It's a big bag,
it's
yeah.
a big bag. It's,
Yeah, so
it's
like with
3,000 calorie bag.
candy and chocolate and fucking pastries and sweets like that, I could just eat it endlessly and never feel full. Like
Yeah.
it's just this like I can never be sated, like Nosferatu says,
Yeah.
But an apple, like a cosmic apple, is a pretty good sized apple, So I like.
It's not that, dude. You're making this size,
Dude,
man.
it's
just like
about the
this,
size
like
of
the
a
size of a
spaghetti
pumpkin,
squash.
dude.
But
You
the
sure
same
you weren't eating
size,
squash? Yeah,
the same size as a spaghetti squash.
yeah.
No, it's
Let
like
me play-
it's like a
Google this
softball.
cosmic
It's like a
apple here.
softball sized apple. It's a pretty good sized apple,
I haven't
It's
seen this cosmic apple.
It's
here.
really good, dude.
All right,
It's
I see
really
this thing.
good.
Is this No, it says breeding began in 1997 at Washington State University.
It's really good.
So I've never seen this, but I have seen this color. So maybe I have seen them and I didn't recognize that it was cosmic.
My mouth is watering just.
It's actually a cosmic crisp. Yeah.
Yeah, cosmic crisp. Yeah, dude. I had to go to I had to go to the Cosmos to get it. I had to go
It's
to
a
fucking.
cross between a Honey Crisp and an Enterprise apple.
I had to
Never
do
had
like
an Enterprise either.
I had to do Katamari Damacy missions to get this.
I've had Honey Crisp, they're good. So it's cross between that and an Enterprise.
Yeah, Enterprise also outer
And
space.
I don't think I remember that. Yeah, so maybe that's what they're going for here.
So anyway,
you're eating futuristic apples, dude.
And this is good. I think Robbie's in the chat. Robbie says, "How about Katamari Damacy?"
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Katu King of the Cosmos. If anybody hears, I don't know who all hears play Katamari, but that makes sense to anyone who's played that game. Anyway, so yeah, I got a bag of Cosmic Crisp apples, and I think this might be what finally solves my fat problem. Is like now when I get a sweet tooth.
I hope so. Yeah.
Now when I get a sweet tooth, rather
a bag of apples a day keeps the doctor away.
I mean, a whole bag of apples a day, dude. And I like cutting them up. I know.
Yeah, dude. Do you peel? You get.
I don't peel it. No.
So I don't trust this insecticide. So you can soak the stuff in vinegar or actually I heard which even better is baking soda water and like rub the shell. But I just started peeling the apples and then I dip them in Teddy peanut butter. That's really good. But you eat so much fat that way. The peanut butter, you eat like 4 or 5 tablespoons of peanut butter. And
see, that used to be my move. Like if I just had a bag of like shitty Red Delicious apples, which are red but not delicious. It's probably like the worst apple there is.
Yeah,
is a Red Delicious. But like what I would always do if I just had like subpar apples, is like cut it up and then fix like a big side of peanut butter to go with it, and then just like scoop up peanut butter to eat with it.
Yeah, same. The other thing that I do is I will put a little bit of oil in a pan. Coconut oil works well. You heat them up with a little bit of brown sugar and a little bit of oatmeal. The oatmeal gets soft and like the oil and the butter and the sugar or maple syrup will caramelize. And you, instead of like an apple pie, you get like an apple crumble with like a lot less of the ingredients, a lot more apples and stuff. That's really good.
Dude, Michael's got the right idea, dude. Those fried apple pies from McDonald's are so good.
I haven't had one of those since I was a child.
A piping hot fresh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember burning my lip on them.
Yeah, dude, it'll fucking like tear the skin off the roof of your mouth if you eat it too hot. But those are those Cosmic Crisp apples. I could just and look, I know I can eat an apple. I don't have to cut up an apple. I'm not a baby. But I do prefer to cut up my apple. It's not like
I like to cut my apple up too. Yeah,
I usually just cut it into like quarters where I cut off.
Dude, we're sophisticated. It's a sophisticated show. You cut your apple up. You hold your pinky out. You take a bite.
Yeah.
You know?
So yeah, like
Not biting into an apple like a savage.
the last couple days, like when I've gotten a sweet tooth, where I would usually reach for like a Little Debbie or Post Malone Oreos, which are really good.
Yeah.
Robbie,
Like,
Robbie called me out on my lies. I actually do be cutting my apples into slices, little like the slices they give you in a McDonald's Happy Meal.
so that's what I do. So wait, how else do you cut
I
apples?
I remember during soccer practice, my mommy would bring me. You know, we were 27 at the time. My mommy would bring me apple slices.
Wait, hold on a second. So like when you cut an apple for your peanut butter, right?
Yeah.
You can core it if you have a corer, but if you don't have that, you're cutting it in half and then in wedges, right?
Yeah, I just like I take
And then
like
dip that in the peanut butter.
take like a pocket knife.
Yeah. Oh, you slice it with a pocket knife.
I take like a big
So you
like
get in
a.
chunks.
I'm using just like a knife that's really not for food.
I
But-
take a slice it in half and then in half again and then in
Oh
quarters.
no! What I
and
do is
then
I
have
cut
wedges.
I cut a big slice. I cut around the core, so like I cut
Yeah,
big
yeah.
slices off the core, and then I trim what's left of the meat off the core, and try to get as much as I can off the core, and then I just toss that, and then I'm left with big chunks, big slices, and then I just eat that. Yeah, and it's a tasty. Oh, you know, like the last couple of days, like when I've gotten a sweet tooth, I usually would go for like a Little Debbie, Post Malone Oreos, a bowl of cereal, like some kind of processed sugar treat.
Yeah.
I've reached for a Cosmic Crisp apple, and it's such a big.
You guys are probably thinking that Cosmic Crisp is sponsoring the show. We don't have any sponsorships.
I don't think it's a brand. I
Big
think it's just
Apple,
like
but-
it's like a genetic. It's like a breed of apple.
Yeah, it's a breed. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
yeah.
you've seen commercials for milk before and eggs. The
Yeah,
incredible.
look, I don't work for Big Apple.
Apple,
They haven't reached that. I don't know. You know, I don't know.
you better
anyone.
not be getting paid from Big Apple behind the scenes. And
I
cutting
look,
us out.
I've enjoyed the couple seasons of Severance that have come out. I've enjoyed Silo with Rebecca Ferguson and Tim Robbins. The Vince Vaughn detective show in the Florida Keys. Bad Monkey is good. I've heard good things about the Colin Farrell detective show, Sugar. Everybody says the Gary Oldman detective show, Slow Horse.
I haven't heard of any of this.
Well, these are all on Apple TV
Oh,
Plus. So you know, I just enjoy.
Yeah,
apples
so this is
and
definitely
apples.
okay. Dalton's making money on the side. He's cutting everybody out.
No,
He's a big This is
no,
all
I don't know.
into. He's probably got a promo code affiliate link so you can get free
I've
Apple
been,
TV.
I've been criticized for enjoying Severance. I've been told that I'm watching a 90 IQ TV slop, and let me tell you something, pal. All TV is slop.
That's
Okay,
the whole
so-
point of TV is to shut your brain off and watch.
Yeah, the whole
slop.
there is no dude. The way people have been talking about Severance is driving me nuts. But the people who like it and the people who don't like it, because my attitude towards TV is it's just all like I don't even know. You know, it's all processed. TV itself is processed sugar
Yeah.
of entertainment. It's all slop.
Like,
Or-
you ever see the movie Wanted? with Morgan Freedman and
I do,
Angelina Jolie.
badass movie. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing in that movie can happen in real life. Like they're bending bullets and all this bullshit. You suspend your belief to be a retard for some imagination and enjoyment in a movie, in a thing.
Right, but here's the thing: like,
Watch a documentary, and even
movies-
documentaries are fake now.
movies have the potential to be art, like works of art. You got Goodfellas.
Yeah.
You got Casino.
Yeah.
You got King of Comedy.
Step
You
Brothers,
got Raging Bull. You
Happy
got Hugo.
Gilmore.
You got Shutter Island. Kundun. Marty Kundun. I liked it.
Back to the Future 3, the one in the West.
Yeah. So you know, that honestly, yes. So movies have the potential because movies are.
I hope they make that Back to the Future 4 and they don't ruin it.
Movies are like a much more visual art form. So movies
Yeah.
can tell a story visually better than TV can. The medium of TV is like just to churn out. It's like a vehicle for just like narrative.
Yeah, it might have been you that said this, but like the way that TV is usually set up is they write the whole first season and they get a pilot and it goes, but then once, even sometimes they only do like 3 episodes in case not, and then they don't even know where the storyline's going, so it becomes almost soap opera-esque at some point because the writers
All
just
TV,
like,
most TV
we're
is
fucked, we
very,
need a new episode, where's this going, what's going to happen to this guy?
most TV is variations on a soap opera. So like, just because the show you're watching is not Young and the Restless or Days of Our Lives doesn't mean it ain't a soap opera. All TV, there's been maybe like 3 or 4 TV shows that I think are elevated TV or like stand above other shows.
So Firefly, because it was
Firefly is a soap opera, dude. That is
but he had the whole storyline written and it didn't get made, so he wasn't making up as it going along, but it's definitely got soap opera elements.
Firefly's very fun, but that is like a very like yes, like soap opera type of TV.
It's
like
also
itchy, sort of like just easily digestible TV, right?
Yeah, and Elvis left the building too, kind of scenario with it too, because I really do love that show. But I also wonder how much of it is that I love it because it got canceled and they didn't have any more. It left me wanting more.
Go watch Serenity, dude.
I know. I got to watch Serenity.
Serenity's a really good movie. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not spoiling it.
I've been saving The Sopranos and Serenity.
I'm telling you, Serenity's actually, it's a good movie. And
I have it. I bought it. I got to watch it.
It exists as a movie. So it's like, in terms of like, just like production.
I heard it ties up all the loose ends. They did a good job.
Production
I want to go back and watch Firefly beginning to end and then put Serenity.
The movie is like cinematic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In the way that only movies can be. So though it like continues the story of the show, it still is like a movie. So it feels like much more grand in scale.
Yeah.
And it is like, well, whether you find it satisfying or unsatisfying when you watch it, it is a conclusion.
Don't spoil it. I've been trying to get to a point because some people have told me some stuff. The reason I've been holding off is because same thing with Breaking Bad. I heard spoilers and I've been trying to get to a point where they have been erased with my mind so I can go in clean. You know what I mean? I can go in naive.
But speaking of like junk food TV, slop TV, I'm thinking about really getting into the show Nathan Fillion is on now, The Rookie, because I saw a clip where it's
Nathan Fillion. That sounds familiar. What's he?
Nathan Fillion. He played Captain Mal on Firefly.
Oh yeah. He was in that detective show too. Yeah. I know exactly who it is. Castle. I liked Castle. Yeah, I like that slop, dude. I love slop.
Dude, I fucking love network TV hour-long drama.
Dude, I used to just watch like Burn Notice. I was like, oh, Burn Notice. So, Suits is on. Let's go.
Yeah, those shows are even.
Did you watch Psych?
I didn't watch Psych. Dude,
you might like Psych.
This shit. I like this.
Got a lot of 90s cameos. If you
like the shows they show in like nursing homes, dude. I'm watching fucking ABC.
NCIS, the original one was really good.
Yeah, dude. Hold on, I got too many threads dangling. What was I gonna say? Oh, The Rookie, dude. I saw a clip from The Rookie where Nathan Fillion, who's a cop, is going.
I've seen the clips now. That
he goes to look at a crime scene, and in this scene, it's Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk are reunited on screen.
Yeah,
because Alan Tudyk has like a guest appearance on the show as the guy who cleans up crime scenes, and it was just such a charming little scene I saw, and it's, I like seeing those two. Alan Tudyk was Wash also in Firefly, so the pilot.
Yeah, so there's a little bit. It's a little Easter egg for the viewers.
Yeah, it's just a nice little reunion between these two. So
you get to pause the show and go on a 90-minute sidetrack to the girl you're watching with and explain how the history of the two.
Oh yeah, I did not watch this. Kenny T, $5, thank you. $4.99 to be exact. Ever see Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog? Great Fillion, Mariska Hargitay, and Eid Mubarak, everybody. It's the last day of Ramadan. So Mariska Argate and Eid Mubarak to you and yours. No, I did not. I did not watch Doctor Horribles because that was during the writer's strike, and so
Are you struck? You're like, yeah, I'm on the side of the road. I'm not a scab.
No, well,
I'm gonna just read books. I'm not gonna scab.
No. Honestly, it just didn't look like something I would enjoy when it came
Gotcha.
out. But I might check it out now if Kenny said I trust Kenny. But yeah, TV is supposed to be like, for the most part, easily consumable and not, it's not like a fine art. It's not like reaching the heights of movies. So
Yeah.
I would say there's probably been like 4 TV shows that sort of transcend the medium of TV itself. Which you got Twin Peaks, you got the Sopranos.
Which I didn't watch. You keep telling me to watch that. I have not seen.
You should
it.
watch Twin Peaks. You got Twin Peaks. You got the Sopranos.
I haven't seen Sopranos. I saw clips.
Yeah, you got
Seen a lot of clips. I've seen more clips of Billions, but I've seen Soprano clips.
Billions is so funny, dude.
I did watch the first season of Sopranos.
I've seen a lot of Billions clips. I'm trying to think. You got Twin Peaks. You got Sopranos. Maybe Succession, and trying to think what else.
What do you think of good written
Deadwood
quality, like multi-season shows? Is that what you're trying to think of?
I'm just trying to think of like TV shows.
Breaking Bad, I guess. Call Saul.
But I'm trying to think of TV shows I've seen that sort of like exist that like are elevated above like the medium of TV itself, where they kind of reach that level of like,
Call Saul didn't hit that for you?
No, I would still say Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are very fun TV, but very much TV shows.
I thought Saul was written a little bit better. I didn't finish it though.
So, but the thing is, like the shows that I'm talking about that are sort of like elevated or anomalies. It's not really
Game of Thrones.
No, even Game of Thrones.
No?
Game of Thrones is a soap opera.
Yeah.
It's very, it's the first.
They all kind of, if they keep going, they all turn into that. But in the beginning, it was pretty good.
The Sopranos was on for 6 seasons. Not once did it get to a place where I thought it was like.
What about when Tony took the motorcycle and jumped over the shark?
Yeah, that might have been a bit much.
That was
the Sopranos never got to the point where I would say early on when it's trying to figure out what it is, it feels very much like a TV show. But then as it goes on, it like elevates so much and kind of almost like exists above everything else that was on TV before and even since. Like I don't think anything touches the Sopranos.
I watched about. I drove home from the casino. I had a 45-minute ride, and I watched Aries Spears just do Tony Soprano impersonation on a YouTube.
Really good Tony
dude, so freaking good, dude.
But here, my point is,
everybody go check out Aries Spears doing Tony Soprano. He's just got the cadence down. He's got the lisp, but that like the Tony lisp.
I love TV. I love TV, and I love TV for what it is. I don't need it. Like, if I want to do something smart and worthwhile with my time, I'll read a fucking book. TV is TV for a reason. And I love TV shows, and I accept them for what they are, which is just, I'm passing the time, and I'm enjoying a story that's being told the longest way possible. I think so that I keep tuning in every week.
Here's what happened with what's it called? The Ben Stiller thing.
All this started because of Severance.
Yeah. So here's what I think happened though: is people are watching Severance, right? Not you, but a lot of people, and they're talking about it like this is the greatest show. You have to be smart for this.
No.
So I think what's happening is a counterculture is like, it's like dumb people think that this is a show for smart people, and you're saying no. I completely understand this is for dumb people, and that's why I like it.
No, I don't even think it's necessarily for dumb people. Here's the thing. There seems to be three points of
contention.
Three schools of thought on Severance. I'm seeing a lot right now.
All right, let's go
There's
through the ethos, the
there
pathos, and the
yeah.
locus. Yep.
There's the people who watch the show or are fans of the show who are in constant awe of it, who are like, "Oh, the attention to detail and the foreshadowing and such a smart show. It's such a cryptic, cerebral, intelligent show." I'm
Mhm.
not doing that. I don't think that. And then there's people who seem to be watching it as though they're in competition with the show itself, where they're like trying to beat the show at its where they'll watch it and then
Did
like
something
talk
start
about it
running
where
in the
they're like,
background on your computer? You're starting to get a little digitized.
"Oh, how about now?
No, you're good now.
Am I
Not
good
you, but
now?"
your voice. Yeah, voice was getting Mr. Roboto. So I was
Oh,
afraid we were going
okay.
to lose you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I inhaled a bunch of metal shavings recently,
Yeah.
so it might be
So you got
that.
micro metals in your bowls now.
Yeah, I was working. I was doing some. I've been taking some metal shop at the local learning annex, and I inhaled a bunch of like metal shavings. So I might be getting Tetsuo
Nice.
disease from that
Eat
movie.
metal and shit nails. Getting
Yeah, I've been
hard.
eating metal and
Yeah.
shit and nails, dude. Oh,
So the
Robbie is a good
second
point.
person's an
True,
argument.
Robbie's right about this. True Detective season 1, I would also say, is like a step above all other TV. But so there's the people that watch Severance who think it's like the smartest thing ever, and it's the attention to detail, blah blah blah.
Yeah. The next people
And then
compete with it.
and then there's people who watch it. It seems like they're watching it like where they're in competition with the show, where they're like, they boast and brag, where they'll just be like, yeah, like I've watched Severance. I guess it's okay, but like I was able to predict it. I saw where it
Yeah.
was going. I knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Where it's like, cool, man, you win the show, you beat it,
Yeah.
and then there's like
You were
the
able to
people,
suck out all the fun of your entertainment.
yeah,
Good job. Yeah.
yeah, just like watch it. Like it sounds like they're like sitting there watching the show with the attitude of like, who the fuck do you think you are, show?
Yeah. I will
Hey,
say,
you think you're gonna try? You think you're gonna try and like mystify me? I know your games. I know your tricks.
and you know
TV
what
show.
though? You ever watch like Jeopardy alone, right? And you have to say the answer out loud, kind of because your final answer, because in your head you're like you have 3 or 4 answers that you think it might be, and then when they give you the real one, you're like, yeah, I knew it. But you didn't know it. Like, so they're watching this show and they're like, they have all these scenarios running through the head that could happen. And then one of them does happen. And like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah,
And like, you didn't necessarily know that it was going to happen. Like, you had multiple scenarios, but you don't even realize that you did.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's. I mean, I guess it sounds like people just like speculated and guessed, and
then you're the third type of person.
No, I'm not the third type of person. I'm actually I'm better than all three.
Yeah.
The third type of person
Listen up, everybody.
is the one who thinks they're too good for the show.
Yeah.
Who says it's just streaming TV slop being produced by a big corporation and it's nothing good, it's nothing special, nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
And I will not even lower myself to the level of watching this slop that everyone else is watching. I'm not going to partake in the from the trough of digital slop that everyone else is. Like they think they're too good for it, and it's like a point of pride for them that they refuse to watch the show. They're like, I'm above it, they say. And
I don't think any of that stuff for me. I don't even know what network it's on, and I don't watch much
it's on
TV.
Apple TV Plus, $9.99 a month. Come on, man. 7-day free trial. Come on.
I'm all set.
I'm a fourth type of person where I watch it and I go, this is cool.
I bet you I would like it. Like if I end up at somebody's house and they're like, "Hey, do you want to watch this?" I'll be like, "Okay."
Like I watch the show and I enjoy it, and
Yeah.
I like all the twists and turns, and then I also am just like, because Ben Stiller directs a lot of the episodes, and I watch the episodes he directs, and I'm like, he's a good director.
Yeah.
He's good. Tropic Thunder is a very good looking movie, and then this show, the episodes he directs look really good. So I do that, but then for the most part, I'm just watching it like, this is cool.
I kind of fried my brain about 2 years ago, I think, because 2 years ago I watched the first season of Wheel of Time. Really liked it. I was like way into it. Couldn't wait for every Thursday for the new episode come out. And then like 2 years went by. So maybe this was 4 years ago. 2 years went by. They didn't release it. They're supposed to have it in October, whatever. It finally came out. And I've been trying to watch the second season or the third season's out now. And I just can't get into it anymore. And I'm like, every time I put it on, I'm forcing myself to get through. And I was like, I used to love this. What happened to my brain? Why can't I pay attention? Why don't I want to watch and just be mystified or whatever? So I don't know if I have to get some edibles or something to enjoy TV again, but I just don't enjoy television.
I think that's a
anymore.
bad show, though. I think you're just describing a bad TV show.
I
Oh,
really
Robbie's
liked the
here.
first season, so I don't know why I can't get back into it. But
I love
all
it.
shows are like that for me now. I just can't get into it.
My autism got triggered by the talk of shows.
Yeah. I'm more riveted listening to the Crowder Boys than I am anything I find on Amazon Prime.
I mean, it's not only is it the only
TV
podcast
is really
left.
bad. TV is really bad right now too. That's why like people are like there's like as Dalton was talking about this backlash to Severance, and it's like, well, nothing else is fucking any good. So at least there's something that's
We lost Robbie.
Yeah, that's what you get
happened to
for picking
Robbie?
on Severance.
Did Tim Cook fucking get us? What just
Yeah.
happened to Robbie?
Well, we know what Ben Stiller's tribe is. You can't talk bad about Severance or you're out.
Damn, dude, we had Robbie for a little bit.
He must have was he on his laptop?
I don't know. I'm posting the link. There he is again. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Robbie, what
Yeah.
happened?
I was closing my tabs and accidentally closed this tab.
Oh, nice. I would love a delicious ice cold tab.
I haven't had a tab in a long time. They
I want to
still
get
make
that
tab
fucking cosmic
Mhm.
crisp apple you were talking about.
You
That
gotta
sounds
get
hella
Cosmic
good.
Crisp. You get your Cosmic Crisp and
in
a
a
can
tab,
of
dude.
tab.
Yeah.
Get your
It'd
can
be
of
kind of
tab.
cool to
baby.
watch. It'd be kind of cool to watch Severance while eating a cosmic crisp apple.
Yeah,
While drinking a tab.
apple and apple. Apple. Have you
It would
angry
frankly keep
orchard?
it would keep two doctors away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for them. I
Which, by
have
the way,
not
that's not
seen
true.
cosmic apples in the store. You get them at Whole Foods. Where are you getting what store are you getting them from? Wegmans?
Walmart.
I don't buy. I'll have to look. I
saw they're at
haven't bought
Target.
pros in Walmart before.
They're good.
I do go to Target though, because we have a Starbucks in our Target, and the hottest chicks in the world just magically appear when you put a Target in it's Starbucks.
Yeah, we're
together.
going to Target to see. That's where the hot chicks are.
Dude, yeah. You think I'm kidding? The only place that
Oh my
might
God,
compete
dude.
is Whole Foods.
I've never felt like more of a city slicker right now.
Dude,
Like, yeah, maybe I am a coastal elite, but you know what?
I live in the country now. I used to live in the city where it was different, but now that I'm in, that's where you have to go now when you to see the beauties.
All the hot girls are over at the Starbucks and the Target. Yep.
this is a good question.
We got a coffee shop now, like you city slickers.
This is
the hot
this is a
ones
middle
almost-
American Christian show, Robbie. We're not going to let you elitists come in here and tear us down.
The real hot one's almost 18.
Y'all in the pomegranate?
Not really, no.
They're too much work.
It is a lot of
and then-
work.
A lot of
dude.
work
And then-
for such a mid fruit. You have to put in so much work.
The
It
juice
is
isn't
too
too
much
bad.
work for what it is. Really tasty. I love a
Yeah.
pomegranate, but it is like so much work that I'd be fine never eating another one.
Or you got to be rich, so you can buy it you can buy for like $10. You can buy like 1 cup of like half a cup of it to where some white guy did the work for you. Kyle at Whole
yeah, I've
Foods
seen
got
that.
all the seeds for you and put it in a cup.
Yeah, pomegranates are good. Isn't there? Isn't
Apparently
that
they're
that's
really
like the-
apparently they're really good for you, pomegranate juice. Like it increases your testosterone and helps like
Yeah.
fight dementia and shit.
Isn't that like a connective tissue between Greeks and Jews as pomegranates? Because the Greeks have the story Persephone,
Mhm.
who there's some to do with the pomegranate when she goes to the underworld,
Right.
and then Jews there's some significance of the number of seeds in a pomegranate for Jews.
Mhm.
So isn't that like the I don't know what I'm talking about.
Sounds very anti-Semitic. I don't want any part of it.
Medusa would turn someone's palm into granite, and the
That's
rest
a very good point.
Very
Yes. Yo, speaking of shows, man, I was bummed because like most of the shit that comes out on Netflix fucking sucks. Like
It's so bad.
Netflix, if I see that letter N, now there's two things that I hate.
The letter N, dude. Yeah.
God
Yeah,
damn,
one of the,
dude.
the letter N
Kumia?
reminds me of.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
Kumi in Times Square. I don't want Kumi in my living room when I see that end.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let's see how many beers.
I got rid of
Hey, it's
Oh,
whoa, that's bad finger discipline, dude.
Bro,
That's
dude,
bad trigger discipline.
I told Drew that he's an. I told Drew he's
Okay,
an
all
in
right,
real
all
life.
right.
He's
I
an in
saw
real
you
life
from
Connor
a small
O'Malley
little bit.
character, and
Don't hurt yourself. Oh, it's just a
being more
flashlight.
true.
That's Robbie. That is a very good point. Drew is a real life Connor O'Malley character.
Yeah,
I
dude.
feel like
love
he's been
yeah.
leaning in ever since then.
I'm pretty sure he is John McAfee's nephew.
What's up, guys?
What's
Hey,
up,
Drew.
Drew?
So you've been making content on your YouTube channel. You DM me. You said we should check it out.
I do have 2 shorts. You check them out.
This is, well, who was it? Oh,
Awesome,
Broke
man. I've
TGen,
like
dude.
3 or 4 shorts. Summer's coming up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's shorts weather.
Short
Y'all know the
shorts.
y'all know the grapefruit technique where a black lady sucks your dick through a grapefruit?
No.
No, it sounds
Okay.
like that would hurt.
Yeah, it does sound like it. The citrus would sting your pee-pee.
Why is it
Yeah.
called a grapefruit? There's already a grape that is a fruit, and it doesn't taste
That's a really good.
or look
sound like
anything like it.
Damn, Robbie, fucking
Isn't that a
roll up
30
the
Rock
sleeves
Tracy-
on your
Tracy
blazer and
Morgan
hit the
yoke?
stage.
Yeah.
Why is it
Who named the grapefruit?
I actually think that
I don't
happened
think
to
it was a
50 Cent.
grape.
50 Cent was like coming up and had money and he's at a restaurant and he
That's
thought
in
he was
his-
getting
this- hold on,
grape
Dave.
juice and he got
This-
grapefruit juice.
Dave, this is an Aziz Ansari joke, so don't.
Is it really?
Yes, Dave is describing a bit that Aziz Ansari.
Well, I've
does.
heard 50 Cent tell it.
Oh, I thought the grapefruit fruit bit was an Aziz bit. I was like, damn. that was
He
gonna go
told it on the
behind.
breakfast story, so but I didn't know the Claw told it.
This is
So my
yeah.
apologies.
Aziz has a bit where he describes being at a restaurant, and then 50 Cent was there, and 50 Cent did not know what a grapefruit was.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right.
But
So-
50 Cent later tells the story, probably after the bit was done about him.
Yeah, this is the joke. Is that
Oh,
50 Cent
I
was
remember,
like, why
now I
is it
remember that
purple?
joke.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of I must have. By the way, that Mulaney show, the clips I've been seeing are really funny.
The
I'm gonna
clips-
check that out.
Dog,
Yeah,
I
that's a
feel
clip.
so I feel so like I'm
Clips.
also shout out to Clips. Hold on, let's check in with Drew real quick.
Oh shit, yeah, I gotta go, dude. But
Drew, how many beers have you had?
probably 14 or so.
Nice.
Maybe more. Probably more. I'm lying. Probably more.
Go ahead and load up a full magazine into that gun. Thank you, Drew.
Oh,
for
it's
hopping
loaded.
on. Yeah, not
Love you
good,
guys.
good. All right, see you later, Drew. Yeah, the Mulaney show. I feel so. I don't know if vindicated is the right word, but I feel like I've been on the right path. Like I feel like I'm artistically attuned because that bit he did about Butterball the Cenobite.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
Daniel J.
doing that.
Paraffin?
Yeah, about Dietary Paraffin. No, just
wait, I missed Mulaney bit. This is Mulaney bit.
Yeah,
Mulaney has a talk
yeah,
show
that was
now.
so funny.
Okay.
Mulaney has a talk show now, and the first stroke of genius of this show is his sidekick is Richard Kind, which
It's
is
so
amazing,
funny.
so fucking funny. And then he did a bit that I haven't watched a full episode of the show yet, but this made me immediately like the show. He did a bit where it was Butterball the Cenobite from Hellraiser delivering Uber Eats. and the funny thing in the bit is like how much they seem to know about Hellraiser.
Yeah, like part of the humor is that he's doing such a fucking specific bit.
It's so specific.
and then it's even funnier that Richard Kind also knows about. I mean, obviously,
when Richard Kind says he's in the order of the gash, I genuinely was like, somebody there had to read a book. Like that's not that's such in-depth like to even know those words to I was like, somebody there had to like really do their research on fucking Clive Barker's his Cenobites.
I saw
Which
another.
I've been doing that bit for years. I've just like casually been
Yeah.
bringing up Cenobites and diving into the lore.
That is a Dalton ass bit for sure.
That
I
was
tried to
like,
look him up. I don't know who any of these people are. Who's Richard Kind?
Richard Kind is you've seen him in everything.
He's that guy.
He is a guy, dude. He's like a mostly comedic like character actor, and you've seen him in probably everything. You would know exactly who he is when you see him.
Oh yeah, I see him now. I see him now. Yeah. He's been on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
He's in he's in pretty much everything. Like he's one of those guys who's just like in every show. He just shows up in so many things. And but now he's Mulaney's sidekick on this talk show, and he's really funny on it. And I've always thought he was funny. I've always liked whenever he pops up on stuff.
He always plays a character. I remember he's been on. He was on Monk. I think he plays like a guy that has something happen to his.
He's on Monk. He's on. I think he's in fucking Star Trek or something. He's in. He did have. I think he's had like here and there main character roles where he's like higher up on the call sheet. Because I think he was in Spin City.
Wow, straight version of Nathan Lane. That is fire.
Yep.
That's a really good description of it. He's straight Nathan Lane, yeah.
No, what are you snacking on, Robbie? I can't see.
I got some ice cream because I'm a big fat
I love
guy.
ice cream, dude. You should get a honey. You should get a Cosmic Crisp apple.
You know what sucks is you made me when you were talking about Honey Crisp. I was like, I would love a Honey Crisp. How am I gonna get Honey Crisp? Oh, I want something sweet. I'll get some ice cream.
Yeah, well, you can afford it. I can't. I cannot eat like that anymore because I'm I'm teetering from. I might just be full on diabetic.
Soft serve is like I'm usually pretty good about not eating sweets.
Was
but
it your
soft
penis?
Yeah. Okay. All right, tough guy.
What were you? Dalton looked like you were eating mixed nuts right out of the.
I got some cashews.
Earlier.
These are cashews.
Oh, cashews.
You're the cashew
Okay.
king.
I am the cashew. I'm Johnny Pistachio.
Cashew. Yeah, king. Yeah.
Yeah. The Cenobites are cool. I did read because I've read The Hellbound Heart, the Clive Barker's original novella that the movie Hellraiser is of which it's an adaptation. And then I've read like a bunch of Hellraiser comics. And so I always thought like it was cool. Even in the book, they don't even do this in the movie. In the book, the Pinhead character, which I think is only ever referred to in the book as the Hell Priest, is like trans or something. Like in the book is like explicitly, where it's like kind of hinted at that this character is like
the hot lady,
Pinhead.
Oh, Pinhead.
You know, like in the movies, Pinhead is just like a scary British guy.
Yeah. But remember there was wasn't there like a
there was a
female?
There's the female Cenobite.
Yeah. Okay.
But then there was a movie that came out a couple of years ago that was like a Hellraiser reboot where Pinhead is played by a trans woman.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I think in the book it's like more ambiguous as to what Pinhead's gender is. Like it's suggested that Pinhead is like either trans or gender fluid or something. You know, Clive Barker's gay as shit. So like that whole, a lot of his stories, especially that one, is just like his way of expressing being gay and like enjoying gay BDSM leather stuff, you know? But what's cool about all those stories, like the Clive Barker book and even the first couple movies and the comic books, is like the sort of I guess like what the Cenobites are. Like they're not, look, they say it in the movie, angels to some, demons to others. So they're not like from the Abrahamic biblical hell. They come from like this other dimension that is like,
yeah, I just thought they were like interdimensional or like even aliens.
They're like interdimensional, almost like Lovecraftian creatures.
Yeah.
That want to, they're basically are just like sex perverts, and their whole thing is like to blur the lines between pain and pleasure. That like you can
Yeah, BDSM movie. Yeah,
getting your fucking nuts stomped enough eventually becomes like it feels good. And so,
I just
that
wonder if
also,
that feels good because when you stop, it feels good.
yeah, maybe. So I always thought that was like a cool idea. That is like it's like they're not explicitly demons or from any sort of hell that we're aware of. They're like from this unknown cosmic, like other dimension.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they were aliens.
They could be. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the thing is it's kind of ambiguous as to what they even are in the book in the first couple of movies. But then Clive Barker, he's lost the sauce. I guess I guess all the unprotected anonymous sodomy has rotted his mind because I read the official sequel that he wrote to the Hellbound Heart. There was a book he wrote a few years ago called The Scarlet Gospel. It's like his actual sequel to Hellraiser. So it's like you can forget all the other things in between. This is like the official Clive Barker sequel, and it's a cool idea. Did you ever see a movie with Scott Bakula called Lord of Illusions?
Not that I remember.
So there's a really cool. This is also based on a Clive Barker thing.
I don't watch much horror like that. I watch like independent thriller horror.
There's a really cool movie with Scott Bakula where he's like a supernatural detective. So he's sort of like
the guy from Teen Wolf 2, TOO.
I think so.
No.
From Quantum Leap.
Okay. Oh yeah.
He's sort of like a supernatural, hard-boiled gumshoe detective.
Yeah.
So he investigates like spooky crimes, like supernatural crimes that are being, and so
like the X-Files.
Yeah,
Scott
so
Bakula does the X-Files.
Yeah, so it's sort of like Miller's Crossing. It's like it's like the X-Files, like. But also like in the way of like noir usually is, where though he is like experienced and he's very like pragmatic, about his job and very like hardboiled and tough, he still is like very flawed and like regularly gets his ass beat or somebody gets a one up on him. It's a hallmark of noir stories, like some guy getting the shit kicked out of him. One of my favorite things about
so instead of it being like the ultimate superhero, it's like more realistic.
Yeah, it just has this. It just is like this element of like this is a very like flawed and vulnerable person who, in spite of everything, like the fact that they continue to get the shit kicked out of them,
they're courageous because they're brave to continue on.
Yeah, because that's like one of the really cool things about, if you've ever seen Miller's Crossing, the Coen Brothers movie.
I have not.
The noir movie where
I saw Dumb and Dumber.
Well, Miller's Crossing is a noir movie where this guy is following a thread, to solve some kind of mystery.
Yeah.
And all along the way, he continues to just like get violently hurt. Like he just keeps getting the shit beat out of him, or he's falling and tripping on shit. But he just is like tough, so he just picks himself up and he's bruised.
Saw Mr. Magoo, so that's pretty much the same.
Yeah. So there's like a thing in noir stories. Is like a character who is not invulnerable or invincible, but can take a punch, can like get the shit kicked out of him. And so,
but not in a way, but not like in an unrealistic. Like, did you ever see World War Z with Brad Pitt?
Yeah,
it was driving me nuts because he gets like his head bashed in and like a spike through his head in like the first scene, and then like one scene later, he's just like a bandage on his head and he's like fighting it. Like you'd be hospitalized for like 3 months. I can't even suspend.
Right.
People that just keep getting severely injured.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a movie. Scott Bakula's movie Lord of Illusions, where he's trying to find this guy Lord of Illusions, and the Lord of Illusions is played by the I don't know the actor's name, but he played the fucking lead, the military school drill sergeant in Malcolm in the Middle.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so that's really cool.
Reese goes to the army and he's like the perfect soldier because he shuts his brain off.
Yeah, no. The other guy, the guy with the hook,
Francis's guy.
Yeah, the guy with the hook for a hand.
Oh, so you're the boarding school guy for Francis.
Boarding school guy, yeah.
The military guy when Reese went to the military.
I guess my point is that the Hellraiser sequel, Scarlet Gospel, is a crossover where the Scott Bakula character, Harry D'Amour, is investigating the box in the Cenobites. Like he's gotten a lead on them that they're like coming back or something, and he's trying to like track down Pinhead and stop him.
Yeah.
and so it's like that's a really cool idea. I was like, this sounds awesome, but it just completely
It
fucking
sounds
ruins.
scary. Dude, if Pinhead is taking over the world, I'd be like, well, we're fucked. I'm not going to chase him down.
Right, but Clive Barker completely fucks it up because he like either forgets his own lore, his mythology he's created, or he decides he's going to retcon it. Because then, like, Harry D'Amour ends up chasing the Cenobites into hell, and it's like very like overtly just like the biblical hell, where like the
Gotcha.
Cenobites have killed at some point. They
Hitler's
killed
getting
Satan.
a pineapple up his ass.
Yeah,
Typical,
like Lucifer is dead.
yeah.
So, but there's like a Lucifer. So, like in the fucking Hellbound Hellraiser 2, there's no like Lucifer or anything. It's just like this entity called the Leviathan.
Wait,
It
the
was like-
Leviathan and Lucifer? So it's a
Yeah.
Lev Fur? Leviathan Fur, Lucifer.
Oh, I thought you were doing like a Linus and Lucy.
No, that's
Like
good.
Le-
No, I'm saying
Leviathan.
like Leviathan Lucifer. That's a lot to think about.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess because I'm getting back into reading, so I'm thinking about maybe doing like books.
By the way, I switched it to Mocha because Clive Barker.
Oh,
Yeah. Well done.
yeah.
Very good.
So anyway,
Getting back into books, paper content. I've been getting into paper content myself.
yeah. So hold on, Clive Barker. Hold on. Mutts to some, hounds to others.
Ooh. I like
Get
that.
Bob.
Mutts to
Barker, get your
think about.
your pets spayed and neutered.
Yeah. What'd you say, Robbie?
Mutts to think about.
Mutts. That's rough.
we're doing Sunday comic strip shows.
Yeah, we've like looped back, we've like transcended, like now that we've spent all of our years doing the irony edgelord thing.
Yeah.
This is like fucking Beetle Bailey.
We're riffing out like fucking like boomer humor again.
It's just like the funny
that ice
thing
cream was good, but it was a bunch of fucking vegan flavors. I was like, how about some ice cream flavored ice cream?
Where can I get a coffee flavored coffee?
Actually, I do have a question about that. So were you out and then you came home, or did you order ice cream to your house?
I ordered ice cream.
That is such a serious
No,
because I was like, because I was wondering, how, do you mind me asking what it costs to get ice cream delivered to your house?
It was like the delivery fee or how much the ice cream itself
It's
was.
just I don't
this.
ever get anything delivered.
I've
I'm just
done that
curious,
before.
like,
I've done that before,
what type
and it
of
cost
lifestyle
me.
that is.
It cost me like $20, dude.
It
So
cost me- it cost I think the delivery fee was like $4.62. So like probably like I mean it was I mean the ice cream itself was pretty expensive. I got it from like a fancy place.
yeah, because
I'm not trying to call you out or whatever. I'm just
No,
curious.
it was like $16 total, I think.
Yeah, dude,
that's what
dude,
I'm
that was.
saying.
I did that one time because I was stuck working at home and I really wanted an ice cream, but I didn't have enough time on my lunch break to go get one, and so I just ordered a delivery of ice cream, and it cost so much that I was like, that's almost like a full hour of work. I spent like an hour of my job on this ice cream.
Yeah, it sucks how much when you put it like that, it is annoying. But it was like, I don't know, a lot of shit is like closed since the pandemic. A lot of stuff closes early in New York, believe it or not.
Yeah,
But that's
More
a
like
typical
the
city.
that goes to bed at a reasonable hour now.
dude, I just remembered. Speaking of work, something I did. Like I gotta stop myself from going crazy at my job. So sometimes I gotta have a little fun. And this, I don't want to reveal too much about,
Should I get the chirp ready?
Well, this lady called me and she was like an elderly black woman, and I don't even know like what she was complaining about. Like she was upset about something.
She was an old head.
Yeah, and like the company I work for, it's a serviceman out to her residence to do some work for her, and she was complaining about the guy who showed up which is like my job is not to do anything with that. Like I'm in sales, so I'm just like waiting for a moment that I can tell her I'm transferring her to another department.
Yeah.
But she just keeps like
You should have just
badgering.
gave her the, excuse me, that is not my job.
Well, I can't
And
do
then she
that.
would
But
have totally understood.
She just keeps like chewing my ear off. Like she just will not give me the space to interject. And so like at one point she's like, hey, you sent this man over to my house, and this white man come in my house. And I said, ma'am, hold on. He was white? And she goes, oh, yeah, he was a white man. And I said, okay, continue. And it just like totally threw her off.
Yeah.
And I finally was able to be like, all right, well, I gotta get you transferred to someone who I can't do. This is not my
It's not my job.
That's not my
I'm
job.
sorry, I'm on break. This is not my job. Yeah.
So yeah, they got me on a fucking verb. I hate, dude. Well, yeah, let's get some super chats.
Yeah. So
going, 'cause
how
I'm
is
about
it?
to get
Wait,
fucking
I didn't
fired
understand how
anyway.
that could be, because you got a verbal warning, but then you had to sign it. So that's a written warning.
Yeah, so like my manager was like, she's like, it's not a big deal, it's just, it's basically.
Wait,
it's
your manager's a woman?
Oh yeah.
Well,
So that's
I feel like Jack Donaghy right now.
But she was like, it's not a big deal, it's just like just to let you know that your numbers are not up to snuff quite yet, so we just need you to really apply yourself more. So it's basically a verbal warning. But then she was like, but there is like paperwork. I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah, so there's a written warning then.
So yes, she was like, it is documented. I'm like, okay, so it's a written warning, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like corporate bullshit because like, it's such a big company, so it's like it's not even coming from her. She's chill, she's cool. She's cool and chill. It's just that like she has
and she doesn't even hope that you think that.
You should have told her that. She'd probably appreciate that.
Yeah, like she's almost as low on the ladder as I am. She's only like a step above me.
Yeah.
And so it's like she has a manager, and then that manager has a manager, and that manager has a manager.
Ugh.
And this goes all the way, who knows how far up. There's so many fucking
big corporations are like
TPS reports.
Yeah, it's just like so many different managers. And so like what ends up happening is like, I work my ass off and I'm trying to do a good job, but then like some fucking AI software spits
some
out
of your ass is still here, but okay.
Yeah, a lot of it is. That's why I'm eating the apples.
Yeah.
Instead of having ice cream delivered.
Dude, so decadent, dude. That's almost up there with Dalton telling us beef tartare and quail eggs.
Yeah, so like what ends up happening is like, they got these AI fucking things that do all the work, that listen to everything. And so what ends up happening is like some AI software just spits out a report, like a chart with like percentages on it. And so it's like completely removed from like the actual job itself. They just see like a chart and say like, oh, Dalton has taken this many calls and closed on this many of them. And so like even though I've exceeded the revenue goals, like in the month I had to make a certain amount of money in like revenue and sales. I did more, I exceeded that. But because my actual close rate, like the number of calls I closed on versus the number of calls I actually took was like 27%. And they wanted it like 32, 33, that I'm ineffective at my job is what they determined. And so basically I've like honestly been instructed by my boss in the company. It sounds like what they want me to do is just start wasting people's time so that I can mitigate the number of calls I take throughout the day. That like I elongate calls and just fucking waste
People
time.
do that to me all the time. I call in and I'm friendly and they don't want me off the phone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, they must need me for quota or something.
Yeah, it's like all these companies
about your day and stuff.
Because basically, like when you call a company like where I work, it everyone you talk to is like there's just this looming threat of getting fired, no matter how good you're doing. So you have to like stay between the lines. You have to do like what they ask. And it's just one of those things that like ultimately doesn't make any sense. Where it's like when you try to think about it, you go, well, I made all the money you wanted me to make for the company. Like I exceeded your revenue expectations, but I guess I didn't do it the right way. Like I didn't do it in efficiently enough. So I'm like,
Yeah,
whatever.
they probably think you wasted some of those calls. Like you probably could have sold to some of
Yeah,
those
that's
people.
what they're thinking, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just one of those things where like
So guys, go over to the Patreon directly. Don't go through the app. Go to the website.
please,
Sign up for the Crowd of Boys.
keep
Sign
the
up for
super chats
Cornfed.
coming.
So Dalton can quit his job and become a dancing monkey clown comedian for you on the internet.
This is right, by the way. $5 from Robbie Sir Cousin AI artificial Indians.
Yeah.
So
Those are
that is
Pakistanis.
please check out my new movie Stuber.
Stuber.
It's me and Dave
That's a great pull. I forgot about Stuber. My name is Stu and I love Uber.
I love that, by the way, he's like a guy who's like, I'm going to shatter stereotypes about Pakistanis. And like 2 of the big movies he's done, he's an Uber driver.
Is he an Uber driver in that?
That's Stuber. His name is Stu and he drives Uber or something. I don't know. And then that movie,
little on the nose.
Uber drivers are like, they are shockingly like of all races, you know.
Yeah,
well, yeah, they know how to drive a car.
I do Lyft. You get a lot of ladies when you do Lyft.
Yeah, is that the other?
But I mean,
cool
I don't know. I've seen a video.
That's the other cool place you can. Yeah,
oh
yeah,
I'm going to
down
Starbucks and the Target. No big deal.
Hold on, I saw a video of I've seen a video of an orangutan driving a golf cart. So I mean,
yeah,
like, well,
so
like,
women can drive. So obviously, women can drive.
Yeah. So like, I mean, what is
you sure that was an orangutan?
Yes.
Okay.
I know an orangutan when I see one.
That's what Kumia said in Times Square too.
Yeah, they were dangling off the scaffolding.
Why is that fucking picture so funny?
It's such because it really is. It is like the meme of like photos taken moments before disaster. It really is like the last happy moment for Kumia right before everything fell apart for him.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, of his own design. That's what cracks me up about that whole thing. He didn't have to tweet about it.
Oh, that's what happened to him? I didn't know that that's what happened to him. I thought it was just a series of events. I didn't know there was one event leading to him losing XM radio or whatever.
Look, I know that his like forte, like his skill set is in broadcasting. That's how he makes money, but his passion is photography, you know?
Yeah.
And so he was out at like he was out at some odd hour, like 5 or 6 in the morning. Like the sun
has such a great visual eye.
Yeah, he has a real knack for photography. He loves the art of photography. So he was out at like some odd hour, like the sun hadn't even come up yet, just taking pictures of the city while it was still kind of like before the people had like really started populating the streets, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So he's like, but he's also like taking pictures basically of just like scaffolding.
Yeah,
like,
that's the thing is he wasn't taking pictures. He was wandering drunk around Times Square and saw he took a selfie. He took that iconic selfie and then like kept walking around and obviously just saw like a black prostitute and started like creep shotting her, I'm gonna guess. Because why else would you come up to him and start hitting him? That doesn't make any sense.
So something happened where a black prostitute got mad at him, and there was an altercation between him and this black sex worker.
Well, because then he said, "I was just taking pictures. It just happened to be in one of them." And then he posts the picture, and besides her, it's just scaffolding.
Yeah,
so it's like, why would you take a picture of that?
So this is like the show had been on Sirius XM for some time at this point. And this might be the first like gunshot of the culture war.
It was like
because
it was the first time anyone got fired.
Because Kumia had been at that point he was like
just the term Kumia when you say it like that kind of sounds like a slur.
Yeah, but he kind of at this
Kumia.
point he was like a known notable racist like for years.
And the show, I think that they were looking for an excuse to fire him because that show got really crazy near the end there. Like in terms of stuff he was saying, it got so racist.
Yeah, so this black prostitute, he gets into some tiff with her, and and then he takes to Twitter and goes on a classic Kumia racist tirade.
It was a classic.
It was a classic Kumia, and so now, I guess because it's on Twitter and it's like it's finding a new audience outside of the Opie and the pests, the virus, or whatever they're fucking
The John
called.
Leguizamos.
Yeah, outside the Opie and Anthony fan base, it's like reaching a whole new thing. And so, like, Sirius, the suits at the Sirius suits see this tweet storm and just make the decision, like, yeah, Anthony Cumia is fired from the Opie and Anthony show. He's no longer allowed to. He's off the radio now. And
Right.
I know that I don't follow him, but I know he's been going wild. Devin Costa and Lemon Party, like 4 months ago, pulled up a picture of him when he moved to North Carolina or South Carolina, and he was taking pictures like of a willow tree and implying that like black people were hung from that tree, and they were just like, they were
so,
just like he tries to frame it as a joke, and it's just
he'll
so
go beyond
brutal.
that though. He'll also like say there was this one, the craziest, most racist one was that there was an article about like just 2 black kids who were shot because they're like pulled over helping someone fix their tire, and they were shot and killed. And Kumia just quote tweeted it with the laughing emoji and then a black thumbs up. And even his fans like, "And come on, they're just kids. They're like high schoolers."
Yeah,
and
he does shit like that. Like, he's constantly just obscenely racist and not even a funny, ironic way.
Yep.
He literally was like, I want us to kill all black people, or
but I
never watched Opie and Anthony. I watched Patrice, and then because I watched Patrice, I watched like some of their clips. So and I don't follow him on Twitter now, so I don't have the same like. I watched Jim Norton only when he was on there or whatever, so I didn't know all this stuff was happening in the background.
Here's what's really detestable about him, racism aside.
Yeah.
From the moment he got fired till now, he behaves this way. He says all this crazy shit. So from then until now, he has constantly victimized himself and claimed that some great injustice is being done.
Dude, it's so
that he's
funny.
not allowed to call for black people to say that they should go back to Africa on satellite radio.
Yeah.
Like he thinks
the
like
part that I saw was him and the young girl with the gun. I've seen that, and it's actually a pretty funny video.
I mean, dude, even before all the racist, like
canceled for that,
even before the racist tweet storm, I mean, there's a fucking sordid history of events with Kumia that anyone else would have ruined their life, and he was just dusting them off like nothing, and then something finally got him. After like all of his abhorrent behavior, like something finally, like, he had to suffer some like consequences for his actions, and he's such a fucking crybaby, titty baby, bitch made bitch that he has never stopped claiming that there's like some injustice has been done to him. That he's like a victim, and then it's wokeness, run him up.
He reminds me of. Did he grow up on Staten Island?
No, I don't know where he's from.
I think he's from Long Island. I think
I know a lot of like even outside Providence.
This is my favorite YouTube title.
There's
ever.
like a lot of Italian guys like him in like North Providence, Rhode Island, that still like they want to honestly be mean to people instead of like having it be like some sarcasm. So I don't know.
Look how much content there is about fucking black people, dude. It's just nonstop.
Yeah. It's like, and by the way, this is the best time to be a virulent racist because now he has a place to channel this racism and still have a career.
Anthony Cumia's Blacklist Utopia. What if we never had slaves?
So you know what this is like? It's like when a young girl doesn't have a guidance and she goes on Instagram and she posts a photo of her like playing with her friends and it gets like 10 likes. Then her and her friends are playing by a pool and she posts a picture of her in a bikini and it gets like 1,000 likes. So she starts heading in that direction. He must be doing this because people are watching it. Like, why would you beat the drum of black people racism unless he feels like, okay, this is my niche?
I honestly, here's what I think, and Craig makes a good point. Cracks in the chat. He started doing this more around Obama, and
Anthony Cumia, people are being attacked on the street by packs of people.
yeah.
I wonder what
Crack-
kind of people.
Crack is right. So like now he's cartoonishly bad. So I think what's happened. I think what's happened is that it's the thing your mom used to tell you, where it's like, if you make a face, it's going to get stuck that way. Where he kept doing this, and now he just stuck.
And a fucking hour compilation of Anthony makes fun of black people live from the compound, which is his other show. Like his other, like he just.
Did you guys watch Opie and Anthony?
Yeah, the radio
show. That was a good guess.
Oh, okay. No, what's the one I've seen clips where like it's him, Noir, and Cumia in a theater, in a studio, getting filmed from the side.
Some video, yeah, but I was not, because I don't even think I had access to it when it was like on live. But I found it later when it was like all those YouTube channels started doing like best of episodes or clips.
I found it because of the Phillips show. So I used to listen to Patrice through Bill Burr, and then I would, in the peripheral, they would be on. So I was like, let me try to like listen or watch this. But I did watch YouTube videos.
I was way more of a Stern guy, but I was like obsessed with Louis C.K. in high school. And I think I had XM radio, so I would listen to them now and then on that. Actually, I remember I would listen, but I always thought Opie and Anthony sucked, but Jim Norton's very funny.
Yeah, Jim, Patrice.
Dude, I was such a lame kid that like the shocking radio I would listen to in the morning in Fort Worth was either
Rush Limbaugh.
No, not even. It was like our local DJs, where it was either 97.1 The Eagle, the Russ Martin Show, or 92.5 Bo and Jim in the morning, and it was just the most milquetoast, like
Bo and Yang in the morning.
It was Bo and Yang in the morning, but it was just like the most nothing shows, where they would just be like, "Did you hear about Janet Jackson at the Super Bowl?" Anyway, here's Foo Fighters.
When I was like 19, 20, I used to deliver pizzas in the hood. In the place that I worked for closed at 4 a.m. and I delivered from like 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. And at midnight, Howard Stern would come on. So every midnight, from midnight to 2, I would listen to Howard Stern. That's the only. I didn't even know that he had like a big morning show or whatever, because this was the repeat, I think.
Dude, I got real highfalutin when I worked at Enterprise Rent-A-Car for like a year as like their grunt workers. So when you go to Enterprise and you go in, there's the people in suits that do all the renting of the car and sell you the insurance, and then you'll see other people milling around in khakis and green polos cleaning the cars. That was me.
Yeah,
like a big part of that job.
You were the person that dropped them off. We'll drop you off.
I pick people up. I'll drop you off.
Okay,
I'll fucking go waste time at a bar.
Hell yeah! I remember you said you backed the car and they're like, "Don't worry."
I got in a couple accidents.
You get 3 of them.
But like when I had that job, I like had to spend so much time in a car, just like driving around. And I just got, for like that year, I got really into NPR.
Oh, because you got free XM though.
No, it was just like FM and a Hyundai Elantra. So it would just be the FM radio, and so I just was like listening to NPR all day, and so I was like really of everything that happened in the culture war, the most devastating loss that we suffered during that time of hysteria was Garrison Keillor, because I was listening to Prairie Home Companion every day.
Why the fuck did he get me to? That was bullshit, and like there
was just this huge moral panic at the time. So like I guess he was like in the office, and
I didn't know he was one of the Impractical Jokers.
Yeah, I guess he was in the office, and he said to a lady, "Oh, let me."
Jimmy.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Wow, what a terrific audience.
Oh, that's good. But I think the story is like Garrison Keillor was in the office, and he said to a lady, "Oh, just let me scooch around you real quick." And then as he's like trying to get past this lady, he puts his hand. I don't know. The story I heard is he like put his hand on the small of a woman's back, and then she was like, "I was sexually assaulted by Garrison Keillor," and then they fired him from Prairie Home Companion, and I don't know what the show is now. There's something that replaced it, but I'll never.
Yeah, him and the Pixar guys shouldn't have gotten fired, and like Pixar hasn't been as good since that guy got fired either. John Lasseter just should like she should have just gotten a slap on the wrist. But I assume both of them got fired because they work in like family friendly, squeaky clean entertainment or something.
Well, that was also, I mean, and I hate to, give any credit or validate anything that guys like Kumia have said. But I mean, that there was a few years there where there was just this mass hysteria about that kind of shit, where everybody was walking on eggshells, and they were bringing down the hammer on guys.
Yeah,
like Al Franken, seemingly like pretty benign things that happen, and they would just like nail these people to the fucking cross, for like nothing, and they would have to like deliver these very sappy, saccharine apologies to the world to be like,
please don't fire me.
Yeah, basically begging to not be fired.
I used to do a lot of hot yoga, and my teacher was a Greek woman, so we became friends. Anyways, so one day before class started, it's like this 90-minute class where you're like, it's 105 degrees, 60% humidity.
Why do they
26
do that?
position.
What is the point of making it fucking hot as shit?
Because you have to be in the moment.
sweating.
It kind of like it's kind of like meditation in the fact that if you have shit going on, it has to come to the surface. So like some people just go and lay down and deal with their demons, and then eventually you get through them and you can do the positions and then further into the positions and stuff. Like we had a guy whose wife died of cancer. He literally just laid there and cried for 90 minutes. So it's like a free space to deal with your shit.
It's just some more woo-woo bullshit to siphon money from people.
It's really helpful. And a lot of endorphins release naturally.
Yeah, the yoga
studio. It helped me with depression and everything.
We ripped the air conditioner out of the wall.
Yeah, I just want to be comfortable when I work out.
No, part of the discomfort is sitting in that discomfort. It's kind of like we were saying about getting your balls hit or whatever. You do eventually get used to it. And then when you're done, you feel euphoric because your blood's flowing. Like there's all sorts of endorphins that are released from the chemicals in the heat or whatever. But anyways, before class, she pulls me aside and she's like, "Hey, I had a really rough morning. I got sexually assaulted. Do you think you could," this is during the Me Too movement. She's like, "You think you could stay after class and just talk to me a little bit?" And I was like, "Oh my God, yes, of course." So we go through the whole class and I've just like doing these poses and stuff. My head's spinning. My poor friend was sexually assaulted. And then I sit down and talk to her and to figure out what's happening. And I'm like sitting there just listening to every word. It's like terrible. And then she finally says, "Yeah, it just happened in the morning." I was like, "I'm so sorry." A guy ran by the street, like a 13 or 14-year-old kid from high school ran by the street and slapped her ass. That was the whole thing. And she's like, "I got sexually assaulted this morning." And I'm like,
tragic.
Yeah, just picturing like the worst possible thing for like hours on end. And then she tells me the story and I was like, "You get your ass smacked by a child?"
Yeah,
like, no offense, but like, get over it. You're not in the same category as sexual assault.
The one silver lining of Trump winning is it does feel like every democratic institution is like, okay, fuck, we have to like not completely alienate men for like the first time in like a decade, probably.
All right, we'll be based.
Yeah,
not even that. Just like,
cringe.
It's just like they just stopped hiring, especially white guys, but mostly dudes. Like dudes really got fucked in like the pause in the culture for sure for like 10 years.
I think
during the Trump's first,
they're for dudes and all that stuff.
I think the most contemptible thing about any of these fucking people, Kumia and the like, is how when they the reveal of just like how whiny and juvenile, just like what babies they are. Did you? Because like that fucking
you really hit that Jew in the juvenile real hard.
Juvenile, dude. Because did you see that fucking video, that interview? So like Tim Walz did somewhere, and he was like laughing that the Tesla stock was dipping.
Yeah, he was doing a stand-up bit.
Yeah, and then fucking Elon goes on some show, and he's like almost in tears. He's like, "What a creep! What a jerk!" Making fun of the Tesla stock. Like, how could that bring you any joy?
Not my stock.
And it's like, okay, isn't this the same fucking Elon who's like once every he's like, I'm based in red pill.
Comedy is legal again.
Comedy's legal. I'm the meme lord, Elon Musk.
Here's the thing that's kind of crazy
somebody makes
though.
fun of the fact that your fucking company that makes a dog shit car that nobody likes to drive, that the stock is dipping. You're gonna fucking go on Fox News and cry about it, you little fucking titty baby.
So
go back to Africa.
So here's the thing.
Kumia
Here's
Times
what
Square
bothers me
photo.
about this whole situation. I never liked Teslas. I never really cared for Elon. But the left now, who pushed for electric cars and made this guy a god about these electric cars forever, and he's saving the environment, trying to jam them down everybody's throat. Now they're like, oh, he's the worst guy, and let's burn all these cars, and like literally hurting the environment by burning lithium and setting stuff on fire. So it's like you're both a bunch of retards. Like you guys they idolized him. I never liked Elon. I never wanted an electric car, but they idolize these as environmentals, and now they're at the point where they're like, burn him, and he's bad. It's like, you pushed this guy on me for 6 years.
Let me tell you something.
But Elon is constantly doing stuff to trigger quote unquote the libs, and he like is doing all this stuff like, haha, I am based. Can you believe I did that? I'm such a bad boy.
I don't like Elon, so I'm not defending Elon. I don't like Palestine either. I'm just saying.
That's what I can't stand about a lot of
Tim Walsh was pushing Elon down our throats 6 years ago.
Shit,
that's my point.
But like, how are they? First of all, how are they pushing Elon down anyone's throat? I barely heard of the guy.
When Obama was in office, he did that whole Solana electric car stuff. He's like, this is the future. We got to take all your tax money. We got to put it towards this stuff. We got to start all these subsidies, help Tesla.
I mean,
and
it's
now
not like
that they're on the other side, everybody's like, burn them. We hate them.
I just, first of all, I don't think that's true. It's a minority of people burning stuff. And second, like, yeah, the electric car was good.
Which minority, Robbie? What color?
White and black.
Oh.
But what an idiot that like his fucking company all catered to like limousine liberals, and now he's alienated all of them. Like, what did he think was going to happen?
Well, I'll tell you that first off, when you think about it, both sides are kind of the same. Secondly,
I'm never buying a Tesla before or after.
So secondly, I probably lean left. You know, I would say there's a lot of like leftist kind of things that I believe in, but I don't know like what. I'm also pretty uninformed, so I don't know. But I tell you this, man, I always thought like the thing with electric cars, I never thought the technology was there anyway. Like I always thought like, well, I mean like maybe when they get this to actually work, it might be viable, but for like now, you're buying a fucking car that you know requires this like lithium battery that it takes like an hour to charge, and then it can only drive at 300 miles. This just doesn't seem like a viable purchase, like for an automobile.
Well, my thing is the left built this monster, so they can deal with them. That's how I look at it.
I mean, it was, but here's the thing though, like
it wasn't rednecks that were buying his cars all these years.
Because like the most people are stupid or don't know enough. So
That's
like
it's mostly the Cybertruck getting keyed, right? Like that was made well after.
Like if you're an electric car company, so you're trying to like innovate the automobile industry, like you're trying to like create this like new kind of automobile. Like how do you sell that to people who already like, you know, a fucking internal combustion engine is tried and true. You fill up your car with a tank of gas and drive it for miles and miles and miles. That all works. We have good cars that do that already. So like you create this new form of transportation that's fueled by electricity, like, but it's not like as powerful. Like it can't do as much. Well, how do you sell that to people? They
are pretty quick. If you've ever been in one, they do go like 0 to 60.
They are pretty quick. They do have some zip, but they can't travel as far. And then
correct, yeah.
You don't have as many like you don't have
and they can shut them off, which
there's not as many ways to charge it as there are like gas stations.
They can't shut my car. They can't shut my car off, but if you own a Tesla, they can shut it off on you too.
But I'll say this:
it's pretty scary.
You got these big ass fucking companies like Tesla that are now trying to figure out how to sell this fucking thing. So like, how do you sell this to people? Well, you market it and lobby for it to say that like this is the green option. This is like how you buy
The car's
a
built
Tesla.
on slavery. The amount of
Yeah.
lithium that needs to be mined in cobalt is.
Well, yeah, but nobody
like-
knew that. Like nobody knew. That's the thing. Like most people are just uninformed. Most people are pretty like I'm stupid, and so because I'm stupid, I will say everyone else is also stupid. But I will say that I think like the marketing of those of like all these EVs for the longest time was like, this is the green, environmentally eco-friendly. This is what's going to save the earth.
Yeah.
And then people bought into that idea, like this like pie in the sky ideal that like, oh, if I buy a fucking shitty electric car, that we won't have to burn alive in the coming years. But then everybody, I think like most people caught on after a while that it was like, oh, actually, the resources needed, like what it takes to get them to actually make this fucking battery, is more harmful than if I just bought like a Toyota.
Yep.
So like people realized like this was another sort of a con job that's smoke and mirrors, and so now. So then what happens is I guess he's got to figure out, okay, well, how do I keep selling this car? Well, actually, a Tesla is the based and red-pilled car. This is for the groypers, the Tesla. So this is, it's it just seems like he's just doing like different marketing ploys to try.
Well,
Are people buying them?
I have two things about that. First of all, the Tesla is pretty. The thing about Tesla was it was just the first one. It just got to it first, and that's why it's kind of like awkward and unwieldy and isn't that. And the thing is, it was fast. It was like the thing with electric vehicles are that they can't go fast, but now there's like really high quality electric vehicle cars, and the Tesla now is shittier than a lot of those, or at least more of a hassle in general, or a John Castle, and So there's it's like when something influential pops. Like what was important about it was that it was just the first one, and towards the future. But like electric cars are better for the environment overall. Like still cutting down on gas emissions is huge.
But here's the thing: when they figure out how to like more efficiently extract lithium,
They use
like
a lot of fossil fuels to extract the lithium and do the mining.
But considering how long people own cars for, like over time, like what is it? Probably like a 3-to-1 ratio of like. I mean, it's probably a much lessened impact on the environment than driving a car.
So this would be my argument. If that was the case, then the subsidies wouldn't be. If it was so much more efficient, they wouldn't have need to push all those subsidies. It would have just taken over the market.
No, it wouldn't have, because people aren't going to do it. People aren't going to switch to electric just out of altruistic reasons.
Because it was cheap, but it would be cheaper if it was cheaper, more efficient, and there's less emissions. Then they would just purchase it. Like I bought CDs instead of cassettes.
Yeah, because they took away the option of cassettes, and also people like, first of all, people do hold on to cars forever, so they're not going to rush out and buy a new one. Second, it's like what Dalton said. A lot of people are probably afraid they're going to run out of gas and somewhere, and it's like it's also a leap a lot of people are scared to take. They'd rather have a trusty gas vehicle.
I'm scared of leaps, dude.
Quantum leaps.
With your feet, I wouldn't be.
So that's why there's government incentives. It's like not a lot of people, even lefties, are gonna like change their fucking what kind of car they drive just because they think in the long run.
So you think if somebody came out with a better, faster, more efficient, nicer option, people would be like, "No, I don't want that. I want my more expensive, less efficient, slower, better option."
First of all, electric cars are more expensive generally. That's another thing. And second, yeah, I mean, if it was cheaper and better, yeah, I think it would. But even then, I think people would be scared to switch.
The truth is
there's not a lot of fucking electric pumps everywhere. I'm not a big environmental guy, but it's like the Tesla sucks because it did innovate, and what came after was better. Not like and that's why people embrace the Tesla.
Here's the truth: the fucking automobile industry, the auto lobby, won't let us have the actual good shit.
That's another thing. That's why there's no
Toyota makes like a bare bones car that's probably the least impact on anything. You could buy a Toyota in fucking Saudi Arabia for like $12,000. That is like the most efficient, just streamlined vehicle that's ever been made. But they're not allowed to sell it in the States because the car lobbies won't allow a car to exist here that's that good.
Yeah,
You could
that's
just buy
true.
it and keep it forever.
They stopped it, and GM. I don't think GM should have got bailouts. I don't think Tesla should have got bailouts. I'm sick of bailing out
I'm pro
wars,
Subway, by the
countries, and
way.
everything with tax money.
Let me tell you something.
I want everyone to get off fucking cars in general. I love public transportation, but the reason LA doesn't have an extensive subway is because of the fucking auto lobbies.
And Jared.
Yeah, they just had to
Damn
end
it.
subsidies.
Let me
What's
tell you,
that?
so this is not financial advice, but I've been researching lithium for some time now.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, we know.
Yeah. But I found this.
You put the pieces together on that one.
Yeah,
didn't
but
you?
I found this company. So there's a company of which I have a few shares of stock called Standard Lithium. The ticker is SLI. But so like typically, like, you know, you have like the big lithium companies like Albemarle, and the one in Chile, the Química, whatever. The way they extract lithium usually is like very inefficient. It's dirty. It's very like it's a lot of pollution. You know, and it's a lot of labor, and you know, it's not really. It's kind of a lateral move at best. This lithium extraction. Well, there's a company called Standard Lithium that's developing a project all across the East Texas and Arkansas called the Smackover Lithium Project. They discovered this like these huge reserves of lithium all across this part of the country, the American, you know, Texas and Arkansas.
Was
and all
this
that.
in North Carolina and stuff too, with the hurricanes happened?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I know
they
for
found a
sure
bunch
that
down
this.
there. Maybe
I know
crack.
for sure that this project is all through like East Texas and Arkansas. It's a Smackover project where they've developed this extraction process that's where it's like a brine. Like they pull it up out of the earth as like a brine, like a liquid, and then they just like filter the lithium out of that. So it's like really clean and efficient. And it just like they're developing the whole thing right now, and they're going to begin the actual project here in the next like year or two for doing all this. But like the projection is that like this is like a game changer. This is going to be like the most efficient and cleanest and safest way that anyone's ever been able to get lithium out of the earth.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what's going to happen. You know, who knows what that spells for the EV industry. That might be a good stock investment. You know,
a good friend of
500
mine
shares
is in energy audits, and basically they go into companies that do energy and stuff, and they do audits. And he said the same thing. It's they drill down and they put like some sort of tube that can pull this stuff out. He's super Republican, and he recently doesn't have a Tesla, but he recently put in solar panels, a electric charger, and bought an EV by another company. I don't remember who it is or whatever. And he does think that they're able to now, with the farming like that, pull energy right out of the ground without harming the environment, supposedly. But I don't know.
I mean, the funny thing is, like, we're doing all this dumb shit when, like, we've had the answers since, like, the 40s, which is just, like, nuclear energy. Like, you just set up a nuclear plant that's very clean and efficient.
Do you think The Simpsons was propaganda to get us away from that?
No, I mean, I think there were, like, a few incidents here and there that, and then also probably just, like, lobbies. But, like, these, like, things that happen do, well, first off, the bomb kind of puts nuclear in a bad light.
Yeah.
The couple bombs we dropped on Japan. And then
they shaped up pretty quick though.
They seem to be doing okay.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl, which were due to like just neglect.
Yeah.
Like those are like anomalies, because typically if a nuclear power
and we got
plant,
Dasha out of it, so that wasn't all bad.
Yeah, but typically if you got a nuclear power plant that's being run properly, it's very minimal risk and it's very clean and efficient, and it's just like boundless, infinite energy.
Yeah.
So really, I mean, I could see like how like oil companies and all this other shit probably lobby to.
Did you see the new quantum cooling stuff?
No, was that?
now it has something to do with the fact that they'll be able to move protons on a different level. I don't fully understand it. I've been looking into quantum computing because I'm afraid that I'm going to be broke because of crypto. But basically, there's a new molecular level underneath
Me too,
quantum.
man.
Well, dude, no, because they'll be able to the encryptions, like they'll be able to solve them like this. So they can just go into your wallet and steal
I just mean
everything.
bad investments, but yeah.
But
every couple of days is another liquidation event where I'm like, oh, it's fucking everybody took their money out again.
oh, dude,
So-
everything. I didn't touch them for a day, but Ethereum. I logged in the morning and Ethereum just was like under 1,800, and I just was like, deep breath. I guess I'm gonna just go to Home Depot, get a job for $15 an hour.
Yeah, fucking
Yeah.
Solana got all the way up to like 240, and now it's down to like back down to like 120.
Oh,
Like, everything is fucking tanking. Like
everything that I worked for my entire life is in crypto right now, though. And so I woke up this morning when everything dipped again. My stomach was just in knots.
Yeah, it's like it's like the market's been so uncertain and unstable. That's like every couple days is another like it's fucking $2 trillion we're just liquidating out of the crypto market, and I'm just like, well, what the fuck is going on? The stock market's tanking.
The institutions and the whales are doing something. They're sabotaging, and I've been following a couple guys on Instagram that claim that the market's going to crash even further. And then I just go to bed and I'm like, okay, brain, just shut off, please. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, nuclear would be cool. It'd be cool to live in
nuclear.
You'd make a good real life Homer Simpson. Go in, work the nuclear plant.
I work at the power plant.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be good to have that kind of job security and an actual pension and not a fucking 401k.
Once a year, I just die laughing about when he's working from home and he's hitting he's typing YES, yes, and somebody's like, Homer, you can just hit Y, and he's like, I just tripled my productivity. And now he just hits Y all day.
No, then he gets the cuckoo to
he gets the bird with the heat liquid in it that just goes like this and hits Y for him.
That's such a funny episode. It's like, what if Homer was really fat? Like, that's the whole episode. It's a really good one.
He was already comically fat for that time, and they're like, what if he was even fatter? I washed myself with a rag on a stick.
I'll wash that. That was Bart in his fantasy, but yeah.
Well, isn't it the same episode? Because Homer's wearing the moo and he's like, maybe I'll get fat.
No, because you're thinking of Bart. Bart fantasized himself being really fat, and that's where the rag.
Oh yeah.
No, but I was wondering if he watched Homer and the Moo and he had that fantasy about him being.
Oh, maybe that is the same episode. Yeah,
I'm not sure of.
My favorite line from that one is when he's at the movie theater and someone just goes, "Hey, buddy, I got a movie for you. A fridge too far."
Did Conan write that?
What's that?
This sounds like a Conan. Did Conan write that one?
No, it was on. Oh no, but it's in the classic zone. That one.
Oh, so it's either Conan or Bill Oakley or Schwartzwelder.
That's a very Crowder Boys joke. A fridge too far.
Yeah. Man, it'd be cool. Homer's living the dream though, because like I feel like he probably still gets a pension.
Yeah, you've probably seen that meme that everybody's putting around for the Gen Zs, for the millennials and the Gen Zs. Basically, it's like Homer Simpson is a dad of 2 kids and a mom that worked a low income job and could afford this house in the 1990s.
Yeah. I mean, that is the truth. Like not too long ago, you didn't have to do much to not only survive but kind of like thrive in this country. You could have like you could meet your like needs, you could survive, and then like even have like live a comfortable life where you go on vacations and have a TV and all this shit.
But we weren't able to level Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Gaza, and have that lifestyle, Dalton. So we have to give up that lifestyle so the Middle East can be a shell station in a couple of years.
It's really demoralizing to live in a time now where like I see these like dipshit like finance bro influencers being like the
morning routine guy.
The morning routine, but like that kind of guy. Like I see all these videos where it's just some guy in his car being like, "Do you really think you'll be able to retire on $5 million?" It's not 1997 anymore. 5 million, and I'm like, there's a fucking problem. Then if you have $5 million and you can't retire, now that is not. That's like, that's fucking like the tulip thing in the Netherlands, where it's just like money doesn't even fucking mean anything anymore at that point.
Every now and again, you'll see a nice white pill video where it's like a Midwestern housewife, and maybe she lives in a trailer or something, but she's just talking about how her and her husband are doing really well. They're making $55K. She has to budget a little bit, but they can feed the kids and whatever. And it's like, this seems more realistic than people that think you need $500K and 2 cars and all this stuff to survive.
Yeah.
So some of it is that people have to lower their expectations, but at some point it's like it was very easy to buy a house.
You didn't used to be able to do more with less. Like you didn't
also-
have to.
I'm Gen Z, and they were already fucking me. So you guys are even more fucked. They showed the graphs recently on X.
Gen Z?
Where they show the wealth generation of boomers versus Gen Z, and it's just like
we're not.
They
Gen
just
Z,
took all the
dude.
money, all the subsidies that went up, and they bought their cheap houses, and we're just like stuck underneath them. And from there on, it's just down.
Me and Robbie are millennials, dude. We grew up listening to Corn and Limp Bizkit.
But well, they
Slipknot.
got like the boomers have like a 200% growth in whatever since whatever it was, and then in the
Right.
same time, Gen X had an 8% growth.
Wow. Yeah.
You guys are underneath us from that.
So the boomers
Yeah.
just kind of like had a great economy and just never passed it down at all.
Oh, I just remembered.
Yeah.
I've been watching.
So they
I've never watched.
subsidized everything and passed the bill on to us. And
I
we
never
kinda
watched
got-
Oh, that is so annoying.
I've never watched a full episode, but I've been watching a lot of clips of Billions, and apparently
Clips are better than watching
Yeah.
the full thing.
it's a really funny show. I mean,
They just
Soder-
take the best part and be like, here it is. And you can
Soder
watch
is
it
good. Of
immediately
the clips I've
afterwards.
seen, Soder is good on the show.
Yeah.
But the premise of the show is really funny because it's about Axe Capital, the CEO of which is Bobby Axelrod, played by.
Oh, I thought a black guy named it and he called it Ask Capital.
So what can
Wait,
what can your money do for you?
Token Tony, that's insane. I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
Yeah.
Everything's so
Oh
expensive.
yeah. I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard of that. Like 6 figures.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It is
5 million is a nightmare, Greg.
But
Between federal, so I think California's up to 11%, maybe.
yeah. It's
On top of the
it's
fact that-
tragic what's happening to us.
And then you got your
Something
federal on top of that. That's
But-
yeah.
but it's funny because in the show Billions, the Axe Capital, the CEO of which is like the main character of the show is Bobby Axelrod, played
Mhm.
by British actor Damian Lewis. But the premise of the show is that Bobby Axelrod is a self-made financial firm CEO. That he's like the one guy on Wall Street who came from nothing. It's like the story
Right.
of a guy of a pull yourself
Even if
up by
that's
your
true,
bootstraps.
he would have to be the most immoral, scummiest person on the planet.
Yeah.
Just like killing and murdering everybody in his path to climb over the bodies to make that money.
Yeah, so like the
that's a
show
world
tries
with
to
more-
portray him as like the good CEO of he pulled himself up by his bootstraps. He came from his dad was not there. He came from no money, and now he's a billionaire.
That never ever happens ever.
Yeah, and so he looks down on. It seems like he has
Actually, you know what? Maybe Ted Turner did that, but that's about it.
maybe.
Mark Cuban,
Ted didn't make any money until he sold TNT. He was broke, and
You know what?
Until
But
then.
Ted Turner,
he
it looks-
made enough to live and like write everything off. But he didn't turn his first profit until he sold
But
TNT.
Ted Turner works in entertainment and
oh
broadcasting.
come on, Shaq.
We're talking about like hedge firms, like Wall
Oh, his
Street.
dad. Yeah, his dad was.
I could go for some head firm.
Oh yeah,
or some
but
left
it's such
fur.
it's such a funny premise to be like he's the good hedge fund CEO. Like
He's
Head
only
to
killed
fur.
3 babies.
yeah, like he's the one billionaire who knows the struggle.
Yeah.
And that's why he's like The
Real
kid, the
salt
guy.
of the earth billionaire.
That's
yeah.
why he's the CEO you root for. You want him to win against the SEC.
That's I mean, a guy who makes his money in fucking finance too, of all the industries. Like,
Yeah.
no
Yeah,
way.
it's like a running thing throughout the show where he
Most credit card companies charge you 35%, but he does 34.5% for the people.
You know who did? Mark Cuban actually was, and he is kind of the likable billionaire, but he was from a working class family.
Oh, he shows up in Billions. He is like a guest.
Yeah, that sounds like something. That sounds like something he'd show up in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crazy. I might have to actually watch it because like every clip I see, it's like it's a crazy show because it'll be like fucking the CEO or whatever having some argument with like another CEO where he's like, "Your dad had money. I came from nothing, but you and I both know that you have to be a monster to get where we are." So okay, blah blah blah, and then he walks out of the room, and then I don't know what the context is. But then he goes to talk to James Hetfield. And
the Metallica guy?
Yeah. And I'm like, wait, what is happening?
It's like, what was that?
It just sounds like business entourage.
I was going to say, what was that show you watch with the Outlaw, whatever? Oh, no, with Sly Stallone and Jelly Rolling him.
Oh,
I watched the clip of that, dude.
Tattoo King.
I'm like, I can't even suspend my belief right now. It's so bad. Like when they friggin' jammed Jelly Roll into the
scene with Jelly Rolls is especially bad.
I couldn't get through the first episode of Tulsa King, and I wanted to like it because that dialogue was just so fucking.
Landman, I think, is better than Tulsa King.
I started Landman. I enjoyed it.
Landman, yeah, but I'm really getting into because here's the thing. Everybody online is talking about The Pit, this medical drama on HBO or Max or whatever. I found the real hidden gem.
They can't cure you, and you can't pay for it, so they just throw you in a giant pit.
Mm-hmm. But I found the real hidden gem. I'm getting, I've discovered an ABC, like a network hour-long medical show, produced by Ryan Murphy, a legend in TV, and it's called Dr. Odyssey, and it's a show about a doctor who survived COVID. It's the only show I've seen really that acknowledges that COVID happened, which is cool. But it's a doctor who got COVID real bad and had to be isolated in a hospital. He almost died. And so then when he survived it, he decided he had a new lease on life, and he decided he wants to live life to where he enjoys it the most. So, instead of like his revelation,
COVID Patch Adams.
Well, no, instead of his revelation being that he should help more people or do like more charity work or something,
he's super cool.
What the show is about is he decides to become a doctor on a cruise ship.
Hell yeah, super cool. Pew, pew, pew. Does he have a Hawaiian shirt on?
Yes, he wears a Hawaiian shirt or like a tuxedo when he goes and hangs out in the bar. So he's like the new doctor on a cruise ship, and he has there's like the tension between the nurses that have been on the ship. And then the cruise ship is the captain of the cruise ship is Captain Don Johnson. So Don Johnson plays the captain, and he does some great, like, just hammy, chewing the scenery acting. And it's just a show. It's just a show about, like, someone gets a tummy ache on a cruise ship, and then he's like, "I think we need to run some CT scans." It's you figure out why his tummy hurts so much.
Yeah, we can't get him back to the hospital. We got to do. I was thinking
so
of a great
good,
show.
dude.
I think Mr. Beast should start a show where he pays people's medical bills. And just like Beast Games, it'll be like Hunger Games / Beast Games, but he just pays people's medical bills if they can win a contest.
That's really bleak, dude.
Yeah,
That's
that'll be the
dark.
next thing. Yeah,
I
can't watch Billions, even the clips, because can you, like, when you see Dan Soder, obviously he's not a great actor, but he's a decent actor or whatever. But when I see him, I'm like, it's just Dan Soder. Like, I can't be like, this is a McPhee.
Well, I think first off, it's Muffy. Get it right. It's not McPhee. It's Muffy. But also, I think I think he had pretty good rapport with the crew there, like all the writers and whatever. They liked him. So
I want to support him. I
think they
can't believe it.
I think they write his character to basically be Dan Soder. Yeah. Because he really is just like a cool guy who likes wrestling,
yeah,
but who also is really good at finance. So that's like
Who does
That's-
stand up on the weekends?
Yeah, so that's like the
Yeah.
acting of it is that he's saying all this like finance mumbo jumbo that I don't think Dan Soder in real life even understands. But then like his character in the show is just like he loves wrestling and he's just like a cool, nice dude.
Why
And-
didn't they
and
just
he's-
name him? They should have just named him Ian Finance.
They should have, yes.
Yeah.
But he's also like the one like finance bro who has morals. Like he doesn't want to do the shady finance things
Well,
that Bobby Axelrod wants him to do. He's like, I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'll do my job the way it's supposed to be done, but I don't want to, whatever.
Good
so
for
he-
him. Yeah.
yeah, good for
Good for Dan.
Yeah, he seems like
we need
isn't
that
he- isn't he
character.
like the comedic? Isn't he just like the comedic relief?
No, his character is like he's like a main character in the show. Like he's
Yeah, he
pretty
was
good.
like, yeah, he did that joke last week. Finance,
he's
more
never
like
in any of the
finance,
marketing
all right,
material.
everybody. Yeah.
Do what, Robbie?
How come he's never in any of like the posters or the marketing material or anything?
I don't
Also,
know.
Is Billion still on?
No, it's over.
He's because The Rock was on it, wasn't he?
No, you're thinking of Ballers.
Oh,
yeah. Do not mix up Billions and Ballers.
Please do not get
Sorry.
Billions and Ballers confused.
Sorry, guys. I'm not.
No,
I'm not the.
I don't know
cinephiles
why
that you
he's
guys
not
know.
on any of the posters or whatever, but from what I've seen,
He's not even in the cast on Wikipedia.
he is like a main character, and he ends up becoming like pivotal to the plot. Like there ends up being some like tension between him and Bobby, and then they have a falling out. I don't know. I've only seen clips.
So I guess he might have been like one of them breakout stars.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. He's fun in the show, though. I mean, I'll say
Dan's a very
from what I've
likable
seen,
guy.
from what I've seen, Damian Lewis is pretty fun in the show. Like he hams it up. The fucking guy that was in Breaking Bad is awesome. The guy who played Gail Bedecker in Breaking Bad, he plays like
The curly haired guy. He was on
yeah,
Suits,
he
too.
plays
Yeah.
like the right hand man to Bobby Axelrod, and he's really good in the. He's fun in the show. He's like a.
You got all this from clips.
I got all this from clips, yeah. And then,
you must have clicked on the channel that does
my
this.
algorithm, I guess, like
.com, and you're scrolling through.
my algorithm figured out that I'm like I have like an interest in finance or like stocks and crypto and shit because it's like either clips of billions.
And they're like, give you billion.
Or-
Like this is the furthest into finance he can go.
It's
We're gonna
clips
give
of
him
billions or it's clips of like actual real life day traders talking about trading, or it's crypto
Gay
guys,
traders.
or it's clips from The Wizard of Lies, the Robert De Niro Madoff. It's just all clips
That's not a
about
good
like,
movie.
It's a really good movie. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of clips. I might actually end up just watching the show because it does look like it's fun.
You know a lot about it.
I've gleaned, that's the thing about TV is like TV
The
is
clips
not
worked.
too,
They
TV
worked.
is not too like deep or like it's easy to pick up on like TV.
Correct,
So I'm
sir.
able to like I from the just clips, I already like understand all the characters and their motivations and who they are and how they fit into the story.
You're gonna watch the show and you'll be like, "Oh, I remember this from the clip."
Yeah.
Yeah.
'cause
Baby Billy's Billions Baller Bible Bonkers.
mhm.
Cracking me.
Yeah, because like Paul Giamatti's character is not even necessarily a good guy. He is the SEC guy who is like trying to take down Bobby Axelrod, but it's sort of like the a similar psychology is like I guess like Batman and the Joker, where it's like
Yeah, they're both bad
Giamatti,
guys.
Paul Giamatti in his own way is twisted and maybe not acting in the best interest of the people because he seems to have a personal vendetta against Bobby Axelrod, and it to his own detriment and the detriment of the SEC itself. It continues to try and take him down for whatever his personal reasons are that are obfuscating his duty to as an SEC officer. So I understand Giamatti's character pretty well from the clips. The fucking non-binary lady that was or not a lady, I don't know, a person. That's another funny thing about the show is like everybody's like tough finance, like like finance people. Like they don't play by the rules. They're rude and crude and have bad attitudes. But then there's like a character who shows up who's like a non-binary person. So it's like I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's the first non-binary character in history. Is
Yeah.
billions.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. It looks like this character
Oh,
looks
she's
like
got. I think she's got a
Hold
suit on
on.
and short hair. Or they.
this
Yeah,
person looks
yeah.
like a woman with a shaved head, but they are not. They are non-binary. So like
Oh,
all
wait.
these like rough and tumble finance guys who are rude and tough guys, all even in the world of finance, that doesn't care about your feelings or no one plays by the rules, are all very respectful throughout the show. This
That is
person's
so
pronouns. They really maintain the pronouns of this
No
character.
one's more progressive than finance guys.
Yeah,
Obviously.
no one's more progressive than Bobby Axelrod, the CEO of Axe Capital. So
So
even when this character betrays Bobby Axelrod and he's very mad at them, Bobby still respects their pronouns.
I didn't realize those were billions clips. So I've seen this woman with the they with the person with the shaved head, and the character is like almost autistically into numbers, right? So whenever they come in, they're like, "Hey, everybody step aside. I'm the greatest of all time. I'm great.
Yeah,
I'm super great with numbers."
They are like the next evolution of finance. That Bobby's like, you're going to be the next like big thing in finance. You're so good at numbers.
I didn't
and money.
recognize that was even billions because that character comes in and they're good with numbers or whatever. I thought it was a show about them being autistic with numbers, like a
no.
like
It's so funny how none of us have watched Billions, but we have got
none of us have watched it,
dude.
None of us have watched a full episode ever.
We've been talking about it for like 50. By the way, I've been enjoying the conversation.
We've spent more time talking about Billions than we've ever actually watched the show.
I'm gonna go on the Instagram of
it's so
Asia K.
Billions
Dillon because
does seem it's like it does seem like a show that's not really worth the time investment of watching, but is interesting enough to talk about. You know what I mean?
Because we've already watched Succession, so it's like, why would we watch? Here's a show that's not as good.
That was the
same thing.
That was my favorite joke at the roast of Lewis at Skankfest. Was Joe List going like, "Dan stars in Billions," or as I call it, "Succession for retards," or something like that. I went through because I was trying to find them. I googled to see the posters and to try and see if Dan's on any of them. And the fact that he's not on any of the posters makes me think the cast is crazy huge.
That's so fun. That's so funny because he's in the show. He's like
a
main character.
It's so funny how all their posters literally look like they are doing a Succession poster, like a different poster from.
You know what? And this is a good point. Heihachi asked, I think Billions did come out before Succession.
It did, but
so this is a real kind of like Weeds Breaking Bad situation where there was a show that was already kind of the same thing that existed, and then another show that's the same thing comes out that's way better, and then people forgot about the show that was already doing that story.
Showtime is great at the first drafts of a good show.
Yeah, because I'll tell you this, I got into Weeds early, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it for like the first 2 or 3 seasons.
First season
it goes
is good.
Way off the rails, dude.
It goes so crazy off the rails, and they got rid of Romani Malco is one of the best parts. But
because they wrap up the story already, like when that suburb. When they leave that suburb, that's kind of like the end of that story, really.
It's like, how do you keep it a comedy at that point? I think they ran into a problem of like, oh, this story actually lends itself better to drama, even though it's very funny of an idea.
Yeah, and so then Breaking Bad comes out. It's like they just figured out how to do that story better.
It's better to be a drama that's pretty funny about this subject than a comedy, because like if a character is going to climb in the drug world, like. They're not going to be like a relatable character for that long, you know.
Yo, Dave, is this
Drew Huntley said all these shows sound terrible. All of them but Succession are kind of bad that we've talked about.
Oh, it's making me sign. I don't know how to sign in on.
So I pulled up Asia Kate Dillon, which is the character that plays the non-binary individual on Billions or whatever.
She just looks like
the character is. The character is more feminine than the individual in real life. That's why I sent the thing. So
I'm pretty open-minded.
Is a masculine individual in real life and a feminine character on the show.
Well, Panatron's right. Kevin Nealon was great in Weeds,
He
and then
was great.
and then he had no reason. His character did not fit in the show after the third season.
Romani Malco they completely wrote off, and he was also one of the better characters.
Yeah, and some people in the Abby's here, but the Bone Grinder. She says Dexter was underrated. Well, no, here's the thing about Dexter.
I like Dexter. Yeah,
Dexter was not underrated. Dexter was great
up into season 4,
seasons 1 through 4, and then that season.
I don't know. I thought it was a funny cartoon for a while.
Yeah.
DD.
Give it up for Jimmy.
No, after the
DTD.
season,
What a terrific audience.
DTD.
DTD.
After the season with John Lithgow, that season when they come back and his Julia Stiles is like the thing, that was like unwatchable. For me,
I'll tell you,
I said this for me. The show ends at season 4.
I was the same way, but because the John Lithgow was so good, you thought that it was continuing an up arc. If you take a break, which I did for a couple months, so I did like 6 months to a year, and then I went back and I watched the Julia Stiles. It's okay, it's not great, but it's just that season 4 was so good that season 5 was a letdown. But if you kind of go back, it's not terrible.
There's enough shows where I
well, they might be bringing Dexter back. I heard.
I think it's come back a couple times. Like
Kate Dillon is a straight up trans man now.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
wow.
There's enough shows. With Dexter, it's like I don't need. Season 4 for me. That's the end of the show. Nothing happens after that. That's Dexter's done.
How can you be how are you non-binary and trans?
No, that's what I was saying. They're more masculine presenting.
Like
so I'm on Feld now. So I'm getting into the woke mind virus now.
Oh, Ivy's on there?
I'm on FEELD. It's an alternative lifestyle dating app. And so I've been meeting people that are in ethical non-monogamy relationships, binary, non-binary, agendered people.
How about culinary?
I've been talking to them about
my pronouns
what it
are
means
kiss
with the
my
lifestyle.
ass.
Yeah, but you can be a non-binary, masculine presenting individual.
Yeah,
and you can be a non-binary, feminine presenting individual, which actually kind of makes good for acting because, like I was saying, in Billions, they were very female, feminine presenting, but in real life, it looks like they've started taking testosterone and decided to be more masculine presenting.
I'm pretty open-minded. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm chill.
What do you guys think? So I talked about this on Twitter. What do you guys think about ethical non-monogamy?
That's fucking weird, dude. Gross.
I don't get it. I would be jealous, and it would hurt my feelings. Either they fuck a hot guy, and I'm like, fuck, I can't compete.
It would end in a murder-suicide.
Am I ugly too? Either way, it would really.
I could not do that shit.
Like what? That's just friends with benefits, It's like, all right.
Miss me with that. So I'm not doing that shit.
No, so here's fine. So you guys are both good.
It only works for girls. It's hard to get fucking laid if you're a guy.
Well, you guys are. So what you guys went to almost directly to, I think, was open relationships, which is different.
Hey, Panatron, pause.
But
sorry, go ahead.
And most guys that I brought this up to, they put themselves in the position of, because you guys are monogamous, which is fine. You put yourself in a position, I have this girlfriend, and then my girlfriend that I really love and care about and only want to be with solo is out banging guys. But think about it like this. There's a married couple, right? And the woman wants to have sex with you as like a friend relationship, but she spends most of her time with her husband and stuff.
Right.
So it's still a relationship, but you don't try to get attached to that.
So swingers.
Oh, I mean, I'd be fine
because it's still multiple relationships that people are getting stuff from. And it's not just going out on the town and having sex, which is an open marriage. It's when there's multiple relationships, but they have hierarchies or whatever.
No,
I'm not trying to convince you guys to do it.
No, I'm just saying. I don't have a problem with that, but it's like that's their decision. I'm not gonna say that she's my girlfriend.
Yeah, I would not do it. It's been It's been pitched to me a couple times. There's been a couple times in my life where that was an option.
You
for
always
me.
were a bit of a catcher.
I was always a bit of a catcher, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a couple times where that was like an option, where I could have engaged in some kind of situation like that.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Let me think. What was his
I'm
name?
sorry, there was two guys. So what were their names?
Asking that, and then me and Robbie just letting you hang out there, waiting for you.
I don't know.
Well, I have recently been approached by two ladies that are in non-monogamous, ethical non-monogamous relationships.
Monogamous.
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 You did that earlier, Dalton. I didn't want that to not happen.
Yeah, so basically Lucas is right. Like, if you can detach yourself, you're basically married. You're banging a married chick whose husband's chill with it. I was thinking that dudes are just like lying to these ladies. Be like, yeah, of course we're in a non whatever, and the woman's like, yeah, we're in this committed thing, and really he's just. It's a way to date multiple people, like the old Patrice O'Neill joke, and give it a new name. It seems like just a rebranding of.
That's not my
sleeping
bag,
with multiple
baby.
people.
That is not, dude. I
don't think it would make me jealous, but it
I
would
want
make me
nothing
jealous if I
more-
like somebody that I wanted to marry, and then they said to me, "Hey, I want to start sleeping with other people." That would bother me.
Yeah, then the relationship is over.
I'll tell you right now,
Unfortunately.
I'm like mature enough and understand myself enough now to know I'm a wife guy. So it's like,
What
I
would
would
his
like
name
it.
be?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Burgess.
Try not to laugh while you let it hang as fast.
Just softly. I don't know, man.
But I would like. It'd be cool. It would be cool to have a girlfriend and
Would it
then a
be chill?
wife. What?
Would it be chill?
It would be cool and chill to have a girlfriend and then a wife. That's like the ideal. That's what I would like.
Yeah.
And so it's like if I am dating someone and she like brings that up, like if that's like something she wants to do, I just would be like, I think we should probably just stop dating. Like,
yeah,
I'm not.
obviously.
Yeah.
Like, why is her mind even going there? She's not as attracted to you as she once was. But
yeah,
then if
well,
it's my friend has like a long-term boyfriend with that and does that, and I'm like, this is like they've kept it together for a long time, but I'm like, this is crazy. It's like legitimately crazy. And are they
it's not for me, and it does seem crazy. But I mean, if there's people out there making it work and it makes them happy, like whatever. But keep me out of it. It's gross. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it. Disgusting. You know what scripture tells us.
Plenty of. I brought this up because plenty of men in the Bible had multiple wives.
Yeah, it's like it's not
true.
a new thing. I think people were freakier before Puritanism.
But I don't know, man.
The fucking go by.
But it's also
Monogamy was actually kind of like the idea of like they call it the nuclear family because that's when it was really started popularizing as a concept.
Oh, the Simpsons were a nuclear family.
That's
true.
Oh, and so was Peter. But that was like not. It was like
I do think that is a good point, though. I think because like me and Robbie, especially like grew up and had like such a strong connection to like sitcoms.
You guys need a polyamorous, non-monogamous sitcom in order to get over the hump.
You can't be a Peter and also have a non-monogamous Lois.
Because I do think like I'm like somebody who grew up where I was like,
I don't know. They had Brian kind of hinting at it the whole
like
time.
if you grew up like if you're like me and you grew up watching like King of Queens, you're like, this is the dream.
Drew Carey
show.
That's the best Western propaganda is sitcoms.
Like growing up with sitcoms where it's just
we forgot about Mimi.
That was
and
like
Drew Carey's brother. They were
John,
doing that well before
Hey, Hachi said,
Billions.
I'm monogamous. I only watch Club Random. Well, that's interesting.
Well, the
So yeah,
interesting
it
thing
doesn't.
about
It
Drew
wouldn't
Carey,
work if you're in a situation where you don't have any options and you meet somebody and they have a ton of options. Oh no.
the interesting thing about Drew Carey's brother, played by
I'm back.
the great John Carroll Lynch, by the way, is that this is actually like I don't know if we've seen progress like this since then. This is probably the most progressive things ever been on TV.
The
Was
Drew Carey show?
Yeah, was that Drew Carey's brother, the John Carroll Lynch character, was not portrayed in any mocking way, nor was he cartoonish. He wasn't gay. He wasn't trans.
He was a crossdresser, right?
He was he was a straight drag queen. So he just liked dressing up like a lady, but he was attracted to and ended up marrying Mimi Bobick. So it was like this. It was like this really.
Who was also kind of doing drag.
Oh yeah, Mimi Bobick does look like a drag queen.
Yeah,
but it was
She's
like
my
it was like
drag
this interesting.
queen.
It was like honestly like a really progressive portrayal.
Zach
like,
Amico must have loved that show growing up.
Dude, I
Yeah,
bet
more like,
that's
the,
the
more, like the
stage for
king, more like the king of drag queens.
Yes. But yeah, that was like at the time that was like I don't know how like what people thought of it then. But looking back on it now, it's like that is like a really interesting portrayal of like somebody who is kind of like outside the norms, but where it's not like being played up to necessarily trying to be progressive or further any sort of like ideology or agenda. It really they portrayed as like as normal as possible. Where he is just like a guy who dresses like a woman, and that's never it's never from what I remember it was never portrayed in any like where it was like cartoonish or mocking. He just would. What was really funny is he just would be in scenes where he's dressed up like a lady, but they would do like just like a sitcom situation where this one guy just happens to be in drag.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking back. I never went, but when I was a kid, my friends' parents were big fans of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And so they would fill their bags with all that stuff and they would go to that show.
Thank you for highlighting that, Dalton.
Did you like that, Robbie?
I did, yeah.
More like the Katu King of Drag. Yeah, I never understood Rocky Horror. When I finally watched
drag
that movie,
I like Rocky Horror.
I never went.
I was like, why do people go to the theater to see this?
It's a whole I've never been, but
they bring stuff.
I did enjoy it. It's for people who like musical theater.
So
it's like
the people that I
songs
knew
are good.
The people I knew, you would bring a bunch of props, and as certain things happen in the show, everybody would bring out these props. Or that's my understanding of it. But they had a drag queen in that show. That was like one of the first like mainstream, because I knew like pretty modern suburban people that went to go see that.
That was back when they called them
transvestites.
Like he's a transvestite.
Oh, transvestite. Okay.
Yeah, that's like the song is he's a transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. So I guess like nowadays that would be considered like regressive, like that's actually problematic or whatever. Because the word transvestite is like not part of anyone's lexicon anymore.
That was
either is transsexual,
transvestite, then she-male, and then transgender.
Yeah,
I have. There's a anarchist friend that I run into once in a while here in New Hampshire and at the events or whatever for libertarians, and their moniker is the anarchist she-male. Yeah. And people give you a lot of trouble for saying like you can't say that. Like it's literally what they identify as. So take it up with them. Don't take it up with me. You're telling me to dead name them when they're asking me to call them the anarchist she-male. Yeah.
I don't know if you go to any porn website, the category is I guess technically transgender, but all the clips are titled like she-male, jacks off. Female fucks another female in the ass bareback. You know,
I don't. I guess. Yeah,
female
that's
fucks
wild. I wasn't
Adriana
well.
Chechik.
I wasn't on when you could click on that stuff and find it that easy, or maybe I was, and I didn't know. The only time I could see that working is is if there's a threesome and you're watching like a lady with two men, you're pretty much like seeing two penises, and they don't usually go near one another. But I guess if those were ladies with penises, you're
You
still
never
watching.
seen like a vaginal or an anal double triple penetration where it's two penises inside one hole or three
I have not.
penises? Yeah,
I've
Adriana Chechik does them a lot. I get what she did before her injury, but
I've seen the Legion of Skanks riff on it, and even the riff was like making me weirded out.
But there's some cool, there's some cool clips where it'll be like a trans woman. So it's like a woman with tits and a penis having sex with a
Clips. Like you're scrolling through YouTube and you're like, billions and soda, she-male getting DP'd.
Yeah, there's where it's like a trans woman.
Oh, actually, you know what? Do they have that?
It's gendered woman. Yeah. In fact,
so
one of the best.
Wait, hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. When you go on a porn site now, can you like scroll like that through clips?
Yeah.
That's
you mean like on TikTok?
Yeah.
There might be a feature like that. I've never used anything like that, but that sounds like something.
Yeah, because I was making fun of you, but then now I'm like, oh, maybe they have updated it where it's like YouTube. No. You have porn shorts.
It would just be like a 4 or 5 minute clip, like classic looking at porn on the internet.
Yeah.
But
okay. I know what you're saying now. So it's just the old school thing where there's like a 50-minute video, they give you a 5-minute.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the greats
scrolling through.
One of the greats who's been out of commission for the last few years is Adriana Chechik, and she has a great clip where it's her and I think this woman is actually detransitioning now, but at the time she was a trans woman by the name of Chanel Santini, and it's Chanel Santini is a woman with a penis having sex with Adriana Chechik, and that's a cool clip. What are you doing?
Pretending to pet the dog.
Oh. So that's a cool clip. So those are fun. Where it's like a trans woman putting her penis inside of a woman's vagina or her butt. Those are cool. Dude, I saw Robbie's I don't know, Robbie's taking a dump or what. Dude, I saw something yesterday that blew my damn mind.
Like once you go deeper like that into those like rabbit holes, the butthole rabbit holes, like you can't go back, right? Your mind breaks and you need more and more.
No, intensity. You can go back. You can go back.
The rap buttholes.
You can go back. Dude, I've gone to some pretty I've gone to some pretty like horrific depths when it comes to pornography, but then like I guess like at a certain point you just level off, and like I'm at a place now where I can look at a nice picture, and you give me a few minutes and I've got done what I need to do. I haven't even seen any nudity. I'm just looking at a woman in her bra and panties or something.
Yeah. They went full circle.
Yeah, honestly, I have come full circle.
CUM circle.
I saw something yesterday that just like blew my mind because I didn't even know this existed. And I have the book, never read the book. What?
Salads?
Salads? I've had
You
salads.
said something you didn't know existed, blew your mind?
I know. First of all, I know about salads. I've eaten lots of salads.
Sorry. Yeah.
I had a salad the other day. I had a salad and a side of soup.
Nice, dude. Congrats.
Thank you. No, I own this book. I've never read the book, and I've never seen the movie. The lesser Paul Thomas Anderson. Don't get it twisted. He's no Paul W.S. Anderson, but Paul Thomas Anderson still okay director. I've never seen the movie Inherent Vice. Robbie, have you seen Inherent Vice?
Mm-hmm.
Is it good?
No, I didn't like it that much, but
Yo,
I think it's probably his worst. But you might like it. I don't know.
I saw like a 20-second. It was a 20-second clip. Yesterday, some movie account on Twitter posted it, and I saw the caption before I watched the clip.
This is just a pre-roll joint I got. People are asking, including Crack and
Robbie looks like he's tapped into the mainframe right now because he's got like just one of his glasses has got the reflection. So it looks like he's like locking into, you know, when they put like the screen in one eye and they're like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I saw the caption and then I
Captain America over here.
The caption made me say, no fucking way. How have I not known about this? Because I was like, it can't be her. And the caption said, it was for the clip, it said Inherent Vice featuring Belladonna. And I was like, no way, dude.
I don't know who any of these people are. This is porn?
There's a movie that Paul Thomas Anderson made based on a book by Thomas Pynchon called Inherent Vice, starring Joaquin Phoenix and some other people. And I saw this
clip is a better version of Inherent Vice, I think.
This clip came across my feed that said Inherent Vice featuring Belladonna. And I was like, it can't be. There's no way it can't be. There's no way she's in a Paul Thomas Anderson. There's got to be a different Belladonna.
Who's Belladonna?
Dude. I mean, it's just like the foundation of probably my entire life. My whole
I would hope
now is built on Belladonna, dude.
Who is Belladonna? Do I want to type into my browser?
Lucas knows exactly. Lucas in the chat knows who she is, dude. An anal queen, dude.
How do I spell this?
You want to know what I don't like about trans people?
Go ahead, Robbie Dish.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of gay rights was about being just accepted in society and trying to fit in, whereas a lot of trans people just seem like they want to yell at people. Like a lot of them are just mean to me. I feel like, and please don't be mean to me.
Robbie,
that's a big experience.
If you want to really get into it, if you really want to get into it, look, I'm cool, I'm chill, and we'll get back to Belladonna here in a minute because this is important. But I'll say this real quick: I'm cool, I'm chill. I do think like trans people, by and large, might be especially mentally ill. I think
there's been
out of their fucking minds.
Be whatever you want. I just don't like. I feel like, first of all, I feel like what is, and it feels like they make up new rules to get people in trouble. New rule.
Okay. Well, I'm on board now. New rule.
Yeah. All the. I mean,
Belladonna. Wait a minute when it's Bill Amahara.
Here's what I think I'm actually trying to say.
My words before I say them.
Let me say, to speak more empathetically, like from a place of understanding. You're talking about like a person who feels as though their own skin is a prison, that they have not been existing as who they actually are their entire life. And so like, and up till, until we figure something else out maybe, but right now, the only solution we seem to have that they have where they can finally feel like they're free from the shackles of their flesh.
Robbie's people came up with some solutions.
Okay. But they have to like modify their body and their own like biochemistry to be what they like believe them, what they feel as though they really are. So like whatever's actually going on there, I don't know. But you're talking about someone who is like existing in a state of like constant like seemingly like torment. You know what I mean? And then they just like take a bunch of hormones. So it's like there probably is like some instability happening where they just have more of a proclivity for being fucking mean because they're like taking like a ton of fucking pills and hormones and getting titties and titty surgery and like I don't know.
No, yeah.
So I get it if you go up to somebody, right, and you're in their face being like, "You're a lady, you're whatever." But if you just like go up to like Starbucks to order a thing and the person looks feminine, you're like, "Excuse me, miss, I'd like a hot," and then they get angry at you. You're like, I don't know you. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just trying to order a coffee. It's different than going out of your way to scream at somebody about their gender.
Maybe it's
So
just
let me
'cause
tell
New
you
York.
something.
Maybe it's just because New York is full of like entitled, mean people everywhere. Like,
Boston and Providence has the same issue going on.
Like I grew up in San Francisco, and all the gay people and trans people were I didn't know that many trans people actually, but the gay people were pretty cool. And then in New York, I feel like the gay community and like the queer community, it like feels very like Mean Girl exclusionary. I want to be gay, no, but I feel like they're always like Stuart always rolled with a bunch of gay friends, and there were some really cool ones, but like the ones who were like super into their like Brooklyn gender fluid group or whatever, they were all like very exclusionary and mean, and like they're like all they acted really rude to me, and I'm like,
I don't know. Maybe trans people just hate you.
like,
The
don't you want to be
ones that I've
accepted? Don't you want this whole thing like trying to be accepted by me? Why are you like mad at me before I even say anything?
I don't know. The trans people that I am like cool with, that I know personally, they're very nice to me. So maybe they just fucking hate you. I don't know.
It might just be a Brooklyn, New York.
No, I kind of know what Robbie's talking about because I grew up with, and at the time it was called being androgynous, and they like Prince and David Bowie and everything. Tons of people that would call themselves trans now, but 40, 30 years ago called themselves androgynous. They just acted normal. They wanted to go on their normal life. They didn't care about bathrooms, whatever. And then over the years, when it got political, they feel like, oh, I have power now. How can I use this power? I felt helpless my whole life. Oh, he called me this wrong name. I'll say this, and everybody kind of get
I guess that's what I mean is like
there's like an angry behind it. And it didn't used to be like that.
Well,
same with 90s black people, where I had a much better experience with them than people that think you're being racist all the time nowadays. It's been politicized.
Were so fucking fun. They were just fun. They were just a ton of fun in the 90s. Michael Jordan and Do the Right and White Men Can't Jump. You know, they're all like beatboxing.
One of my favorite black guys, White Men Can't Jump, is his name.
I'm just
the
saying,
Fat Boys were wicked cool. That movie Disorderly.
The most fun dudes of all time is like every movie about like black guys in LA in the 90s.
Oh yeah.
No, I just once you give people power, whatever their identity or political power is, they can wield it against people. They will. And before that, most of the people were cool that didn't have that.
I feel
power.
Like
hold on, Robbie. What about this? What do you think about this?
Aren't I embarrassed to be a man?
That gave me a good crack.
Bastion, one man is Scalco.
I'm watching my calories. My mother's cooking is very calorie dense. All men are trash. It's like, what are you done? When I get fucked in my vagina, I say, why would you do that?
So
I feel like they like invent new slurs like every like it's like tranny used to not be a slur. It was like turned into one.
Still not.
They asked you to call them that. Yeah, now you can't even. I literally did have to have transmission work in my car, and I went to hyphenate it on Twitter, and it gave me a hate speech thing when I was talking about.
Oh.
So I was like, whatever. I'm just done.
So let's get back on track, though. Let me say something real quick. Let me say this.
Also, I learned that the 2S and 2S LGBTIA plus. Apparently, that's like Native American trans people. It's like called
Two-Spirit.
Two-Spirit. It's like why is it? How many of them even are there? Why are there letters? Why are they added to the letters? And also,
the only reason I know about it is from Danny and Ryan going off on it on Boys Cast.
It's like y'all are goofy. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound hateful. I just don't like when people are like exclusionary and mean and trying to use like their identity as an excuse to just like not be cool or chill to me.
Let me say something. We gotta wrap this up soon. But
why? We've only done almost 4 hours. I only came in 2.5 hours in.
Let me say something. We gotta get back on track because I want to say that when I think about my life, I see it in two distinct parts: BB and AB, before Belladonna and after Belladonna.
I looked her up online. She looks like a sophisticated lady, so I don't think I'm spelling the name right.
I mean, looks can be deceiving, Dave.
Belladonna, Bella, Donna.
Belladonna.
How about Bella Donald?
Yeah, now she's not the deadly nightshade plant. She is a wonderful lady.
She's got
And
dark hair.
she has had dark hair. She's had blonde hair. She's had buzz cut. She's had skinhead even some at times.
No, I don't think this is it because this is
She's been
Belladonna by
pregnant.
Charles Lightfoot. I don't
So-
want to turn my moderate off, so I'm not going to find her.
Yeah,
I think
you have to
I-
turn your save search off to
Why
find
don't
her.
you show us one of her videos and you can share it with everybody? We can all watch it.
We-
We're going to have to go over to Rumble.
Robbie,
Actually, I don't
I
even think you can do it on Rumble.
yeah, I mean, I know exactly the one I would share with you. It's Belladonna and
Ooh, this
Cytheria.
is fucking hot.
Belladonna and Cytheria outdoors.
Here's one of her, I think, in a bikini.
I like that she's pale and has kind of a weird face.
Yeah. $2 management, Indian Belladonna, and it's a cricket bat this time.
You know, she's
oh,
not like-
Heihachi knows what's up.
She does not look like a porn star, really. She kind of looks like a bimbo-fied Ivy Wolk.
Robbie.
What?
I mean, dude, you hold on.
I mean,
we're
she doesn't
around
have
the
like
same
she doesn't have a traditional porn star body.
We're around the same age. You have not even watched like a ton of Belladonna clips,
No, not really.
dude.
I
maybe-
never knew anybody's name. Like, I just watch randos.
Oh, dude, I
that were
am
like-
an appreciator.
I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
didn't. Never
I
got
also watch
into
Crack,
individuals.
Crack knows what's up. Crack knows exactly what's up. Craig is a man of taste. It is all about the gap. She's
Mind
got
the gap.
Yeah, she's got the gap in her teeth.
The gap or the gape?
Both.
She is the anal
Actually,
queen.
Dave, yes, both.
Yeah.
Yes, very true. The gap and the gape. Yeah,
It's Dave Wright, the thinker, and Dalton Pruitt, the gooner.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will tell you, like there was like my life as I knew it, and then one day I had the internet and I found
I
Belladonna.
triggered Raphael with how accurate I was.
Yeah, like just like one day I had the internet and I found Belladonna, and it was like her and like a smattering of other ladies that I think like
It was festooned.
that formed the foundation of my life from then on. It's like her, Dana Diarmond, Cytheria,
The
These
Cytheria
sound like
collection?
Star Trek alien
Gianna
characters to me.
Michaels, Riley Reid. Like there's a ton.
Riley
Reid I've
Reid,
heard of.
I loved.
Yeah, Riley Reid, but
I
I-
like her music.
Sasha Grey was good too. I liked
So Sasha Grey was the first one that I saw make like a foray into Hollywood. Like she was in a Soderbergh movie. Oh, hell
yeah, but it didn't really.
Rachel
pay.
Dan
Star.
Soderbergh.
Dan
She-
Soderbergh.
yeah,
I agree.
but- so
Dave,
I had-
I agree with that. Dan Soderbergh. I agree.
I had no idea that Belladonna was in Inherent Vice. If I'd known that, I would have been in the theater day one. I've been opening night at the theater, dude, just to see like what's up with.
Is
the,
it a porn movie in the theater? Or
It's
rated
not a
X?
porn movie. No,
Like
it's
rated
a,
R
it's, a,
plus.
it's a movie.
I think I think it's a PG-13 too. It's like not even.
Yeah,
R.
but Belladonna, I just to see like, because I
She finally
trust
made
Paul,
it. She got into porn, so she
I
could be on the
trust Paul
silver screen,
Thomas
and she finally
Anderson, so-
transitioned.
I trust Paul Thomas Anderson, so I would love to know like what this character is and see her performance in it, and like what he does directing her. By the way, first
Maybe
off, the fact
someday
that
you can
she's-
bring your son and tell him
the fact that
story
she's
and-
in the movie indicates to me that me and Paul Thomas Anderson be jacking off to the same stuff.
Yeah, Paul Thomas Anderson seems like he's like kind of a bro.
Yeah, Paul PTA is kind of a dude, because the fact that he put her in that movie, it's like, well, he knows about Belladonna, then
Also,
Oh,
Joanna
we-
Newsom.
That's
Your,
pretty
your
offensive.
favorite Joanna Newsom's in it, Dalton.
oh, Joanna Newsom. Yeah,
How do you know she wasn't the best actress for the part, Dalton?
she might have. She clearly if it's PTA, she is. Like I trust him.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a lot of like silly stunt casting in it. Like
But-
like Martin Short is in it.
Yeah, but I just was like blown away that like
But you should have led with that. You buried the lead. Martin Short, I'll go see right now.
yeah, but like when
I
I
wish
saw
I buried my dick in her ass.
Robbie, if you want to talk about burying dicks and asses, you gotta check out Belladonna.
You
Oh my
guys
God,
are like,
she did
I would
pregnancy
never be in a
scenes? That's so
monogamous
gross.
relationship, but I will have sex with this porn star that's been with over 1,000 guys.
Yeah, I think she's out of the industry at this point, but Dude, I mean,
She must be in diapers if she's an
there's
anal
belladonna videos that have been in my like Rolodex and my heavy in my rotation since I was like
Your
14.
Rolodex.
Yeah, my roll, dude. In my,
Very sophisticated.
dude, no joke. There's videos of belladonna.
I haven't even seen a Rolodex in like 20 years, and
Wait,
yet
hold on.
that as a reference is still very common.
Wait,
Yeah, but I'm telling you, since I was 14,
have a question.
there's clips of hers they're like go tos, like tried and true. I know, like I am certain that this is going to do it for me. Like I can always go back to them. Belladonna.
Excuse my ignorance here. So you download porn?
No.
Oh, all right.
I just know, like from like since I was a teenager, I've just known the keywords to find the belladonna videos.
Oh, and it's still up there,
and they're still there.
Doesn't get okay.
Even from
it's like I can go watch Gangnam Style.
Across many different computers and different internet connections and devices and websites, I know how to find the belladonna videos I need to find when I need to find them.
Gotcha.
There is one I've been having trouble finding lately that I've desperately been trying to look for, but there's plenty others that are just like are like the way people have like comfort movies, like somebody watches the Goonies a lot.
You stay home sick from school, you're like, oh, I'm going to watch this
school and
Anal
I'm watching
Blaster 3 today.
Yeah, I'm watching Belladonna and Alexis Texas, or Belladonna and Dana Dearmont, Belladonna and Dread, Belladonna Cytheria Outdoor Squirt. There's
Nina
just so
Hartley.
many. Yeah, Nina Hartley. There's just so many like Belladonna.
Ms. Berlin.
She's been like an integral, pivotal, important figure in my life for since I was a teenager, in my entire adult life, and so it was like, to find out there's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie she's in. I didn't even know she was in it. I gotta watch this now, but I'll tell you, she is a masterful performer. We don't see talent, talent like that doesn't come through too often,
That's
No,
true.
I'm familiar with the tube sites, Raphael, but I never looked at like an individual. Like,
dude, I'm all about
like an individual's career or whatever.
I'm all about like stars, like personalities, and like the actual women. Like I'm not somebody who just like goes.
I mean, you sound like an old head who talks about basketball. Like you sound
I'll tell you, because I'm not some fucking barbarian.
Wait. Would you go to a porn festival and get your photo and autograph?
No, I wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't do that. But
I'm not some fucking know what type of man
let me
you are,
explain
Dalton.
something. I'm not some fucking barbarian who just goes and searches like big tits or big ass. I'm on there and I'm refining my search down to the person I want to see.
18 plus type.
I'm searching Belladonna pregnant. I'm searching Riley Reid anal. I'm searching Adriana Chechik BTS. That's behind the scenes.
Women that look like Lauren
your
Davis.
SEO manager setting all this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm refining it to what I want to see, which is first and foremost, is there a performer I have in mind? Is there like a specific style that I'm in the mood for?
Diet Coke.
Yeah. I do miss her, yeah.
Diet Coke, you're kind of talking about your relationship with Diet Coke.
No.
Did she leave the internet?
No. I mean, she
has me blocked. I have no idea what she's up to.
She just kind of like fell out of contact. Like she doesn't really talk. Like we don't talk that much at all anymore. But she's like somewhere else. Like we're geographically not close to each other. So like whatever. I'm
Love
over
has
here.
no boundaries, Dalton.
It is true, and I do love her and I miss her. Please come back to me. But Belladonna. Yeah, I've been. I don't know. I guess it's because it's like when you're.
I just go on Mr. Skin and search for Dasha.
Yeah, especially like when you're like growing up in a time of like the internet and like those. I will say there is something like those years when you're trying to like I don't know. When you're like discovering your own body. I don't know how to describe it. It is like I don't know. Like I look, it is formative where it's like
monologues with Dalton Pruitt.
Yeah, when I'm like, I'm a teenager and I'm going through all these changes and I'm scared and I want to know what a woman looks like and I want to touch my wiener, I'll touch my little penis. Like those first like women like that you really I don't know, feel some like attraction to, that make your penis hard and you feel like a connection with, almost
Yeah.
like these porn ladies. It's it's as pivotal, it's as like important as like a good movie or a good book that you find at a certain age.
I guess that's better because, like I told you, some of my first experience with a written word, stealing that Penthouse like stories magazine, and they're just like explain that she has like C cups, she's a brunette. So I'm just creating like a truly objectified image of a vagina, tits in this story. You're actually putting a personality behind the fantasies.
Yeah.
You're not actually, you're doing women a favor. You're not objectifying them into body parts. You actually want the personality.
Belladonna and Jenna Hayes.
Yeah. And any
That's
female
another good
listeners,
one.
Dalton's pretty much a feminist.
I'm pretty much
you
a
put it that
feminist
way.
too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that was just like such a shock to the system that she's in a movie. I didn't even know she was in an actual Hollywood movie. And and then I just kind of like seeing that, I just like saw my entire youth, play out before in front of me, and up till now, I don't know. It's so up till now it feels like a life that hasn't really been well lived. I think I've spent most of it looking for porn clips, to be honest with you.
What are you doing you getting out of the house, you doing stuff, you meeting people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to Starbucks the other day and
you start up conversations with strangers?
Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, do you know who Belladonna is? Yeah, man. It's just
No, it's good for your mental health to just get out and get some.
My life has been like in a period of like trying to crawl out of the the place, the spiral I've been in for a while, and like I don't know, if things are getting better, obviously, but it's still just like, man, when you have to really go through like trials and tribulations,
yeah,
when you have to go through like a really dark, miserable,
you're on two
fucking awful period.
Now,
yeah, when you like to have to like find, I hate that. It really sucks to have to like find inner strength and fortitude and pick yourself up out of a bad situation. It would be better to have not go through that.
I don't know. Haven't you ever seen the thing where it's like I kept praying to God for patience and strength, and he didn't give it to me, and then he gives you trial and tribulations because you go through them, and then you earn the strength and the patience.
Yeah,
so you're becoming stronger.
This is not true, by the way. I would not get a Neuralink if it came with a come button, because like most of the fun of coming is like the jacking off.
You know that picture of the alien guy that's like all shriveled up and
yeah.
You just
no, I wouldn't do because it's like, because honestly, like actually busting is kind of like it under delivers, like the sort of
you like the goon. You like the goon.
Well, no, I don't want to
The
do
thrill of the goon is
I don't want to
doing.
elongate the process, but it's also just like the sort of like a promise that's made is not kept when it comes to jacking off, because like
no, sometimes you can like get a good long bust.
I was thinking about that. It really is promises made, not kept when it comes.
I'm
to
telling you,
off.
because I tell you, like, let's say I'm scrolling on Twitter, right?
You got to control it so you get a longer, good feeling longer.
Let's say I'm scrolling on Twitter, right? And I see like Quinfinite posts another picture, and I see some tits and bush, and then I'm like, oh, I'm horny now. And nothing would feel better right now than to bust a big nut. But in order to do that, I have to jack off. You know? So then I enter into the task of jacking off to then achieve the goal of busting, right? So the whole time I'm jacking off, the whole time I'm like doing this whole to do, I'm thinking, it's creating all these sensations and hormones are flowing, my blood's pumping, and I'm thinking, oh man, it's gonna feel so awesome when I bust this nut. Like I'm having so much fun jacking off right now. This is awesome, and I'm gonna come in here in a second. It's gonna be the best feeling ever. But then, like, and I know it's funny because, like, I know this in my mind because I've experienced this so many times. Like, I understand it rationally, but I trick myself every time into thinking it's going to be awesome. And then, but then, like, when it finally happens, when I achieve what I've been wanting, it does not in any way feel as good as I am like wanting it to.
You need to stop. Well, you don't need to do anything. I would suggest you stop deferring your happiness. In the journey, you enjoy the journey and the ending. It's really
that's
it's
what I'm
really
saying is that
Schrodinger's bust. Like
it is.
before you bust, it's both good and bad.
I'm not saying it's
And
bad
so-
necessarily. It's just that like when I finally get the release, like when it's finally the poison's out of me, the feeling that I experienced was not like this really cool, awesome relief. You know, it's not like an amazing feeling. It's just like, oh, I now am just like I no longer am like dealing with the tension of being horny. Like that's gone, but the actual release of it was like clinical almost. Like it was like a purely technical kind of feeling. It was not this like fantasy that I had in my mind. It is it's a promise that is not kept. It's just exactly. That's the right way to say it. And it over promises and under delivers jacking off. But
you're missing the
I fall
connection.
for it every time, dude.
You
I
gotta
fall
get a
for it.
lady. Get a lady so you can feel some of the connection, the love, the closeness.
Well, yeah, the
conversation,
obviously
thrill.
obviously
getting to know
jacking
them.
off is but a a lacking approximation of like what I actually want, which is intimacy and busting inside of a woman's vagina.
I slow. No, I didn't go full
I
no
think
fat.
that could help, Don.
It's a simulacrum. Simulacrum.
Yeah. Could we look at this Dua Lipa picture?
Sure.
Oh, Dua Lipa is my style.
Whoa.
Really
Yeah,
like Dua Lipa.
See, this is a picture that if I really
I wanna
focus,
see her
I
Dua
could jack
Lipas.
off to. I could bust to this.
She's so beautiful. It makes me mad how hot she
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Robbie and I, like she. What is she? Lebanese? What is she?
I think she's like Portuguese or look at these, one of those.
I think she's Middle Eastern. I love dark hair, Mediterranean, Middle
She is-
Eastern.
See, Robbie,
women.
that's why you need to. That's why you need to go.
I think she's
find-
Romanian, actually.
She's Albanian.
Albanian.
God
Oh.
damn, it's-
I spit on her family. Albanian.
Robbie,
one
that's
of-
why you got to go look up Belladonna, dude, because she's not that kind of. She's not so hot that you get mad.
yeah,
She's
no.
like-
I like
No,
when a
Dua
porn
Lipa
star-
actually kind of seems like she'd be cool and chill.
That's the other problem is she doesn't seem like a bitch, and that makes me upset that
Yeah.
I'll never ever have her as a girlfriend.
Yeah, but she
Um,
did steal. She did steal from In Excess.
Dude,
Well,
if Kevin
no.
Federline got Britney Spears, Robbie, you can get Dua Lipa. You just got to set your mind to it.
Well, do you know my theory about like how like when women like don't have the biggest breasts, sometimes they'll like wear very skimpy clothing. You know that? You know?
yeah.
I think she's that. Which
Sometimes
which
they'll
is-
make up for having not big breasts by being full throated whores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
Don't talk about Dua Lipa like that. She's a lovely lady.
She should fucking. She is so sexual too.
Hey,
Like,
Robbie, I got a question. Pat has a good question for you. Has she showed her doing Nipas?
I think she has. Not the
What was the
full,
other
but-
lady that looked like her that married the crocodile guy? Where it had the same thing?
Crocodile, yeah.
Lana Del Rey.
Oh,
That
Lana Del
woman?
Rey. Yeah.
If she can marry a crocodile,
Dude, I
dude,
seriously
from
was like, yo, Steve
Florida,
Irwin's been dead for a long time, man.
then she married
She has
some like
she's never full on showed her nipples, but she has come so close. So she wore a see-through dress at the Barbie premiere, which is pretty cool.
Oh, so back to I didn't go full no fat, but I pulled way back on physical fantasies, like and all that stuff to give me the build up to go out into the real world and start like approaching people. And it only took like like 2.5 weeks before like my testosterone and my biology took over when I was out, and I got started talking to ladies again and hook some real life dates up. So I think for me, at least, if I'm busting and I'm giving it and I'm doing all that stuff, it doesn't give me the biological drive to be courageous when I'm out.
I think if
You
I
get a
met,
little bit of keep
if
a little
I
in the
met,
tank.
if I met Dua Lipa, I think I would say, Dua, you want to have sex with me?
Yeah, that would
But
get
I'm not sure if I'd say that.
Yeah, you'd have to do a leap of faith.
Very good. Wow, that was really good. Dude, she's so fine. I was thinking about Chappelle Roan though. Chapel Roan. Chappelle Roan.
Yeah. I saw that recent interview. Kind of made me like her a little bit more.
She is
even though she's a bitch.
She's straight up autistic, I think. Has she ever talked about it? The way she blinks is very autistic. And the fact that she doesn't
classic autistic blink.
Yeah, when they like blink a little too much, that's like a telltale sign that they're.
By the way, I'm so excited for The Accountant 2.
Accountant 2 King.
Yeah.
Wait. Let me. And you know what's funny though is like that people are going crazy, like, oh my god, Chappelle Roan's so awesome. Look, here she is doing hand signs for her deaf fans. I'm like, if you have deaf fans, that's not a very good.
Deaf fan?
Why are there deaf people at your show?
For a musician? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I was deaf. Yeah. Damn.
Why are which brings me to my next point. Why are deaf people going to music festivals?
That's a good question. Yeah. That's an interesting
I'm not
point.
going to take Blind Mike to the movies. I love Ginger Girls, Joshua.
Oh,
so you know.
Can we? It's 4 hours and 50 minutes in. This is a deep cut, whatever. But you just said Blind Mike. Yeah. I was just recently blown away for the Gas Station World that Blind Mike is dating Natalie DeSanto.
I don't want to talk about that.
I mean that makes sense though, because like that happens in a lot of workplaces. Like you just spend enough time day in, day out with like the same people.
It just hurts my feelings. I love Blind Mike. I met him a couple times. He was really sweet. Natalie was super sweet. But then I'm like, I can't. Mike's doing this and I'm getting nothing. So it's like,
yeah, I feel the same way, man. Fuck him for that.
Well, maybe go humiliate yourself in front of Lewis so he'll hire you to work there and then you can date one of the people.
In my 30s, I remember I got broken up with, and I was at the casino playing poker, and I was like all like just playing poker, trying to keep my mind off the breakup. And I looked over, and there was like a man. That was,
your ex?
Yeah. There was a man that was like with this,
it's
like,
upsetting everyone just as much as it upset me.
This like chubby lady with
really good at oral sex though, because your senses are crazy.
She had lobster claw hands and she was chubby and she was like walking. I was like, oh, this guy's such a jerk. He's a caregiver and he's putting the person that he's giving care to in the corner over here while he plays poker or whatever. And I'm like, but I guess she gets off. So then he gives her a big hug and kisses her. And then like
I like hugs and kisses.
Sits down on the table. And I was like,
yeah, Dalton, Amanda hug and kiss.
This lady that's borderline mentally deficient with lobster claw hands and whatever is in a full-blown relationship. I just got broken up with, and I was like,
she's a lesbian though, right?
Not anymore. Blind Mike switched her, dude.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Chapel Roan.
Oh, no, I'm talking about when I was at the casino and I saw a guy with somebody with lobster claws in a relationship. And I can't get a relationship, and I was like, "What am I doing with my life?"
Right. It's funny. The Blind Mike has like swagger now. Like he's kind of got like a little like ego, which is very funny for like a skinny blind guy to like walk around like he's the king of shit. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy for him. Alex and Harrington got married today.
Oh,
that's cool.
Oh, good for them. Yeah.
Mazel.
That relationship I've watched since the beginning, so I'm really happy for them.
Alex and Harrington. Let me say this: Eid Mubarak.
Mariska Hargitay, Eid Mubarak, everybody.
I don't know him super well, but I've had a couple of really good interactions with him. And oh yeah, hell yeah.
I've seen this is very funny.
God, black people are so good at memes.
I've seen, but by the way, this movie that this is from,
What movie is that?
it's
Is that Harley Quinn?
It's one of the DC animated Batman
Yeah.
movies. It is like a fetish kind of. There's like some fetish stuff in that movie with Harley Quinn.
That's
Where like,
awful. What's it called?
I think it's called Batman and Harley. I think it might just be called Batman and Harley because there's like
I'm very attracted to Harley Quinn.
yeah, because
I'll be
that
honest.
whole scene, she's changing she's got Nightwing tied to the bed and she's changing in front of him, and then he gets a hard on. They don't show it, but like it, you pick up on it where she's like, "Whoa, hey there, toots," or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Nightwing, her and Nightwing end up having sex, and then Batman comes over and he figures it out right away, and he's like, "I hope you had a good time," or whatever.
What
And then,
the
yeah,
You just
and then
smell the pussy in the air, and he's like, "It smells like tuna fish and cat ass."
I'm
in
the
here."
world's greatest detective, and I smell pussy.
So, are you attracted to Harley Quinn, or are you attracted to Margot Robbie being a psycho?
Mostly Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn is hot, but also Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn is hot.
Yeah.
And also the cartoon of Harley Quinn is hot. But the hottest Harley Quinn though is either Margot Robbie or the Arkham City Harley Quinn.
Using my finely tuned skills of deduction, I've discovered that there's some freshly fucked pussy in this room.
So I forget he's a detective sometimes.
No, that's X-Men.
He's like crashes through the window. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's that, and then there's a scene where they're all in the Batmobile. Batman's driving, Nightwing's in the passenger seat, and they got her in the back seat.
Oh, I saw that.
And
yeah.
then she lets out like a long, like raunchy rip roar and fart, and it's clearly like it feels to me like it's a fetish thing where it's like, oh, Harley Quinn, who just fucked Nightwing, she's hot, just farted in the back of the Batmobile, and now Batman and Nightwing have to stew in it.
The top review is, "Dear Mr. Tim, first, I am a fan of your work, and I get it. We all have things we fantasize about.
Is this an open letter to Bruce Timm?
That being said, stop trying to fulfill your superhero sex fantasies in DC animated movies."
But it is adult content, right?
No, it is a children's movie.
All right.
There is
graphic novels are like adult content.
There is
so.
an adult. There is an adult Harley Quinn show on Max that's like explicitly for adults. Like there's cuss words, there's sex.
I should watch that.
Yeah, it's violent and it's actually. I gotta be honest with you. Kaylee Cuoco does a good job voicing Harley Quinn. Whoever the lady is that does Poison Ivy is good at it. But it is a funny thing where it's like supposed to be this show that it's like all about Harley and Poison Ivy and make them like the
Poison Ivy woke.
Poison Ivy woke. And they're supposed to be like the main characters, right? And it's a show about them. But the Batman in the show, they bring back Diedrich Bader to do the voice of Batman. And then the Joker is voiced by Alan Tudyk. And just like those performances are so far and away better than anyone else on the show that you're just watching the show hoping that there's more Batman and Joker. That's my experience with her. I was like, I know the show's called Harley Quinn. I don't give a fuck about her. I want to see more of Diedrich Bader's Batman interacting with Alan Tudyk's Joker.
This would be a great show if it was mostly about Batman and the Joker and they were fighting each other. And Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy like came in and out, just looking hot.
I mean, honestly,
that would be that would be a great show.
And I gotta be honest with you, I'm not like a comic book purist. I don't like give a shit necessarily. I don't like the way they make a mockery of Batman in this show, a Colin mockery of Batman in this show. Because they kind of portray him as
the
kind
Adam
of
West Batman. So
I am interested because I love like R-rated Batman stuff, of which there's not that much.
They kind of make him like a dope, like he's kind of like a goofy character in the show. I'm like, this is not.
Did you guys ever watch the Adam West Batman?
Yes, that's a really fun show.
He kind of reminds me of Austin Powers, to be honest with you.
Yes,
he's got like that type of energy.
Oh yeah, the original is really fun.
Yeah.
And it actually is accurate to the comics at that time.
Yeah.
But the only
movie's
R-rated Batman
hilarious.
thing for real, honestly, is the Arkham series. And
Well,
honestly,
you might like the Harley Quinn show then, because there's a whole sequence that just grossed me out where they go to like a fucking eyes wide shut party, and so like because Bruce Wayne is a billionaire, he's there,
that's funny.
and
He's
yeah, but
another
then
one of
like
those cool billionaires that's so
That's a
sweet
that's a
and
good-
got
that's a
all
good
his money
gag.
honestly.
yeah, but
Yeah.
then like something happens where like everybody ends up like slip sliding all over cum or something. It's like fucking
Ew.
gross. Yeah, it's like gross. Like something happens where like everybody gets confused or something, the lights go down and there's an accident, and then like somebody slips on some cum. It's really disgusting and it's completely inappropriate for Batman.
Oh, there's a spin-off called
and then
Kite Man Hell Yeah.
I was just gonna say, that created a new supervillain though. He slipped on cum, and that was his origin story.
I think Kite Man.
No.
I think Alan Tudyk voices like most of the characters. I think Kite
Just hear me out for a second. Your parents die. Would you rather be in a cave full of bats or slip and fall on random cum from a party?
I guess I would rather be.
There's a lot of funny ads.
Yeah,
Kite Man has
So-
a good cast.
The other one's much more of a
Richard Kind.
origin
Richard Kind
story.
is in it.
Richard Kind is so it's Kind Man.
Kind Man. Yeah, Alan Tudyk is Clayface, and I mean, this is a great cast. They got
Alan
Andy
Tudyk
Daly.
is very funny as Clayface.
They got Maria Bamford in here. They got Andy Daly.
And I
They
will
got-
say, you know what? In the Harley Quinn show, Alan Tudyk is Clayface. Ron Funch is the King Shark. He's good in that role. Tony
Ron
Hale
Funch
is
rocks.
Tony
Yeah.
Hale is Dr. Psycho.
I like that it's all like
Um,
UCB guys from like 2015.
Yeah, it's a lot of like comedy guys. I'm trying to remember who else is in. Oh, JB
His-
Smoove. Dude, JB Smoove plays one of Poison Ivy's plants.
He's the best.
And
That
he's
was cracking me
clearly
up.
Yeah, he's clearly like I think like not really going by the script. I think he's like improvising.
Is it a good
That was
show?
cracking me up in the Crowder Boys when you were talking about Stephen A. Smith and Larry David. I was like, oh, he's the real life JD Smooth hanging out at the at the Knicks game.
Stephen A. Smith is the real life Leon. That's funny. It's not a perfect comparison, but that's pretty damn funny.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, if you think about how they would try to portray him on the thing, yeah.
That's a good point. Pat DeRose, Harley Quinfinite.
I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that.
I thought
a
that's where
lot.
she was getting it from, but I assume maybe her name's Quinn.
I think her name is Quinn.
Yeah.
You will not.
Is
see
Ron Funches still
nothing
skinny?
Like the horny.
Because he was chubby, then he got skinny, and then he started
yeah.
getting like
Yeah,
medium
I always thought
size.
he was kind of overrated. He's one of those guys. That,
No, he's overweight.
he's overweight. Yeah. It's like, first of all, no one was asking for like a skinny Ron Funches.
I never really cared for his stand up that much, but I think he's funny on that
like,
show.
I'm a nice guy. So I don't know. Lemaire is like if Ron Funches was actually funny, but
Yeah.
Ron pulled that grift on.
I never cared for a stand up. I liked when he would do like
People were
improv.
stoned to the
and
fact
stuff.
that he was from Portland. That was like a weird time, and it was like,
He was good on At Midnight. Points.
when he's on, it was more like Fat Midnight.
Yeah.
At the time that he was coming up, he was probably like digestible, like black guy. That they
By
were
the
putting-
way,
He definitely
way-
digested a lot. Yeah.
By the way, Taylor Tomlinson, does she know that she could do both? She could be on that show and do stand up?
no.
It says they canceled it.
Because it said, like, from what I read, it looked like she walked away from the show.
I
to
will bet
focus-
I bet they canceled it, and she's pretending she walked away.
Yeah, because that
That doesn't make any sense. It
there's
takes
no
forever
way
to
that
say.
sounds good. That she's walking away from this show to focus on stand up.
Here's what during the whole thing that went on.
That's so fucking
so
stupid.
She was
Veneer
coming
Quote-
up, and
Veneer
she's
Quote
hanging
said
out
that
with.
they canceled it. It was
Okay.
it was. CBS said on Wednesday that it was canceling after. Oh, but it says Taylor decided to step away. I guess. But I'll bet-
She is a dumb bitch.
Taking the show was dumb. She was doing well. She was writing well. She was hanging out with Morel. She was hanging out with Whitney. She was like getting fans,
All the
getting
heavy
momentum, and it
hitters.
felt like right when she was about to like, I didn't really care for her, but she wasn't terrible. And it sounded like she just got her fan base. She could have done like Liza Schlesinger like arc. She decided to go on that, and I thought to myself, that's such a bad move. Like now you're doing hacky comedy on a TV show, and now like she didn't do any stand
Getting
up, and
paid
now
a
she's
fucking boatload
she-
of money every night.
maybe that's why. Maybe she needed the money.
It's just like I don't even know. Like
No, it's like all
when
these
I see
people, like,
headlines like that, I guess like most people are stupid or I don't know what. Because when I see headlines like that, I'm like, is this supposed to be endearing to me? Like this fucking lady quit a TV show that's paying her fucking crazy money so she could do the
Comedy's
Looney Bin in
doesn't pay that
Tulsa or
much.
like whatever the fuck she's doing.
also just
Like-
been handed everything in comedy, kind of like she's always like she had a good gimmick as like the Christian girl, but she just became like she's kind of industry planty to me. Like I
I
don't
gotta
know.
focus on stand up.
She ditched that though.
Bitch, you achieved the goal. You did the goal. You made the goal where you're on TV. You're getting paid fucking crazy money, and nobody needs you to be good at these fucking people. The way you talk about stand up, like it's this sacred fucking art form. You're selling chicken fingers and fucking Bud Lights.
No,
Maybe it was me watching her.
They definitely just canceled it because it was getting bad ratings, and that was the spin that they both agreed on. Because CBS would look bad if they canceled like the only late night show hosted by a woman, and Taylor Tomlinson would look embarrassed.
When she took that position, though, and maybe it's my delusion, but watching her career take off, like you said, it did seem kind of industry planty. It seemed like it didn't even seem like a lateral move. It seemed like a pull back. She seemed like she was doing really well, starting to getting audience and almost doing arenas, whatever. And then she's like, "Yeah, I'm going to quit all that and just do this show that I'm basically stealing from another comedian."
She wanted because being on CB. I mean, that is a big job, though. Like,
I wonder if
she's
even
getting
now,
she's getting that's the Ferguson job, basically.
I wonder if even now she's thinking to herself, "This is not happening."
I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people don't really have like a plan, and then she's just like she's getting pinballed around. I'm not trying to take away her agency; she's making these choices.
I just, you know what? It just sounds like so like from such a place of I don't know what privilege or just like success to be like, I need to focus on stand up because it's like, well, I know 1,000 people who are focused on stand up and they have to go to their job as a barista in the morning. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I want to say something from a place of privilege.
They're lying. I think she must have a great agent because usually CBS wouldn't agree to that, but I'm sure it's a fucking lie.
Having money does like take off a lot of pressure of like rent and stress and all that stuff. But if you follow the money and you're like, oh, I'm going to have all this money and be whatever, it doesn't make you happy. It actually makes you miserable because you sold out. So I'm not making excuses for you. I'm more worried about your mindset about money. If you don't chase your like artistic integrity and you start chasing the money, you'll end up probably being more miserable than you think you are now. And you
I think I
went through it personally.
I'd rather be miserable with money than miserable without money.
Of course. But
if
once you have money though, you can find yourself like once you make a certain amount of money that you're comfortable and you're trying to make more, I'm just telling you, maybe this is just me. You start selling who you are to do stuff and start making huge compromises. I was far less happy. I'm more happy now making less money.
I've ever had.
I'm more happy now making less money, being happy in my life than I was when I was making more money, but I didn't want to be there.
You think I fucking want to take these phone calls at my sales job?
No, I understand that. I'm saying when you get to a place where you're not stressed out and you're making income.
If you can find a job that you actually want to do, that's worth more to your mental health than like taking a shitty job for more money.
Yeah, for me at least, I've given up having more money for living a lifestyle and happiness and doing things that I want to do and feeling my own freedom. And so once I had the money, I thought my problem's going to be solved. And I still had all the same mental issues and stuff. So I had to do the workbooks and heal and all that stuff. So it didn't fix anything. It fixed the problem of having to worry about rent and stress and like that. But it didn't fix me. I was still me that I need to fix.
Yeah, baby, you should definitely freaking quit that show and focus on your freaking stand-up. There's nothing more important. There's nothing more important than stand up in the freaking mix.
I forgot they dated.
Yeah. I
Dude,
remember.
She had him
It's
doing
paid.
roommate sketch comedy.
The two of them had like 3 bits on each other forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they clearly, that relationship was completely sexual, obviously, and like career. I think she was using him at the time, but who knows? She has a transgender brother and a lesbian sister. Wow. Those parents must have fucked them up. And she's bipolar. This bitch is she's a Dan Lamort type where she's just constantly branding herself. She's like, it's like a new persona every fucking 2 years.
Yeah. It's sad too because
she's a really, really great girl.
I bet they
I
don't.
wish we did get an actual new Persona every 2 years, but the last one they made was like Persona 5. Since then, they've just been re-releasing previous Persona games. But I've only ever played Part 5, to be honest with you. It was awesome.
I was listening to Lemire
I've only played
complain.
Blart 2.
I was listening to Lemire complain about video games. So the new Grand Theft Auto is going to be a subscription model.
That's no, nothing is official. It's all speculation.
I heard it's pretty expensive, and there's a subscription model.
Well, the speculation is that the game itself has been such a huge project and cost so much money to make. It's like taking so many man hours that I've heard that Rockstar may try charging $100 for the game. I've heard that they may do a subscription model. I've heard all these different things, but no one knows yet because it hasn't. I don't even know if they have a release date yet.
That would be pretty dumb, but maybe they'll get the money. But what seems to work with video games is to treat it like Second Life.
Be fucking good. The last one came out like 12 years ago.
I gotta be honest with you, I am not like a fan of those games are too big. It's too much of a stand.
There's
too
much
of a sandbox. Like it's too.
People like to buy that stuff though. They'll buy skins and all that bullshit. Yeah, so that's how they should do it.
The NBA 2K games like that too, where it's like this is an overwhelming game, but I also just feel like where's the fucking core gameplay? They do actually, thank God, have just a mode where you can just play games, but like there's so many modes and like collectibles and going online and trinkets and quite frankly doodads and gizmos.
Yeah, I think a game with like a little more structure is better because it's like within the perimeters of the game you can have. It's just more fun. It's more concise because like they focus these Grand Theft Auto games on it's the biggest fucking map ever or whatever. And I just feel like I'm just like meander. I'm just like wandering around. Like, okay, so like, what do I just drive a car?
Yeah, and they made the map bigger, but it also has felt like less compelling of a campaign every time. Like GTA 4 was fun. GTA 5 kind of lost me. I was like, there's too much to do, and it's like, things are taking too long to get anywhere, and it's like, it feels like it is like the online is the part anyone cares about. So it's like, all right, well, I guess I'm not interested in this game anymore.
Yeah, I'd rather play like Bloodborne.
BioShock.
Do you remember playing God of War on PlayStation 2?
Absolutely, yes.
That was like the first game I remember playing where they did such a good job of you being contained within the world, but it felt like this huge world that you were traveling through.
That was a great game. Yeah, the first two.
They made it feel really sandboxy, but the whole game was controlled. Yeah,
but it was too long.
They fucked them games up now, dude. They're so like
they're too long.
Sentimental. They're too because like the fun of the God of War games was like Kratos is just a force of nature. He's fucking mad. He's gonna go swing swords around and kill everything.
Fight Ares.
And now he's just like a sad dad where he's like, oh man.
It was kind of a cool rebrand, but it is a totally different game. But I kind of like when they switch it up like that.
It kind of reminded me how like remember when they started making Zelda really technical, like I don't know if it was the Wii or whatever, like when you had to pull back the bow and do all this stuff, and it turned from like a topographical game to like you're like in it, and it turned like to almost like a first person like a RPG.
Well, now I haven't played the new one, but I'm pretty sure mechanically it's like the same as Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was really cool because it is like
I didn't love it.
sandbox. It
Too
is
much
kind of
to
like,
do. I get confused.
but you know what? I'll say the thing about it is like it is kind of like after you get out of the tutorial, the game just says to you, "All right, figure it out."
Yep.
But it's a game that rewards you for just like exploring. So you'll just like if you just
Exploring
keep playing
Davis?
it, yeah, like if you just play Breath of the Wild and just run in one direction and try and like stumble your way through it, you'll just like stumble upon what you need to do.
Yeah.
And it does like there's like a rewarding sense of like action and adventure.
Dude, those games are so
I kinda
good.
don't agree though, because like I felt like I was just meandering a lot and not getting anything done and doing things out of order, and it felt very overwhelming.
No, there is no order though. Like you can do it in
I
any
don't like
order
that.
you
I
want.
like doing things in order.
No, I had with Oracle Time on 64 and Mask of Majora, probably two of the greatest, like so cheap.
Ocarina of Time,
Those are great.
and Majora's Mask.
Yes.
See,
They
and
were
those are in
so
order,
good.
even though it's sandboxy, they are in order.
I had to have a notebook. Like those are so good to get through those games. Like it took, you pay like $60. It took me over a year to like figure out the Mask of Majora. Or
Majora's Mask is
Majora's
super
Mask.
hard.
Dude, I remember
Super hard.
I
had to take notes on the time and where you were to get the
There's
mask
also
to
just
talk
more
to this person.
character. There's more character to those games in the world since the old ones.
Dude,
Yeah.
I remember
Breath of the
playing
Wild is
Breath of-
better than what
Breath of the
it's better than
Wild.
what we're talking about, which is
I
most
played
like
Breath of the Wild, and there was like a part in that game where I felt like so exhilarated because I was just like lost and wandering around, and I jumped off a fucking mountain or something, and I'm gliding with the hang glider,
Mhm.
and then I see like below me, this some fucking thing that I don't know what I'm looking at, and I'm like, let me go see what this is, and it's just like just a bunch of like statues in the middle of the desert with like metal orbs. I had no clue what it was, but then I just kind of like explored it and started playing around with it, and then I solved a puzzle I didn't even know I was doing, and I got a extra heart, and that was cool. So it's like it is like seemingly unforgiving or like you're lost, but you actually are being guided much more than you realize by the gentle hands of Nintendo.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I mean, I think Breath of the Wild is better than GTA. I just kind of give up on. I mean, the last one at least. Maybe the new one will be really good, but I don't know.
I hear Tears of the Kingdom looks pretty cool. I just haven't played it, but it's a direct sequel. They usually don't do that. They usually don't do like sequels like that. Each game is a different thing where it's connected by like the timeline.
No,
Like,
Majora's Mask was a sequel to Legend of Zelda.
No,
or Ocarina.
No, it wasn't.
I think it was.
You have you have the flute in both of them, and you like have to keep playing it to reset time, and you learn how to play it in the first one.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a direct sequel.
I thought it was like a different universe or something.
So in the first one, no, when you're just going through two times, like with the sword and the song, and then you bring that song into the second one to reset the clock tower and mask over and over again. But that's still the same time song to stop.
Because there is
time,
no
rewind time.
There's no one Link. It's the hero of time that is reborn throughout the generations. So I think Skyward Sword might be the first hero of time, the first Link. And then like the timeline from there, I don't know, I don't know how it works.
Yeah, that's the thing is that there's different links, so they will do sequels to a specific link.
Sometimes they'll do a sequel, but then a lot of the time it's like the next game is like a different timeline. It's like a different link where it's like these like recurring.
Yeah, but
it's like Cloud Atlas.
But that link in Majora's Mask is the same link from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Oh,
the last one I played, I had to literally rent a GameCube so that I could play. And then that's how long ago it was. I went to Blockbuster or whatever it was, and I rented the game and a GameCube to play it in.
I did that once with a Dreamcast. I rented a Dreamcast. They were so expensive at the time.
Yeah.
That it was just like, I'll just rent it for a week.
I only wanted to play that one game, so I thought that maybe I could beat it in a week. And so after a week, I was just sad, and I was like, "Well, I got to go back to work on Monday, so I just got to return this this GameCube and this thing." So yeah,
It's just like,
and I just never gonna finish that game that I just
Like
poured my life into.
American Psycho, where you're like, I have to return a GameCube, a whole GameCube. Damn.
Yeah, those are tough times. It was expensive. That's the systems were. I mean, they're still expensive, but like
someone,
everybody just
Can
buys
someone
them now.
suggest me a game that's like just a solid 8-hour campaign that's like a story and some gameplay, like BioShock or something like that? Let me know. Anyone in the comments, just get my DMs.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think. I don't know.
It feels like that's what every game used to be, and that was fun. And now it's like those are none of the games.
I haven't played a video game in a while.
They try to make money off the like. So I started playing like Elder Scrolls Online, which was the same world as Skyrim.
Fallout is not a quick 8 hours.
No, yeah, Fallout is an investment.
And then they set it up so you play the game,
yeah.
and they put you on a subscription, and then the subscription has you do these dailies, and so then you log on and you're just doing chores every day, and like 6 months goes by, and you're like, wait, I'm paying to do digital chores? Fuck this game. Like, I quit.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like every game is now.
I
They
mean,
want you
it's
to get a
not
subscription.
It's certainly
Was the Wind
more.
Waker the original woke?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, this is certainly going to suck up.
All right, guys, I'm starting to get tired.
Well, hold on, Robbie.
wait, before you go, I got a quick one.
Let me tell you something. Hold on, real quick.
No, real quick.
Hold on,
This
let me
is-
tell you something.
Let me tell you something. This is-
Robbie
this is
has to
certain-
be here for mine.
This is certainly going to suck up more time than 8 hours, but it is a linear game like you're talking about, where you can just play the game and it'll put you in the direction. You know, you're playing a story, right?
Mhm.
And I haven't
Story
played
mode?
this. I haven't played the sequel yet, but the Final Fantasy VII remake is, I think, what you're looking for, because you got a sword, you got a gun, and then you got a lady who punches things.
Oh yeah.
And you just swing your sword around, hit things, kill people, and you know, it's going to take you more than 8 hours. It's probably going to take you like.
Final Fantasy games are like very dense, though, right? Isn't there like a lot?
Well,
to do?
this one they revamped it, because I played Final Fantasy VII, the first one, on the PlayStation, like the original game.
I think that's the 7th one.
It's the seventh. It's the seventh final. It's the first Final Fantasy VII
Okay.
that came out on the PlayStation. That's a very, very like dense game that you have to like explore and figure shit out, and it's a little more like vague as to like you know, you got to go rooting around and find things, and it is like it's like, you know, I probably sunk like hundreds of hours into it. But the new one, I think they're like they're streamlining it now, where you can, if you really want to dive into it, do that. But it's also just like an action game, so you can't just like swing swords around and shoot guns and probably.
Wait, they came out
finish.
with a sequel. They came out with a sequel to that remake. I didn't hear anything
Yes,
about
they're
it.
doing it in 3 parts. So they did the remake, then there was a DLC with Yuffie from the ninja from Wutai, you know her.
The
And
Wutai
then
Clan.
yeah, and then they did a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the sequel to the first part of the remake. Because I think they're doing something where they're like, it might be technically a sequel to the first Final Fantasy VII in some way, where it's like, I don't know.
I played High on Life. It was good. I enjoyed it.
But I think you might enjoy the Final Fantasy VII remake, because it is like pretty much just an action game.
All right, I'll give that one a shot for sure.
Yeah,
But is it on Xbox?
Yeah, I think I did all the side shit. Like, I wanted to find all the things and do the side quests. But even then, I think I only spent like 60 hours on the game, which for a Final Fantasy game is fucking nothing, dude.
Is it still set up where you wander around and then it says you have encountered and then a
No.
battle starts?
No, there's no like random battles like that. Like you know, when you're on a map, like when you're, you know, rooting around and moving, you'll see the enemies. Like, they don't just the screen doesn't just like stop and then go.
Yeah.
You can go. You can either go engage and in whatever fight you want to, or you could just run away, like avoid enemies if you want.
Yeah, so I remember it used to be able to run away, but if you did it a certain number of times, they're like, no, you have to fight this battle.
I mean, yeah, there's like certain sequences in the game where you have to like fight through waves of enemies. to get to a mini boss and then a boss or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But then there's like, you know, when you're just exploring, you can run up and fight, or you could just like avoid it.
How are PS4s still expensive? That's so annoying.
PS,
You can rent them. You gotta go. You gotta rent it. I'm telling you.
yeah.
So you mentioned Ivy woke a couple times. That's what I wanted Robbie to say here. Is all right, but for honesty, for all honesty, this is why I need you here, Robbie, because Dalton won't have my back on this.
Uh-huh.
Come on, just be skinny. It's like she's
What?
hot. You would,
What?
even with the eyebrow, you
Wait,
know
what?
you would.
Are you asking
No,
my
women.
fucker if she? What's that?
No, I'm just saying women in general can, like Dasha and her, just because they're skinny, they're hot. Like, you know, even with the eyebrows.
Yeah, being skinny definitely does help out your hot for sure.
Yeah, even with the eyebrow, you would.
Oh
It's-
yeah,
and it
definitely.
kinda- it's like
there's like
There-
20.
I gotta be honest with you, man. Look, I like a skinny girl for sure. There's some bigger girls that I've
no, there's nothing wrong with bigger girls. If Ivy woke looked like that but bigger, you'd be like, yeah, I'm all set. So like, you can be pretty ugly and just be skinny, and you'll get by. Was my point.
Yeah,
I actually know her, so I'm gonna do a no comment on that.
I don't
Okay,
even know.
all
I
right.
don't even know.
I'm not saying that there
No,
isn't
I know what you're
beautiful
saying.
larger
Babe, she's
women.
in a movie. She's in an Oscar-winning movie.
She's got the
Yeah,
dog.
okay, if she hears this, I know she probably has father issues. She's welcome to DM me.
Yeah,
You know,
she does have a similar appeal to Dasha.
I will stop getting my eyebrow threaded as well. I only have one eyebrow, so we could do that. We could be a power couple.
That's cool.
That's all I was saying. Dasha and her aren't the most attractive, but because they're thin, they look attractive.
They also have like an X factor and like a vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw her in Lemon
It's actually a
Party. I
trick
thought she
a
was
lot of-
funny.
A lot of girls fall for this trick where it's like they're hot in their way and they like own it. You
Dude,
know what I mean?
Ben has been cracking me up on Twitter because he's
Ben
all,
Avery?
because he's also going to war with Joe. It's a Joke World War.
The joke World War.
Dude, the
And
shit
he's been doing the Kanye
posting,
caps all day.
dude, the shit he's been posting about the Joke World,
The joke.
whatever the fucking thing he's
March
doing.
Madness, which I'm so sorry. I should not have confused that with the Jokies. Those are very
It's not the
different.
Jokies. This is a different thing. This is like this is sort of like the Royal Rumble. The Jokies is WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's mad about losing.
Ben has been like doing like fucking Anton Jagur posting about like the shit he's been saying about this.
What is he saying?
It's like the language he's using is so fucking funny for a podcast clip competition. I'm trying to see if I can pull one up. The most recent one says, "Don't make me go DEFCON 3."
Yeah, he's going all caps. He's been going all caps like Kanye for like a day and a half.
Yeah, there was one.
So
That
he's doing
cracked
like
me up.
he's doing a Kanye / Joke World.
Oh, dude, this is the one. Dude, this is the one that fucking cracked me up today because just like the way he phrased this, where he said, "I have confirmation when you're suddenly down 6,000 votes. Joke World is a proper man, but there is a malevolent spirit which possesses the game. We will find its wicked head and descend upon it. Fight, fight, fight."
Oh, he's doing Trump basically. He's doing Trump January 6th.
Yeah, it's such a. But it's so funny. It's funny that this is like he's like a dad
Yeah,
posting it, like spending all day doing this shit.
Ben is very funny. But
Yeah,
once again, I'm like, are you making fun of Joke World, or do you actually want to win that? Like, he's a little lost in the bit, I think.
Yeah.
What's the biggest heartache with the Tim Dillon show is that he kept Ben under wraps. So like once they started Lemon Party and everything, I was like, oh, how come you didn't like? I get it. He signed up to be a producer, but you think he would push the fact that Ben's actually really funny more?
Yeah, and Ben also
he was like a secret for years.
Ben also wasn't really himself at all on Tim Dillon. I was always kind of bugged by like he was like pretending to be like a Jamie, and it's like, Ben, you're a funny, crazy person. Like,
Yeah,
don't.
Tim Dillon is a psycho.
Yeah, I'm sure he like
So,
told. I wonder if he like told him not to talk or be funny.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I feel like he kept him under wraps instead of lifting him up.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Tim Dillon's like one of the most cynical people I've ever seen in like the way he maneuvers around the entertainment industry. Like
Yeah.
something he did recently, and I haven't even seen the movie, but I'm willing to say it's an unsung masterpiece that people will discover later. But Tim Dillon was just shitting all over Joker Folie à Deux. That he was in it. He
Oh,
was
yeah,
in
yeah,
it. He was in it, but then he decided when the Rotten Tomatoes score came back, he decided it was the worst movie ever.
And that him and
When-
everybody on the crew talked about how bad it was the whole time as
Right.
well. Yeah.
Right, and I bet he doesn't. You know what? It's just like show some fucking goddamn gratitude.
It seems weird too because Ben seems pretty cool, and so does Ray Kump. Ray, I mean, Ray obviously has some issues going on in the world, but the fact that they're, or maybe they're not close anymore, but the fact that they were close, it's strange.
Yeah.
Who?
Ray Kump and Tim were so close because Ray and him seem totally different personality wise. Like Ray seems cool and chill, and Tim seems like a calculated sociopath.
Yeah, and Tim's sitting there fucking interviewing Steve Bannon, so it's like, okay, I guess you just don't actually believe in anything. Like you,
No, but he'll also admit that, which is what is funny about him.
I guess so. Yeah.
It's like I don't know how people actually like buy into what he's saying. It's like he tells you he's a fraud, or like
I guess I do respect that. Yeah, like grifting people, but being honest about it.
yeah, the whole thing is
pretty
like
cool.
I'm a grifter, and I'm like I don't know. He's like he's kind of telling. I mean, anyone who like after he says all that still like thinks he has good takes is like do you not like pay attention to what he's saying?
Old school Tim Dillon and Ray Kump just picking a topic and hating on it for an hour was
Yeah,
really
that was
fun.
great.
They were really
was
good
pretty
together.
the show. Once you moved to LA, it lost a little sauce.
Yeah,
it's probably the only show that peaked on gas
Oh,
station.
I bet.
Yeah, Tim Dillon is Going to Hell was really good.
Few things would piss off those two guys more than losing sauce.
Good night, everybody. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, good night, everybody. I guess we're gonna wrap it up now.
Let's do a prayer then, since everybody tunes in for
Yeah,
Bible
I need
study
to
and we never
start-
talk about.
Yeah, that might be why Diet Coke Horse stopped talking to me. She's expressed some dissatisfaction that the Bible study that I've strayed from Bible study. So maybe I need to actually,
So- Not that I want to do 2 shows a week or that the fans would even tune in, but if Sal's not going to be around, if we want to do a Saturday night and bring this back to the Bible study stuff and really focus in on it, we could do a separate like a separate hour where we do something like this, where it's like we talk about whatever we want and bring this back to the Bible study for the fans.
Yeah, I think just 5 hours on a Saturday is probably enough. I just need to.
Okay, let's reel it back in then and do some.
I don't know. It can be what it is. Look, this is my channel. This is my playground. I can do whatever I want. But I think it's good to have an anchor, the Bible.
Yeah.
But I think Sal's around. Yeah, he tweeted today, and I just need to fucking.
I do censor myself on this show as much as people might not believe, because I do know that it's a Christian Bible thing. I try to, but sometimes the topics just go to where they go. But if the fans would prefer that, I don't mind bringing it back to the Bible and doing a little preparation and stuff. It is great Lent right now, leading up into Easter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ramadan just ended, and now it's time to be Christian again. Eid Mubarak, everybody. Let's go ahead and everybody bow your heads. Father God, thank you for another day. We all have our trials and tribulations, but we know that as long as we stay focused on your guiding light and stay on the path and walk hand in hand with you and Jesus Christ, your son, and remember the sacrifice that was made by Jesus Christ, dying for all of our sins, that we are truly blessed. So we want to thank you for all that. Thank you for bringing us together to rejoice in your love and light and each other's company. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
All right. Well, Raphael says he prefers it being a little loosey goosey. So, I mean, yeah, it's, I could just, I think I'll pull up some Bible verses here and there.
Not that we want to structure it too much, but like,
I mean, if anybody wants to leave something in the collection plate, and then if y'all want to keep like maybe super chatting Bible verses, that would be cool. Subscribe to Patreon, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Prue. We got to keep, we got to keep the lights on here in the temple.
You were on that Rumble show last week, the one with Doug and them.
Yeah, I was on Sibling Revelry, which
Yeah.
they do it only on Rumble. Free speech Rumble.
I was on the show. They do segmented. Maybe we could do something like that where
I'm not.
I don't want to segment like that. I'm just saying if we did Bible for the first hour and then went loosey goosey from there on.
I'm not a spider. I'm not a caterpillar. I'm not an ant.
That way, the people that just want to go over the Bible could come for the Bible, and then they don't have to listen to us be non-Christian degens at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's good to see you. And guys, sorry about last week. If you guys showed up here or whatever, I did mention to go over to the Rumble thing or whatever.
Thank you, Token Tony. Token Tony's been doing some fire artwork lately for us. Go check him out and support him. That Goodfellas one he made was really good. Or is it the Crowder Boys, but Goodfellas?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. That was good. I didn't know that was you. Hell yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, so there's a new episode up on the Corn-Fed Patreon, and then we got the Crowder Boys Patreon. And if you're somebody who has been is an audio file, if you like audio, I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna figure out like how to maintain the audio feed. It's just the way we do it is like we do the stream and then it's up on YouTube, and then I got to be honest with you, it's not that much work to fix the audio feed. I guess I just get like I'm just lazy and I'm stupid, so I'll fix it. But you know what? Also, I don't have to. I do it for you, the audience, who needs content wherever you can get it. So, but thank you for tuning in, folks. Your patronage is very much appreciated. Your support of all the things we do here at the network, and so I love you, and please be safe, and have a blessed weekend. Good night.
Good night, guys and gals, and they thems.